Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to see you. I hope you volunteered for this and haven't been either bribed or press ganged. History, as you know, is not everybody's cup of tea, although it's certainly mine, a point which I hope to convey to you as we go through this series. NATO is going to be marking next April its 60th birthday. There's nothing particularly significant about being 60 in the sense that so many other organizations reach that ripe old age these days, as so many people do as well. But it does make NATO by far the longest standing alliance in history. We've well overtaken the Athenian League against Sparta in the 4th century before Christ. And the 60th anniversary, of course, is normally the time when people think not about the past, but quo vadis NATO, or what is the future going to be? And as somebody who is involved in policy planning, of course, my job really consists of not trying to understand the past, but predicting the future. And believe me, predicting the future is much easier than trying to understand the past. So when Chris Scherweg's a colleague of mine at NATO, proposed to me a few months ago that I should endeavor to take on a new venture with him, which is to prepare a series of six lectures on NATO's history, I hesitated because, as I said, trying to mark the 6 exact turning points in NATO's history and explain what happened and why what happened mattered, why it was significant, I thought this would be a big challenge. But I couldn't say no to such a friendly person. And of course, if you are generally interested, which I hope you are, so thank you for being here today, that's all the more reason for doing this. Understanding the past, of course, is also important for understanding the present. The great German 19th century philosopher Friedrich von Schlegel once said that the historian is a prophet looking backwards. I shall try to do the same in these 6 lectures, which is to say that I will try not only to describe what happened, but also try to give you some sort of indications as to how what happened very much determines NATO's presence. And indeed, I think as we go through, you will find that, as Albert Camus once said, man has very few original ideas. There's nothing new under the sun, and much of NATO's history is the Nietzschean kind of eternal cycle. The same old arguments, the same debates, the same dilemmas keep coming back again and again and again. 1948, which we're going to be talking about today, is not so different in reality from 2008. NATO's future and many of its predicaments were already evident in the negotiations that led to the birth of the Washington Treaty in the 1948-1949 time frame. Of course, what I'm going to also try to do is to give you the perspective of what it was like at the time. There is always a sense when you look at history that everything was inevitable, that there were no other outcomes, that what happened had to happen. But we should always remember that what is today for us in the past, for a previous generation, was once in the future. There was nothing inevitable about the birth of NATO. What I hope to tell you as we go through is that it was very, very much a touch and go operation. The outcomes could have been different. NATO may not be controversial today, but it was controversial at the time. There was even a riot in Iceland in 1949 when that rather sober country agreed to adhere to the Washington Treaty. In fact, one of the reasons why the negotiations took so long was precisely because there were always, on both sides of the Atlantic, hesitations and doubts. But I think the first thing to say is that we cannot understand NATO if we can't understand the circumstances in which Europe found itself in the immediate time frame after World War II. We Europeans, North Americans, presume that you're mainly from North America and Europe, wars for us today are mainly sort of in far-flung places like Afghanistan. Our own experience of war is really limited to the TV screen or the newspapers or reading books. But The years 1945 to 1947, albeit not as bad, of course, as the years 1939 to 1945, were nonetheless, particularly for the generation that had to live through those years, absolutely cataclysmic. The only comparison I can think of as a historian is the aftermath of the Black Death in the 1380s, when Europe lost anything between 25 and 35% of its total population, or the aftermath of the 30 Years' War at the time of the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, when again a country like Germany, which was very much in the middle, lost 1/3 of its population. Indeed, Germans back in 1944, 1945 had a black joke. They used to say, better to enjoy the war, the peace will be terrible. And right they were. World War II left behind a terrible legacy, which even today, it takes a great deal of imagination as well as historical knowledge to fully comprehend. Let me just give you some statistics. In World War II, 36.5 million Europeans were killed. That is the equivalent to the total population of France in 1939. 19 million of those were civilians. Doesn't also, of course, incorporate all of those who died from natural causes or all of the babies that were not born. The death toll created an enormous imbalance between men and women. In the Soviet Union in 1945, there were 20 million more women than men. In 1946, in the German suburb of Treptow, there were only left 181 adult men between the ages of 19 and 21, but there were 1,105 women. A whole generation of Germans, including, for example, Gerhard Schröder, the former German Chancellor, were brought up by their mums. There were no dads around. They were either incarcerated in the Soviet Union or had died in the war. There were many orphans. In Berlin in 1945, there were 53,000 lost children wandering the streets, 49,000 orphans in Czechoslovakia, 80,000 in the Netherlands, and as many as 200,000 in Poland. Those who did survive were underfed. The calorie intake in Vienna was only about 800 calories a day in 1945. The infant mortality in Austria, 4 times the 1938 rate. In the British zone of Berlin in December 1945, the death rate of children equaled 1 in 4. The calorie intake in Germany was about 2,500 calories in 1941. It had gone down to around 1,000 calories in 1946. And as everybody knows, rationing was a very big feature of the post-war years. The other issue is displaced people. I mean, we've heard a lot about ethnic cleansing in the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s. Ethnic cleansing after World War II was infinitely worse. Stalin and Hitler, between them, managed to uproot 80 million people in Europe between 1939 and 1945. 13 million Germans were expelled from Central and Eastern Europe after the war. In 1947, the United Nations recently created Relief and Rehabilitation Administration was caring for 6,795,000 displaced Europeans in 762 camps. Yes, we had refugee camps in Europe in 1945. And the US alone, and this is before the Marshall Plan, before NATO, was spending $10 billion a year on caring for those refugees. Another issue, the damage to infrastructure. 25 million homeless people in the Soviet Union, 20 million homeless people in Germany. Hamburg alone had 500,000 homeless people in 1945. If you look at the level of destruction, again, even today, these figures still strike me as incredible. 70,000 villages, 1,700 towns, 32,000 factories, 40,000 miles of railway track destroyed in the Soviet Union alone. France, which suffered, of course, far less physical damage than the Soviet Union, still lost 500,000 homes. it could carry on talking about the wastage of agricultural land, or even a country like Norway, again, which suffered little war damage, still lost 14% of its industrial capital. These are some statistics, of course, could be repeated almost ad infinitum when you talk about World War II. Sometimes, indeed, it's better to give you just a sort of a quotation from an observer at the time that sums up the situation. Here is Hamilton Fish, lovely name, Hamilton Fish, who was the editor of the US Foreign Affairs magazine. He described his impressions of Europe in July 1947. There is too little of everything, too few trains, trams, buses and automobiles to transport people to work on time, let alone to take them on holiday, too little flour to make bread without adulterants, and even so, not enough bread to provide energies for hard labour, too little paper for newspapers to report more than a fraction of the world's news, too little seed for planting and too little fertiliser to nourish it, too few houses to live in and not enough glass to supply them with window panes, too little leather for shoes, wool for sweaters, gas for cooking, cotton for diapers, sugar for jam, fats for frying, milk for babies, soap for washing. Why am I telling you this? Because very often the image is conveyed that the reason for NATO was simply fear or hostility to the Soviet Union, that it was a response to an exclusively military threat. This is not true. One of the major driving forces for NATO was simply the sense of hopelessness and despair. I suppose sort of the equivalent of what we're experiencing today as the financial meltdown, the collapse of everything that we consider to be the stable underpinnings of society or our economy, but on a vastly greater scale. What the British Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Labour government after 1945 once summed up as never bright, confident morning again. This mood of black despair and of hopelessness, which Winston Churchill once famously said had made Europe into a rubble heap, I quote, a charnel house, a breeding ground for pestilence and hate. NATO was first and foremost, even before it was a counterbalance to the Soviet Union, an attempt by Europeans to seek some kind of reassurance, some kind of underpinning, both in the economic as well as in the military field, which would simply give the Europeans the confidence to start trading with each other again, to talk to each other, to move towards their own political union. What I want to do in this first lecture today is emphasize very much this side of the equation, which of course doesn't feature so much in the popular image of NATO, but which was still present at the time. Of course, the problem was that as Europe, coming out of World War II, felt this total sense of hopelessness and breakdown, the United States was retreating back into isolationism. NATO, when it did come about in 1949, was only the second alliance that the United States had concluded in its entire history. The first one, in fact, was directed against my country, the UK, after the war of, or at the time of the War of Independence. It was a Franco-American alliance. Rather ironic when you think of the history of NATO. The first alliance was a Franco-American alliance, concluded in 1778. Most of America's foreign policy, like the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, had been designed to keep the Europeans out of the American hemisphere. And indeed, even when the United States entered World War I, after the Zimmerman telegram incident of 1917, Congress would not allow the US to call itself an ally of the British and French against the Germans in World War I. The US had to be designated as an associated power only, to preserve, therefore, its freedom of manoeuvre from what George Washington famously warned his countrymen against: beware of entangling alliances. After the Second World War, notwithstanding the situation in Europe, the Americans pulled back. Lend-Lease was abruptly cancelled to the great despair of the British. Lend-Lease ships were turned round by Harry Truman in the middle of the Atlantic and sent back to the United States. The Joint Military Command that had brought the British and the French and the Americans together at the end of World War II was abrogated. No treaty, no arrangement government was put in its place. The Americans rapidly wanted to bring the boys home and melt down their troop levels in Germany and elsewhere in Europe. Much again to the despair of the British, Congress passed the famous McMahon Act in 1946, which stopped Anglo-American nuclear cooperation. We felt that was a great slight, given that we had been very much involved in inventing the nuclear weapon at the beginning of the Second World War. Also, the Truman administration, although today it's well known for founding NATO, the Marshall Plan, the Bretton Woods framework, it's famous for its internationalism, but it began in 1945, 1946, an immediate post-war period, in a sense of drift. First of all, Truman, like Roosevelt, believed that he could reach some kind of accommodation with Uncle Joe, Joseph Stalin, as he was known, in a series of foreign ministers' meetings which met in Moscow, in London, after the war to decide the fate of Germany, that the Cold War really could be prevented by an American charm offensive. When the idea of NATO first came along, many Americans were skeptical because they thought it would undermine the United Nations. Like the League of Nations, the United States, as we know, was instrumental in creating the UN at the San Francisco Conference in May 1945, and the Americans really did put their faith initially in a sense of collective security, particularly with the invention of the Security Council, and a regional alliance like NATO was seen as undercutting the authority of the United Nations, and of course also of being a bad signal to the Soviets that the Americans were not willing to work with the Soviets in what Franklin Roosevelt once called the four policemen. You remember the concept of the four policemen who after the Second World War would continue the wartime alliance to preserve stability and security. But gradually, the mood changed, essentially as 1946 went past. When Churchill went to Fulton, Missouri, and gave his famous Iron Curtain speech, initially it was very badly received in America. Churchill was seen as being the old British imperialist, Cold Warrior, who was trying to keep a sense of confrontation going, and who was needlessly provoking the Soviet Union. But a year later, the mood in Washington had swung round to being much more Churchillian in its view of the Soviet Union. What had happened? Well, all of you have heard of George Kennan, a very famous American diplomat, who was attached to the American embassy in Moscow after the war, and who in 1947 penned his famous long telegram. As a policy planner, I'm very jealous of Kennan because I've penned many telegrams, most of which have ended up unread in the wastepaper basket of somebody's office. And so the idea that a fellow policy planner should have changed the course of world history through a single dispatch is still remarkable. But the long telegram had an enormous impact in Washington. By 1947, the Americans were trying to grope their way towards some kind of understanding of what was the nature of Soviet power and whether an understanding with Stalin was at all possible. And here came Kennan, who provided for the first time an ideological underpinning for what a lot of people were beginning to feel, that here was a power which, because of its ideology, had no choice but to expand. Contraction, status quo, meant dissolution. But, said Kennan, there is an answer. It became known as containment, which if we can apply it long enough, Kennan believed only 10 years would be required, at various pressure points where the Soviet Union is weak, will eventually force the system to turn in upon itself and collapse. Of course, one can say that Kennan was ultimately vindicated, although it took much longer than the 10 years that he originally thought of. And then a year later, in 1948, Kennan followed this up with his very famous Mr. X pseudonym article in Foreign Affairs called The Sources of Soviet Conduct, which publicized outside administration circles his thinking. By that time, the British had realized that they were unable to hang on as an imperial power in the Eastern Mediterranean, notwithstanding the assistance that we gave to Greece during the Greek Civil War. And the British government had turned to the United States saying, we can't hold on, you have to take over our role. That, of course, then led the way to the Truman Doctrine of March 1947, when Harry Truman said that free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed majorities or by outside powers would be able to count on the support of the United States. Of course, this was not only addressed at the time to countries which were experiencing pressure on the outside from the Soviet Union in the immediate post-war arrangements. One of the things that was very much on the mind of American planners was the fact that Western European countries, like France and Italy in particular, had very, very powerful communist movements, which were organizing in the 46-47 period strikes, and which looked as if they could either take over or destabilize governments from within, even without any armed assistance from the Soviet Union from without. The Truman Doctrine was obviously one of the key moments when the American attitude crystallized between a sense that cooperation with the Soviet Union was still possible to a time when the United States believed that this was not possible, and that therefore what counted was consolidating one's own bloc, forming one's own, if you like, Western bloc structure, particularly when it came to accepting the division of Germany and pushing ahead in Germany with the so-called Bizonia, the forging of the American and the British zones at the end of 1947, and then in 1948, Trizonia, when France reluctantly, because the French wanted nothing less than a resurrected Germany after World War II, but when France reluctantly accepted to put its zone also into the American-British zone, forming Trizonia, which of course ultimately became West Germany and was succeeded by the introduction of the Deutschmark and the creation, obviously, of the German constitution. That, of course, had an impact. The consolidation of West Germany immediately provoked the Berlin blockade in the end of 1947 and going into also throughout much of 1948. Stalin responded to what he considered to be the breaking off of the four-power talks on the future of Germany and the decision to create the Deutschmark and therefore the push for an independent West German state. Stalin thought that that was a hostile act, responded by cutting off the Allies' access to Berlin, being absolutely certain that they would be incapable of resupplying Berlin from the air, and that ultimately Berlin would be surrendered. It would no longer be, as what Khrushchev later referred to it some years afterwards, as a carbuncle on the skin of the Warsaw Pact, a constant sore, a Western enclave in the very, very heart of the Soviet bloc in Eastern Europe. But of course, the Berlin airlift, together with another event, which I will describe immediately, seemed also to confirm what Kennan had been saying about the Soviet Union needing to push against the weak points of the Western system. This was the Czech coup d'etat in February 1948. If there is one single thing that directly changed the American mentality towards an acceptance to begin talks with their European partners, it was the coup d'etat against the democratically elected Czech government. So particularly when Jan Masaryk, the son of the founder of Czechoslovakia, in mysterious circumstances, was defenestrated and died. Pushed suicide, we still don't know. But the President Benes was obliged to also resign, and Czechoslovakia joined the other countries in Eastern Europe as a communist state. Why Czechoslovakia? Not only because it was the last one to go, but essentially because Czechoslovakia, of course, was what caused World War II. And many Americans, like Europeans, felt a sense of guilt that for the second time in the space of 10 years, Czechoslovakia had been abandoned by its fellow Democrats elsewhere. That precipitated in the United States a whole series of actions. The first one, which is not the subject of my lecture today, of course, is the Marshall Plan, what Churchill called the most unsodic act in world history, whereby the United States donated $13 billion to the so-called European Recovery Program, and therefore allowed countries to access dollars, which were very rare after the war, to buy American goods to restart their economies without having to repay each other in dollars, but in their own currencies. What was significant about the Marshall Plan, like NATO, as I would describe, is that the Americans didn't only give the money without conditions, but insisted that the Europeans had to get together and pool their requirements and have a consolidated economic plan before they could get the money from the United States. So, in fact, the father of European economic integration is perhaps more General Marshall, or as much George Marshall as Robert Schuman or Jean Monnet. But the significance of the Czech coup, like the Berlin airlift, was that at the time, Marshall aid was stuck in Congress. It wasn't really moving. Marshall's plan was the equivalent of, at the time, of 0.7% of American gross domestic product. By the way, that is today the UN level for foreign aid. But at the time, it struck Americans that this was an exercise in state socialism. This was sort of pouring money into a Europe which was not going to be capable of using it. Robert Taft, the great American isolationist senator, tried to reduce the program to 1 year and reduce the amount significantly. Fortunately for these plans, the impact of the Berlin blockade and the Czech coup was to blow these isolationist sentiments in the US Congress aside so that the funds came forward. But the problem was that the Europeans were convinced that unless Europeans themselves felt secure, unless they were willing to open up to each other, if they were forced to devote massive amounts of their budgets to military expenditures, prosperity would not return. And therefore, and again, this is an irony, in October 1947, the French Foreign Minister, Georges Bidault, went to Washington, saw Marshall, and for the first time, suggested the Atlantic Pact, an Atlantic security guarantee from the United States to Europe. Many people, of course, have claimed the credit. Ernie Bevin, the Foreign Minister of the UK, Dean Acheson, who actually went on to describe the birth of NATO in his memoirs as present at the creation, as if it was the sort of the foreign policy equivalent of God's creation of the universe. But Bidault was the first person, at least according to my research, who actually came up with the idea. The French at the time were essentially worried about Germany, not the Soviet Union. The first post-war pact, the Treaty of Dunkirk between the UK and France in 1947, was in fact not directed against the Soviet Union at all, but directed against Germany. And the French were very eager, similar to what they did after World War I, to ensure that they had economic domination of the Ruhr so that they could control German economic recovery and prevent the emergence of a very strong armed Germany in the future. The Americans at the time were uncertain how to respond to those French overtures. Some, like George Kennan, believed that the essential way of implementing containment was through economic and social pressures rather than through military pressures. He later made a career. He lived until just a few years ago out of proclaiming that his containment doctrine had been misunderstood. In fact, he sort of denied his own theory to a large degree. Others, for example, like Henry Wallace, the old Roosevelt's former vice president, who formed a progressive party in the United States, believed that essentially the Soviet Union, after the immediate post-war period, had stopped being an expansionist power, had become rather conservative power, that the Soviets were really more worried about the resurrection of the West and the United States nuclear weapon. They were defensive, than that they were concerned to provoke the United States, and that therefore a security pact would be needlessly provocative vis-à-vis the Soviet Union and would only cement the division of Europe. One could argue that perhaps he might have been wrong in his analysis, but he was certainly right about some of the consequences when NATO was created. The other thing in the United States is that when the Europeans suggested it, the American view was that, well, do we really need to form an organization in which we actually are full members? Why don't we just give a kind of over-the-horizon security sort of guarantee to what the Europeans are doing already? But most importantly of all, based on the success of the Marshall Plan, the response of the State Department was that Congress would never go along with an American security alliance with the Europeans unless the Europeans had shown first or foremost that they were willing to take the situation into their own hands. And so, in 1948, the Western Union was formed. I find the Western Union, which later on in 1954 became the WEU, the Western European Union, which still survives today, as one of the most fascinating sort of lost opportunities in European history. Here was not simply a military agreement between the UK, France and the Benelux powers, which Germany and Italy joined later in the 50s, but here was the genesis 10 years before the European Economic Community, 8 years before the Treaty of, 7 years before the Treaty of Messina in 1955. Here was the genesis of a true European Union, and the French wanted it to be a true European Union. It was my country, unfortunately, the British, who sort of kept it as a military alliance only and took out all of the clauses on economic and social cooperation. Had the Labour government accepted to make Winston Churchill the British negotiator at a time when Churchill was going around Europe preaching European unity, maybe the UK would have been more involved in this from the early stages. But the United States essentially said to the Europeans, you have to come up first and foremost with your own self-help. You know, do as much as you can together, despite your circumstances. Come forward to us with a consolidated plan, and then we can enter negotiations. But Congress will not accept to put in military equipment and manpower for what is an inability or an unwillingness of the Europeans to help themselves first and foremost. This is interesting because the Western Union was almost like a NATO in Genesis. When it was created in 1948, it had a SACEUR. It had a supreme commander, General Montgomery, Bernard Montgomery, the great British general of World War II, who was at Fontainebleau at Shea, with a French general who was his land commander. It started an infrastructure program to pull European infrastructure together. It started the first ever coordinated defence planning system. NATO didn't create these things. We always claim the credit, of course, for having an integrated military structure and a SACEUR and an integrated command structure, but we didn't. We actually took these from the good old Western European Union, the WUDO, as it's called, the WUDO, the Western Union Defence Organisation. It was only when the WUDO had been set up and had started to formulate its demands to the United States for military help that the United States ultimately agreed to start talks on NATO. Secret talks that were held in a basement in the Pentagon with no windows whatever, and where the United States initially was quite non-committal, wanting to see first what the Europeans would do. Well, what was the problem? The problem, of course, for the American negotiators was the US Congress, which had been left in the dark. Congress, as I mentioned, was full of pro-UN supporters who saw a regional alliance as potentially undercutting the UN. Congress was full of people who were extremely wary of an Article 5 commitment. Of course, NATO is based on Article 5. You know this. But why be wary of an Article 5 commitment? Because Congress wanted to keep the constitutional prerogative to declare war. They did not want it to be something which was automatic. And of course, the Europeans wanted precisely the strongest possible guarantee that they could get out of the United States. The model was the Western Union, again, which had an Article 4 guarantee which obligated military assistance in the event of an attack. Congress, once the negotiations began, watered down that quite significantly by taking out the reference to a direct reference to military assistance and leaving the response largely open to how an ally would wish to react. The great breakthrough was the so-called Vandenberg Resolution, 11th of June 1948. Senator Vandenberg, Arthur Vandenberg, was the senator from Michigan. He was a difficult chap, but he was a true internationalist. He pushed a resolution through the Senate which allowed for the first time constitutionally the United States to associate itself with a regional alliance framework. That cleared the way. The negotiations went on in an ambassadors committee to and fro for the best part of July to September 1948. There were some really difficult issues that they had to deal with in what an American journalist, Dan Cook, has called a Viennese minuet. What were the issues? Well, first of all, was this issue of how much European self-help should there be first and foremost. The American military were not in favour of NATO. Again, the myth may be that the Pentagon would be all for it. No. It was a creation of the State Department, not the military. The military, basically, was trying to rearm itself after the Second World War. It was trying, first and foremost, to buy new aircraft, new equipment, new rifles for itself. And there was a great deal of reluctance about giving the stuff away virtually free to a number of European allies. So how much self-help first? Secondly, would the pact be built around the Western Union, to which the United States would simply associate itself, but without formally joining? Would it therefore be an essentially European solution, or would it be something new? George Kennan, in particular, was the first to come up with the idea of a dumbbell concept, that it would be an essentially European organisation with a American sort of Canadian strategic planning board meeting in Washington to provide assistance in worst-case scenarios. That, of course, at the time when the European Union is developing its own defence identity, is potentially an arrangement that could have been achieved already back in 1948-49. We didn't have to wait until the 21st century for that to happen. Ultimately, the American State Department negotiators decided that it would be better to create something new. Why? This brings us to the third issue. The Western Union countries essentially did not want to expand their organisation. They wanted, of course, the bulk of the American help. They didn't want to share it with Sweden, Norway, Portugal, Italy, or others. The Americans, however, were interested basically in an Atlantic arrangement. That's why we call it the North Atlantic Alliance. They, first of all, believed that the whole concept of defending Europe would not work without stepping zones. They wanted the Azores as a military base, and therefore the fact that Portugal, the owner of the Azores, was at that time a dictatorship under Salazar, which means that it didn't meet the democratic criteria, was overlooked. In US Congress, they drew a distinction, which sounds familiar even today, between totalitarian countries that couldn't change and authoritarian countries, which may not be very pleasant, but which could still be useful and which could change over time. The United States was interested in Italy because they wanted to keep Italy out of the hands of communists by including it in an Atlantic pact. The Americans also felt that they had to have Iceland, which they'd left in 1944, again as a strategic stepping stone across the Atlantic. The United States was interested in Norway and interested in Denmark. There was even a push from the Congress to include Franco's Spain. but eventually Ernie Bevin vetoed that on behalf of the United Kingdom, although despite the fact that Spain had been neutral in World War II. So the American desire was to have a wider grouping, but essentially of Atlantic countries. The European desire was to have a smaller grouping, but essentially committed to defending in Germany against the Soviet Union. To some degree, the fear of the Europeans was if this Atlantic concept prevailed, what it actually meant was the sort of equivalent of World War II all over again. A French prime minister famously said that the United States would more or less come back when Europe was already a corpse and civilization was already doomed. In other words, that the Soviet Union would overrun Europe, and only then would the United States sort of come back and liberate Europe and push the Soviet Union back out. The Europeans were much more interested in having American forces right there on the central borderline to have forward defense as far forward as possible so that the battle could be won, in inverted commas, without Europe suffering devastation. So that was a tricky issue as well. Who would be in? Then there was the question, should it be just a military alliance or should it be something more? The French, the British were essentially interested in a military alliance only. It was the Canadians who pushed very strongly for the inclusion of Article 2 on economic and scientific cooperation, even though it has to be said in all fairness that NATO has not really done very much with that over the 6 decades of its history, because the Canadians believed that vis-a-vis their public opinion, something that was a temporary military alliance and not really a new sort of community of democracies with Europe would not sell so well, and again would seem to be incompatible with the United Nations. So Canada ultimately got its Article 2. Next issue was to include the European colonies or not. The Dutch wanted to have Indonesia covered. So we would have had the global NATO in 1949. We wouldn't have had to wait for 2009 for a more global NATO. The French wanted all of their African colonies to be covered as well. The Belgians asked if the Congo could be within the NATO perimeter. The Portuguese, Mozambique and Angola. The Americans were terrified about this because they could see that vis-a-vis their public opinion, the idea of NATO, not as the defender of democracy, but a kind of an American guarantee for the Europeans to keep going with their discredited colonialism after World War II, that would have sunk the treaty. It would have been dead on arrival in the US Senate. But the French insisted on Algeria. That was really a deal breaker, and eventually Ted Achilles, one of the State Department negotiators, decided that the best thing was simply to draw the line at the Tropic of Cancer, which fortunately for the French covered Algeria, at least until 1962 and Algerian independence. The Dutch never got their Indonesia. Then the issue, how to define Article 5, which I mentioned already. This was the struggle. This was an extremely protracted debate where at the end of the day, Ernie Bevin took the view better to have an imperfect treaty with a weaker Article 5 than the Europeans wanted, the no treaty at all. The key thing was to have American troops in Europe. A French defense minister in the 1950s, René Plevin, was once asked, how many American troops do we need to ensure the defense of Europe? Plevin said 1. I said, what? Only 1? Yep, he gets killed first. That was the beginning of a view that the weaker the treaty guarantee on paper, the more you needed American infrastructure and hardware forward deployed in Europe to show that the Americans would be entangled and could not escape their obligations, whether they wished to or not. Again, if one looks at missile defense today, there are certain echoes of that debate even now. A paper treaty is good, an American base on your territory is even better. Finally, the length of the treaty. Georges Bonnet, the American, Bonnet, how could he be American? Georges Bonnet, the French ambassador, who was the French negotiator, wanted 99 years. The Europeans would have settled for 50 years, which was the duration of the Western Union. The Americans wanted 10 years because they believed that NATO would be a temporary arrangement. It wasn't meant to last. It was a kind of temporary sort of plaster cast, allowing the European arm to mend, and afterwards the Americans would be able to Europeanize Western defense and retreat into isolationism. Eventually they settled at 20 years with a review clause after 10 years, allowing anybody who wanted to leave. So far, nobody has left. Ladies and gentlemen, as I terminate, it was all over by September 1948. The treaty was more or less done and dusted. Okay, I know what you're going to ask me. Why is it then that it was not signed until April the 4th, 1949? Good question. The reason is the American elections. The State Department did not want to submit the treaty to a lame duck Congress, and everybody assumed that Harry Truman was going to lose. Thomas Dewey, the governor of New York, who was the Republican challenger, did not even bother to campaign. Every opinion poll, every editorial predicted that he was going to be the comfortable winner. There was even a newspaper, the Chicago Tribune, which was printed early, you recall, very famous in American politics, saying Dewey wins by landslide. And Truman, of course, on the morning of his great victory in 1948, loved to hold up the Chicago Tribune just to show that everybody had got it wrong. Truman, with his whistle-stop tour across the United States and his criticisms of the do-nothing Republican Congress, was a formidable campaigner and won against all of the odds. But you may ask, well, wait again, Jamie, Harry Truman won, Harry Truman was pro-NATO, so why did it take such a long time? The reason is, paradoxically, because the Republicans lost the Congress. The Democrats won control. And the problem is that therefore people like Vandenberg, who was one of the fathers of the treaty, lost his position as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and a whole new squad came in who basically, as always in politics, said if our predecessors did it and if it was the other party, we don't want to have anything to do with it, you know. And therefore the State Department had to begin the whole process again with a completely different set of figures in Congress to persuade them nonetheless. For example, the new chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Connolly of Texas, actually said that the United States was behaving as a kind of Sir Galahad, that was his expression, Sir Galahad, in promising security to unreliable European allies. Finally, however, on April the 4th, the treaty was signed in Washington, which is strange because the British suggested Barbados, the Portuguese suggested to sign it in the Azores, symbolically midway in the Atlantic, so we could, talk about the Treaty of the Azores. The Americans insisted on Washington, of course, showing who was the senior ally to some degree from the beginning of the organization. The treaty, simplicity itself, 14 articles, much shorter than the Treaty of Rome. Ted Achilles, the negotiator from the State Department, said that it had the simplicity of language that even an Omaha milkman would be able to read it and understand it. The band, however, struck a sour note. The band that was brought to the ceremony in 1949, obviously without any coordination, played two tunes from Gershwin's Porgy and Bess. I've got plenty of nothing, and it ain't necessarily so. So NATO perhaps did not get off to the most auspicious beginning, but it was done. Looking back, what did it signify at the time? Well, first of all, of course, that the United States had renounced isolationism and become a European power, not realizing itself at the time just how long-standing that commitment to Europe would actually be. France temporarily turned its back on the French idea of a third force. That was the idea of a Europe between the Soviet Union and between the United States, representing a different pole in international security, because France realized that it was too weak to implement that. Germans were not yet partners. They were still the hated adversary. The British, as I've said, were reluctant. But of course, as we'll see in the next lecture, by the 50s, the French had recovered their spirits, had started to form a partnership with Germany, had given up on the British, and were once again pushing within the alliance for a greater European role. I think for my country, the experience was particularly decisive. Britain, after the Second World War, had been prepared reluctantly to accept the need for European unity. And in the Western Union, the first experiment, the British were in the lead. It was a British idea to set up the Council of Europe and the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. But once NATO was signed, the British had the United States, the special relationship, the security with Washington, and we started fatally, in my view, to turn our back on the European experiment for several years. But the real winners were the defeated powers. Germany and Italy were potentially even more the victors of NATO than the French, the US, or the British, because NATO was the vehicle, given that they were not allowed into the Western Union, whereby they could be incorporated into Euro-Atlantic structures and recover their respectability. Italy was invited to join right from the start at American insistence. Germany, of course, in 1955. Finally, was it really necessary? Historians, even today, ladies and gentlemen, continue to fiercely debate the point of whether NATO was really necessary. As I've said, George Kennan, in particular, felt that it was an over-militarization of East-West relations. Henry Wallace, as I've said, believed that it had overestimated the threat that the Soviet Union really posed. It accepted, if you like, as permanent a division of Europe, which at the time was still very much in flux. The Warsaw Pact, in fact, was not created before NATO. It was created in 1955 following NATO and as a reaction to it. But again, if you take the view of the statesman at the time, we did not know what Soviet intentions were. Churchill famously said that, the Soviet Union is a mystery wrapped inside an enigma, surrounded by a puzzle, or words to that effect. And indeed, even if the Soviet Union was a Pacific power, its refusal to cooperate, particularly over Germany, its general surliness, its whole demeanour, didn't sort of create confidence at the time among the Europeans. So if one looks at the circumstances at the time, then perhaps NATO, if not inevitable, was all the more likely because the Soviet Union certainly did not try to do anything constructive to stop it from taking place. But was that then the beginning of sunshine and light? Obviously not. The beginning of the alliance was not the end of differences between the Americans and the Europeans over security policy. One can argue that to some degree it was the beginning of differences between the Americans and the Europeans over how to conduct security policy. It simply provided a framework in which those debates could finally truly be engaged. And we'll see next time how that was the case once the Korean War came along and the French decided that they wanted a European army. But anyway, that's for next time. For now, thank you very much. Questions, if there are any?
You've talked a little bit about missed opportunities in history, such as the Wudu. Now on NATO's 60th anniversary, what do you think are some missed opportunities within NATO currently?
Well, I still find that we have had, right throughout our history, and we see it right in the 40s, the beginning, this sort of issue that the Americans have been much more supportive of a federal Europe and a common European defence policy with common European military assets than they're often credited for. The perception often has been that the United States has seen a European defence effort as antagonistic to NATO. It's been either or, you're a good European or you're a good Atlanticist, but you can't be both. If one goes back to the history, one will find that for a long time, many American figures like Senator Fulbright really believed that the late 40s was an opportunity for Europeans to come together in a real union, which had been lacking, of course, in the 1920s and 30s. And Fulbright was an opponent of NATO at the beginning, not because he wanted Europe to sort of fall under the Soviet hegemony, but precisely because Fulbright thought that this would slow down as it did to some degree, the push for European unity, which could best be done in circumstances of need, of deprivation, than in circumstances of prosperity. That prosperity would bring back national egotisms, nationalisms, and the whole momentum would be lost. So if one looks at the origins, one could see that this idea that the Americans were looking for a twin pillar alliance with a strong, capable European pillar here, with its own forces, was there. And indeed, next week, in my second lecture, I'm going to talk about the missed opportunities after Stalin's death in the 1950s, when it was the Americans, again, who, wanting troops in Europe, as they had to deploy troops to Asia to fight the Korean War, it was the Americans, with the French, who came up with this idea of the EDC, the European Defence Community, which almost brought about a European army, something that nobody is talking about today, despite the enormous progress in European defence. So looking at a history, one could see that, that there is, as I said, much more prospect for the Europeans to look after their own security, albeit with a kind of an Atlantic envelope in the wider sense, much more prospect than the subsequent history of NATO would tend to assume. I think there's one, that's one thing. The second problem, though, right from the very beginning, is guns versus butter. Throughout the history of NATO, right there at the beginning, there's always been this question about whether security policy, prosperity, is best handled by spending large sums on armaments, or whether it's better handled by investing in the economy, in civil society, in education, and so on. The Americans were rather alarmed at the cost to themselves of having to build up the European military forces after the Second World War. And again, there were people in Washington who worried about NATO, particularly George Kennan, because he precisely believed that the emphasis would be put on so-called non-productive investments, such as in the military field, and not in the economic recovery of Europe, which he believed in the long run would better defeat communism, Europe as an example of success, than a hostile armed Europe, which would only perpetuate an arms race. Now, I'm not saying that the disintegrate NATO was wrong, of course not, nor the need for Europe to have adequate defences. But right at the very beginning, there, on both sides of the Atlantic, there, of course, has been this argument over burden sharing. How much is done by the Americans? How much is done by the Europeans? What is a fair burden share? And again, you see that there's nothing new under the sun. We've carried that debate all the way forward, with the Americans putting a lot of pressure on the Europeans to take the burden off them, off their shoulders, by increasing European defence budgets, and a great European reluctance to put economic prosperity at risk by investing in American-style levels of defence spending.
Talking about this famous note by Stalin sent over to the Western Allies offering reunification of Germany, how do you think did that affect NATO or the Western Alliance?
This, of course, did not happen in 1948-49. This came along in the 50s, in 52, shortly before Stalin died. Stalin at the time ultimately saw the success of West Germany. And was worried, of course, that the next push would be the remilitarization of West Germany. The Korean War, in the meantime, had broken out. The United States had virtually no army to fight in Korea. At the beginning, they were in terrible straits because they only had some extremely badly equipped, badly trained divisions in the Pacific to actually send to South Korea. And initially, as you know, the Americans were almost defeated before General MacArthur was given the job of reorganizing the American forces, and then did a brilliant maneuver landing at Incheon, and then pushed the North Koreans and eventually the Chinese back, although ultimately we all know that then the Chinese came back again, and it ended in a stalemate in 1953. But the problem was for the United States is that they saw very clearly at a time when they believed the main threats were in Asia, that the Americans would not have sufficient forces to defend Germany. And therefore, who better to defend Germany than the Germans themselves? But of course, this worried the Russians enormously, as it worried the French, the creation of a Bundeswehr, a German army, once again. And this is why one of the reasons why Stalin launched this plan in an effort to sort of stave off German remilitarization by suggesting that a different approach whereby Germany could be neutralized would stay out of security arrangements, because, of course, if a remilitarized Germany had to mean a Germany in NATO, a Germany under controls, a Germany in a multilateral structure. Stalin saw this very well, so he tried to nip it in the bud by suggesting, not for the first time, by the way, in Soviet foreign policy, that Germany could be reunited and live at peace as a democracy, but as a neutral country. In fact, this idea came up again briefly under Gorbachev in 1989, 1991, after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, when it in fact was rejected not just by the United States, but of course by Chancellor Kohl and the Germans themselves. I think at the time, to answer your question, back in the 50s, because, again, communist forces were very strong, particularly in East Germany, that the Allies did not believe that a neutral Germany would really be a democratic Germany at the time, that it would inevitably be a satellite country of the Soviet Union, hence the rejection. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that's whetted your appetite. I'll probably, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating when you'll either come back next time or not. I hope you do. Next time I want to carry on where we left off there, talking about the 50s, the death of Stalin, the beginning of the détente process, NATO having to become NATO. Because when the treaty was signed in 1949, there was no Secretary General of NATO. There was no building here. There was no infrastructure, no armed forces. How did, therefore, NATO truly become NATO? And we begin the debates in the 50s, which go on and on, even to today, about what is the right military strategy for NATO to have. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased and relieved to see you back here this week. Every time I have to give a lecture on history, I feel like the seventh husband of the Italian actress Gina Lollobrigida, who once said on their wedding night, I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I can make it interesting. So I'll try to make it interesting. This whole series, as you know, is really about how NATO became NATO. But this week, when we talk about the 1950s, really does focus on that particular issue. How did we go from being an alliance to an organization? How did we go from being a treaty to a bureaucracy? How did we put the N, if you like, or at least the O word, rather, organization into the word NATO? Wellington, the Duke of Wellington, after the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, said that it had been, I quote, a damn close run thing. And what I tried to tell you last week in the first lecture on the birth of NATO was that there was nothing automatic or natural about the alliance. The Americans, just to recall, hesitated right up until the last minute. Some were worried that NATO would represent a return to balance of power diplomacy and would bury once and for all the dream of Franklin Roosevelt of a security organization after World War II based on the UN Charter, based on what he called the four policemen. And that included not only nationalist China, but also the Soviet Union. Indeed, if you look at the NATO treaty, the Washington Treaty, there are no fewer than 9 references to the United Nations in just 14 articles of the treaty. So conscious were the drafters of the treaty to try to please the Senate by putting as many references as they could to link NATO as closely as possible to the UN, to show it as part of the system rather than as an alternative to the system. We saw also that there were many people in the American military who also didn't like the idea at a time when Harry Truman was compressing the US defense budgets after World War II. They didn't like the idea that a lot of their military toys or tools would be shipped off to the Europeans who were not making what they considered to be an adequate effort to look after themselves. Indeed, the Washington Treaty sailed through Congress quite smoothly, 83-13 at the end of the day. But the thing that really proved difficult and took well over a year was the passage of the Mutual Defence Assistance Programme. Immediately the NATO treaty was signed, the Europeans predictably came in with a massive request for American armaments to the tune of $1.45 billion of US expenditure. Now today, $1.45 billion seems to be used up every minute in the global financial crisis, but back in 1949, it was a good deal of money, and Congress was much more reluctant to pass that money than to approve the Washington Treaty. There was a sense in Congress, but wait a minute, we thought this treaty, by giving a guarantee to the Europeans, would actually give them a motivation to help themselves. But what we see instead is that the Europeans were just waiting for the treaty to be signed as an excuse to come forward with what they really want, which is American material aid. In fact, Dean Acheson, the Secretary of State, when he testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on the treaty, was asked, Mr. Secretary, if we sign this Washington Treaty, does it mean that our boys go back to Europe? And Acheson gave, I quote, an absolute and categorical no. Of course, a couple of years later, as we're about to see, the US had tens of thousands of troops in Europe. And I'm not saying that Acheson lied. Of course not. That was the assumption at the time. But had he said yes, it is far less likely that the Washington Treaty would have passed. But we also saw, ladies and gentlemen, that the French also had hesitations. The French were not really looking for a guarantee against the Soviet Union. They were looking for a guarantee against Germany. Indeed, supporters of the treaty in France spoke of double containment of Russia, Soviet Union, but also containment of Germany too. Indeed, the first Secretary General of NATO, Lord Hastings Ismay of the United Kingdom, was once asked by a journalist what the role of NATO was, and he said, "Oh, it's very easy. It's to keep the Americans in, the Russians out, and the Germans down." The French in 1950, at least, maybe not today, would have approved of that statement. We also saw there were hesitations in many countries invited to join. Sweden was invited, but ultimately refused, having tried unsuccessfully to put together its own Scandinavian alliance. So there was nothing automatic about NATO, but we also saw that Stalin helped things along. So much so that the second Secretary General of NATO, Paul-Henri Spaak, the Belgian, said in the early 50s that every European village should erect a statue to Stalin in gratitude, because had he not had such a paranoid view of security after World War II, then nobody would have ever had the courage to put together an Atlantic alliance. Indeed, the great disillusionment was that the Soviets, after the Second World War, decided that their security lay in territorial acquisition and expansion and in a strong balance of power. By 1949, they had already acquired their own nuclear device. In fact, Stalin once told the Yugoslav later dissident Miloslav Diaz that he who holds territory will impose his social system upon it. It cannot be otherwise. Although, to give him credit, Stalin at least later confessed that trying to impose communism on Poland was like trying to put a saddle on a cow. Indeed, the Soviet nuclear tests in 1949 were the single most important thing in finally persuading the reluctant Congress to pass this military defense assistance program, which gave the Europeans their $1.5 billion. So we saw last time that the treaty was a kind of combination of principle but also compromise. I don't often quote Karl Marx, but he nonetheless does from time to time have some good insights. He once wrote that, and I quote, "Men make history, but let me start again. Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please. They do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly found, given and transmitted from the past. And as I mentioned last week, I think the treaty was a fine exercise in how a very skillful group of diplomats who came up against initial opposition to a NATO treaty, used events like the Berlin blockade, the Czech coup d'etat in February 1948, the Soviet testing of its first atomic device in 1949, to get round the obstacles and gradually get a majority. But there was once an Italian prime minister, the first prime minister of Italy in 1861, D'Azeglio, who once famously said, "We have made Italy, but now it is our task to make the Italians." And I was reminded of this phrase when I was thinking of NATO in the early 50s, that the treaty had, in fact, it's the other way around. The treaty had made the Allies, but the treaty had not made NATO. NATO at the very beginning was a rather puny affair. We had a watered-down Article 5 at the assistance of the Americans. There were simply 2 US low readiness occupation divisions on sentry duty in Germany. There was no organization, no SACA, no shape, no headquarters, no Secretary General. The only thing was a North Atlantic Council, which met pretty infrequently, and believe it or not, in London. The first home of NATO was in London, not Paris. That came later. And there were some planning boards. At one stage, 5 regional planning boards to coordinate defense requirements. But the US military, again, very reluctant about NATO, only participated in 3 of them, even at the best of the times. Indeed, most of the NATO scope was not Article 5, the Collective Defence Agreement, but Article 3, the part of the treaty which said that we all had to give assistance to each other in terms of our defence. And that was basically a wrangle between how much money could be squeezed out of the reluctant Pentagon and how reluctant the Europeans would be in return for that money to give the United States bases and facilities in Europe. But if we sort of just wind the clock forward, ladies and gentlemen, just a 5 years later, what do we see? 6 US divisions in Europe, over 100,000 men. Supreme headquarters, Allied powers Europe, under the prestigious war hero General Eisenhower at Shea. A NATO plan at the Lisbon Conference in 1952 to have, wait for it, 96 divisions in Europe to guard against what was perceived at the time to be between 175 and 300 Soviet divisions. Hundreds of American nuclear weapons in Europe, beginning with the dispatch of B-29 bombers, nuclear-capable bombers, to the United Kingdom in 1949. NATO had expanded from 12 to 15 members. Greece and Turkey joined in 1952, and then West Germany became part of the alliance finally in 1955. Indeed, the Western Union, we spoke about that last time, the embryonic European self-help defense organization, had transferred most of its functions to NATO. NATO had moved from London to Paris with a Secretary General, bureaucrats like me, my ancestors on the international staff, and the whole paraphernalia of a modern international organization. Plus, we had gained an adversary, at least, if you like, a more numerous, better organized one, because in 1955, largely in reaction to West Germany coming into NATO, the Soviet Union had set up its kind of alternative structure called the Warsaw Treaty Association, or the Warsaw Pact. So, question for today is, how do we explain this sort of massive transformation in such a short space of time from an organization which the Americans were reluctant about to an organization where the United States was by far the dominant partner with a massive presence, both nuclear and conventional, on the territory of Europe, and a NATO which originally was designed to last for 10 years, then 20, having become a permanent feature of modern European history. How do we explain this? Well, there is a very, very simple two-word answer. It's called Korean War. It's the ultimate paradox that we owe this organization in Europe to a war thousands of miles away in Asia. It was the Korean War which broke out in June 1950 that changed everything. Later on, the counselor to the US State Department, Charles Boland, who was not a particular friend of NATO at the beginning, said that it was the Korean War, not World War II, that made the United States into a global military political power. Now, historians doubt today, ladies and gentlemen, to what degree Stalin was really behind the decision of Kim Il-sung, the leader of North Korea, to invade the South in 1950. Although it does seem clear from all of the archives that I've accessed that Stalin knew about it and at least sort of, didn't say no if he didn't explicitly say yes. But still, Stalin was rather hesitant in the late 1940s to confront the United States. He told the Yugoslavs not to make trouble over Trieste, the disputed border town with Italy, because Russia, the Soviet Union, as he said, was still recovering from World War II, and I quote, "We are not yet ready for World War III." Stalin also had been, if not a gentleman, at least kept his word when in 1944 he did a deal with Churchill whereby they split up the Balkans into zones of influence. Greece was given to the UK, and Stalin, despite the pressures from the very strong Greek Communist Party, kept his word on that as well. But nonetheless, no matter how much the Soviet Union was responsible for the Korean War, there's no doubting the impact it had. Truman said that if this invasion, the invasion of South Korea by North Korea, if this invasion goes unchallenged, it would mean World War III. In the United States, it set off a storm. A very famous document came out of the policy planning staff of the State Department, this time not headed by George Kennan, but by Pulnitzer, called NSC 68, which is one of the most fundamental of all Cold War documents. A nightmare scenario of a rampant Soviet Union, which would be pushing for more expansion, testing all of the weak spots against the United States, and which could only be opposed by a massive build-up in US defense spending and forces. And indeed, after the Korean War, Pulnitzer got his way. Truman increased the US defense budget from a puny $13 billion all the way up to $60 billion and created what Eisenhower later on at the end of his presidency condemned as the military industrial complex. It also gave rise to the domino theory in the United States, which of course was popularized under Secretary of State John Foster Dulles in the 50s. The idea that if the United States did not resist as far as forward, then rather like a rotten apple in a barrel of healthy apples, the rotten apple would finally contaminate all of the healthy ones in due course. Part of this fear of the Korean War was also the fact that China had gone to communism in 1949. There was hysteria in Washington. McCarthy, Joe McCarthy, the famous senator who set off the McCarthyist witch hunt, accused the Truman administration of literally losing China. And if you know the positions of Atchison and Truman in terms of standing up to the Soviet Union, you can imagine how extreme McCarthy must have been if he accused them of laxism or being soft. So Truman was under tremendous domestic pressure to resist. Now, why is this important for NATO? I know what you're going to say. Well, because at the time, so convinced were the Americans that the Soviet Union was behind the Korean War that they immediately decided that if the Soviets were testing a divided state in Asia, divided between a communist part and a sort of you can't really call it democratic, especially not under Sigmund Rhee, who was in many respects, if not just as dictatorial as Kim Il-sung, at least was hardly a democrat, but at least a kind of Western entity. That if that was the case in Korea, look at Germany, exactly the same, a state divided between two different social systems, and the pressure would be on. So the Americans did something which made the French have sleepless nights. 1950, just following the outbreak of the Korean War, Dean Acheson got together with the French foreign minister and the British foreign minister in the Waldorf Astoria hotel in New York City. This was an episode that became known as the bomb at the Waldorf. The bomb was not a real bomb. Too many of those, unfortunately, go off today. This was more of a diplomatic bomb. Acheson said, we have got to have German troops. The American taxpayer will simply not accept that the Americans have to defend Germany without the participation of West German troops. The West German leader, Konrad Adenauer, saw in this both a risk and an opportunity. Adenauer, der Alte, as he was called, was the mayor of Cologne who had been a resistant to Hitler. He didn't like Berlin. He felt that Berlin stood for social democracy as much as the Prussian military tradition. It was later said about Adenauer that he was quite happy to accept the division of Germany because it meant that the Social Democrats could never really govern the place, as their support was mainly in the industrial East, and that the Christian Democrats, the Rhinelanders, the Catholic Rhinelanders, would have an automatic majority. To some degree, it was true. The Social Democrats could not capture power in Germany before 1968, almost 20 years after the creation of the Bundesrepublik in 1949. And so Adenauer saw in the plan of the Americans for German forces immediately a chance for Germany to regain respectability after World War II and to integrate into the Western democratic system, not as a pariah, not as a defeated country, but as a fully fledged partner, which in exchange for providing troops to the alliance would regain its sovereignty. The Allies would lift all of the controls that they had after World War II on Germany. And if the postponement of reunification was the price that had to be paid, so well be it. Adenauer had what became known as the magnet policy, a sense that when we reunite, it will be the East joining the West, and not some kind of merger of two different systems in a neutral Germany. Of course, Adenauer did not live to see the fall of the Berlin Wall on the 9th of November 1989, but his prediction proved true. On the other hand, though, Adenauer was a bit worried because as somebody who was profoundly suspicious of the German, or rather the Prussian, let's be more accurate, militarist tradition, he didn't really want to see a massive German army which would put massive strain on the, at the time, weak German economy. In fact, he just wanted a sort of glorified Volkspolizei police force. Now, this is important, ladies and gentlemen, because the French, of course, had this terrible problem. You know, they went into NATO because of the double containment. And here, just a few years later, the thing that they went into NATO to prevent is happening, the resurrection of a German army. The Americans told the French, well, come up with something. They then came up with one of the most imaginative ideas in the history of European integration, which the European Union has never quite managed to resurrect. It was called the Plevin Plan, named after the French Prime Minister, René Plevin, which essentially said, let us have a European defence community. In other words, let us have a European army. Where the Germans will be integrated. The good news, of course, for the French in this plan was that the Germans would be integrated only at the level of companies. So no German generals, no German general staff. It would be, if you like, German manpower, but not German leadership. Of course, this is why Adenauer didn't particularly like the idea. He said that, you want us for cannon fodder, but for little else. The Americans, though, did not want to upset the French. The Korean War had also shown that there was a danger of communist penetration into French Indochina. And so instead of trying to get the French out of Indochina as part of the post-war decolonialization policy, the Truman administration was now giving arms and weapons to the French to help them hang on, which they unfortunately were not able to do for very long because they were beaten by Ho Chi Minh at the MPMQ in 1954. But at least not to upset the French, not to get the French out of NATO was a reason why the Americans went along with the EDC. EDC, why is it revolutionary? Ladies and gentlemen, it was not just a European army. There would have been a European Minister of Defense, and there would have been a European high authority to give the direction. In other words, we would have had European political union in the early 1950s without waiting for the Lisbon Treaty, or even the Irish rejection of the Lisbon Treaty. It would have been game, set, and match right from the very beginning, which of course is a reason why the British refused to join the EDC. And of course it didn't help the French that they were left alone with the Germans in the European defence community without the British, let alone the Americans, joining in. It all came to grief, as sometimes grandiose projects do. In August 1954, a combination of communists and Gaullists sharing one thing in common, nationalism, threw the treaty out of the Assemblée Nationale, and it was dead. Dulles, who by now Eisenhower had become president, Dulles, the Secretary of State, Dulles threatened the Europeans with an agonizing reappraisal. Lovely word, huh? An agonizing reappraisal if the French voted down the EDC, because all of America's plans for Germans in the broader collective security of the West depended on it. But it wasn't such a disaster as it seemed at the time. Anthony Eden, the British Prime Minister, came up with the bright idea, why do we not just bring the Germans into NATO instead? That's what happened. But of course, it meant the division of Europe being accepted on a long-term basis. And I'll come back to this in just a few moments. Once the West Germans were in NATO, protected by the Americans, and their economy took off in the Wirtschaftswunder, leaving the East German economy far behind, the great desire of the Germans for reunification, which had been so dominant after the war, gradually disappeared. Indeed, even the socialists, who were the main driving force behind unification, for the opposite reasons to those of Adenauer, at their conference in Bad Godesberg in 1958, accepted NATO, and therefore, along with it, the at least for the time being, division of Europe. But the end of the EDC also coincided, ladies and gentlemen, with a period of détente in Europe. In 1953, Stalin died. And believe it or not, he was succeeded by a person called Lavrenti Beria, who, those of you who know Soviet history will know that he was one of the most bloodthirsty leaders of the NKVD, the forerunner to the KGB that we've ever seen. But sometimes people, as we know, who can be rather dictatorial at home, can be amazingly liberal abroad. Beria, in fact, came up with a plan to reunite Germany as a capitalist state. And that frightened Khrushchev and Malenkov and the other Soviet leaders so much, particularly when they saw uprisings in East Berlin in 1953, that they assassinated Beria and decided there and then, particularly once you had the Hungarian uprising in 1956 and the Polish uprising in 1956, that for the Soviet Union, reform meant loss of control. Reform meant loss of control. If you started to reform, you were immediately faced with a situation that would go far beyond your capacity to control it in terms of the rejection by the grassroots of the communist system. And of course, that was the problem of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe that went right the way up to Gorbachev, who ultimately realized in 1989 that because there was no such thing as reform and keeping control, the best thing was to have reform and lose control. And then the Soviet imperialism came to an end. But it was a period of détente on both sides. Eisenhower, when he came into power, was sometimes because he was a former general, a fiscal conservative. He wanted to cut American soldiers in Europe, which were very expensive, and replace them by nuclear weapons, which were considered to be cheap. And so NATO had a policy of massive retaliation, or the tripwire theory, which meant basically we were much weaker than the Soviet Union. So if they attacked us, we would have no choice but to use nuclear weapons against them. But that would mean a Holocaust, so the Soviet Union wouldn't attack us. It was a rather risky strategy, but the reason it worked was because in the 1950s, ladies and gentlemen, after the death of Stalin, the threat of a Soviet attack was rather low. So you could get away with a risky strategy precisely because there was very little chance that you would be called upon to use it. The 50s were a period of détente. The Austrian State Treaty in 1955 saw the Soviet Union, contrary to everything that Stalin had preached, actually leaving the territory of Austria, which in return accepted a status of neutrality. Soviet forces also withdrew in that year from parts of Finland. So détente was in the air. So the question, of course, that we need to ask ourselves is why at the time did it not ultimately work? Could we have ended the Cold War already in the 50s? Could NATO have sort of gone out of business almost as rapidly as it had been created? Because, of course, NATO, at the end of the day, was an alliance about the fate of Germany, clearly. At least during the Cold War. It may be different today. So NATO only made sense to the extent that neither side could accept a united Germany. The West could not accept a united Germany because they worried it would be neutral under Soviet domination. The Soviet Union could not accept a united Germany if it were capitalist because it would come under the West. And whoever therefore controlled Germany would achieve the balance of power in Europe. Neither side were prepared to take the risk on a united Germany, and therefore both sides stuck to their alliance system. In fact, it became comfortable. When I was at university, I won't give you a date, but it's somewhere between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. I had an American diplomat as a professor called Anton de Pott, and he wrote a classical book called Europe Between the Superpowers, which said that at the end of the day, it's not such a bad solution, the division of Europe. On the one hand, we have two equal blocks, so there's a comfortable balance of power. The Soviet Union has put a lid on lots of nationalist movements in Eastern Europe that have always been disruptive in European history. He quoted Francois Mauriac, a famous French writer, who once said, "I love Germany so much, I'm glad there are two of them." It was a little bit of a realpolitik theory. The great Bismarck himself was once asked, what are you going to do, Chancellor Bismarck, for the Bulgarian Christians who are being persecuted by the Ottomans in the 1870s. And Bismarck said, "I pray for them in my dreams, but they do not form the substance of my policy." And there were echoes of that in 1956. When the Soviet Union moved its tanks into Hungary to crush the Hungarian uprising. 30,000 Hungarians fled. Now, the date wasn't particularly convenient. The British and the French at the time were sending a force to Suez to seize back the Suez Canal from Nasser, much to the disgust of the Americans, who realized that this action was going to cost them the Arab world. The Americans at the beginning were trying to keep the Arab world, not just for oil, but also out of the Soviet sphere of influence. And this was the last thing the Americans wanted to do, for the British and the French to move against a popular Arab leader like Nasser. But it did take our eye off the ball when the Soviets went into Hungary. Now, this was the end of the rollback theory. John Foster Dulles, the American Secretary of State, had been very much associated with this idea of a rollback theory, that we would sort of actively try to push the Soviets back. It became quite clear, though, that after 1956, détente in Europe essentially meant that both sides were content to live and let live. On the Western side, we had our NATO. We had very soon afterwards the Treaty of Rome and the EEC. We had our OECD. We had our Council of Europe. We had our Western financial institutions. And on the Soviet side, they had the Warsaw Pact, they had the Comecon, the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, they had the Cominform, the successor to the Comintern, whereby they hoped to spread their influence around. Both sides, in fact, became increasingly comfortable with this kind of arrangement. Indeed, the competition then spread away from the military area, where NATO was, of course, very much in the front line, more towards the economic area. In July 1957, Vice President Nixon, yes, he was vice president before he became president, went on a trip to the Soviet Union where he met Khrushchev to open the famous American exhibition at the Sokolniki Park in Moscow. Of course, Khrushchev loved to taunt Nixon. He said, whether you like it or not, this is Khrushchev, history is on our side. We will bury you. Nixon, opening this exhibition, proceeded to demonstrate the highlight for the Soviet visitors, which was the all-mods convenience kitchen, complete with dishwasher, electric cooker, and the American domestic goddess's dream, a huge refrigerator. And Nixon declared expansively that the huge refrigerator was because in California they have huge houses. In other words, America was superior because of the consumer society. Khrushchev shot back, saying, your capitalistic attitude towards women does not occur under communism. And then they had a wonderful exchange, which I'd like to quote for you. Khrushchev to Nixon, how long has America existed? 300 years? Nixon, 150 years. Khrushchev, 150 years? Well then, we will say America has been in existence for 150 years, and this is the level that she has reached. We, the Soviet Union, have existed not quite 42 years. And in another 7 years, we will be on the same level as America. When we catch you up, in passing you by, we will wave to you. Of course, it was all bluff and it was all bluster. But in the 50s, believe it or not, the Soviet economy did grow faster than the American economy, 3.5% to 2.5%. In the early days, before the great debt crisis of the 1970s, the Soviet command economy proved quite a useful way of resurrecting Eastern economies after World War II. The key point I'm trying to make is that as you had the military stalemate in Europe because of the détente system, but also the interlocking system of deterrence, the balance of power, so the competition increasingly went off to the third world, to what Churchill once called the soft underbelly of the Western system, to Vietnam, of course, in the 1960s, to Africa, very much in the 1970s. The one place where Americans and Russians would actually fight each other, and not through proxies, was in Europe. The one place where they looked each other eyeball to eyeball was in Checkpoint Charlie in Berlin, where they had a very famous tank confrontation that went on for several hours in 1961, just before the construction of the Berlin Wall. That's probably the closest, despite the Cuban Missile Crisis, that they ever came to war throughout the whole period. Where, on the other hand, they could fight each other through clients and proxies, particularly in Asia and Africa, the conflict went on, and therefore the competition became very much which system at the end of the day would deliver the goods and outperform the other. It became essentially an economic rather than a military contest. So, to wrap up, did we therefore miss an opportunity somewhere between 1953 and 1958, when Khrushchev began the first great Berlin crisis? Did we miss an opportunity to sort of end the Cold War there and then? No. I think that ultimately there wasn't such an opportunity after all. Germany was not ready to end a confrontation which ultimately, as I said, had brought it benefits. Europe, under American protection, lost interest in Eastern Europe for quite a long time. It became the unknown continent. Australia or the United States were much more familiar than Czechoslovakia or Poland or the Baltic states. And under American protection, we then had the Wirtschaftswunder in Germany, les Trente Glorieuses, as the French call the wonderful period of economic growth of the 50s and 60s. as well. The Soviet Union, having tried reform initially, when Khrushchev made his famous secret speech in February 1956 to the 20th Party Congress denouncing the crimes of Stalin, the Soviet Union decided very quickly, particularly in the wake of Hungary and East Berlin, that this was far too risky a strategy. The Soviet Union was maybe no longer prepared to expand communism and probably began to give up the Leninist view that communism had to either expand or go out of existence, or that there was a duty of communism to expand the benefits of the revolution as broadly as possible, to something resembling a sort of modern equivalent of Stalin's socialism in one country, communism in one bloc. But they still believed that over a period of time that system would win through the battle of ideas and living standards, if not through force of arms. So I do not believe that the opportunity was there in the 1950s. But there was nonetheless a consequence from all of this. As NATO sort of ended up in a sort of comfortable sort of status quo affair, where Monday resembled Tuesday, Tuesday resembled Wednesday. You couldn't get rid of NATO because it would invite the Soviets to attack, but you couldn't do anything militarily with NATO because it would be too dangerous. We spent our time waiting to be attacked. Our job was to exist. Doing anything would have been extremely risky and dangerous. But there were two consequences of this. The first consequence was France became restless. As the Soviet threat went down, in French eyes, American leadership became intolerable. The fact that the European dimension, so evident at the beginning, had completely disappeared, killed by the French, but nonetheless became intolerable. General de Gaulle came back in 1958 and immediately started to wiggle and maneuver to try to push both France and the European dimension against the Americans. It's time to share power. Number two, as the military situation froze into a kind of permanent but comfortable division, the question for NATO was NATO simply sit this out, or would it try to bring about a more permanent type of détente through arms control arrangements with the Soviet Union? In other words, like two prisoners in a cell, but who know that they have no choice but to sort of get on. They don't like each other, but they're in the cell. There's no going away. Would both sides try to reach some kind of an accommodation which would not take away the division of Europe, but would sort of lessen the impact, make it more livable, make it less hostile, particularly for the peoples of Europe in terms of coming into contact? In other words, would the French accept NATO when there was no longer a Soviet threat, or at least a perceived one, and would NATO develop a political dimension which meant that if NATO was not capable of fighting its way out of the division of Europe, would NATO at least try to negotiate its way politically out of the division of Europe? That takes us to the crisis of the French withdrawal of NATO from the NATO's integrated command in 1966. That takes us to the great confrontations over Berlin in the early 60s. That takes us to NATO's desperate search for a strategy away from nuclear deterrence that would both deter but at the same time be more realistic and more affordable. And on that, I will stop for today, but hopefully have whetted your appetite for lecture number 3. Thank you very much.
You mentioned NSC 68, which talked a little bit about the missile gap and things like that. How much do you think that of a role NSC 68 played in the creation, and like how much did that military-industrial complex, the economic side of that, and what it was doing for the American economy, all that investment, how much did that drive NATO's kind of existence at that point in time?
Thank you for that. Throughout this history, what we're finding is that people are coming up with policies which are too controversial to be implemented. And then a great historical event happens which seems to confirm their prediction. And so they are immediately implemented and become the conventional wisdom. NSC 68 was written by Pulnitzer in the early part of 1950. The Korean War did not break out until June. When Nitze presented it to Truman, Truman ordered that it be almost all copies destroyed. It was too hot to handle because it was a very bleak prognosis. It called for a big boosting the budget. Truman was under a lot of pressure from McCarthy for winding down the American military, for not standing up sufficiently to the communists. Indeed, when the Korean War broke out, the Americans at first militarily were in a hopeless position because they had only a couple of very badly equipped divisions in Japan. They'd even taken their troops out of Korea after UN-sponsored elections in 1949, before the Korean War began. So Truman, saw that if this thing leaks out, this is going to be more juice to McCarthy to attack me with for having neglected America's defenses. And Truman, as I also said, was a fiscal conservative. He, like any Democrat, he wanted to spend the money on social programs, not on the military. But of course, once the Soviets attacked let me start again. Once North Korea attacked South Korea in 1950, read by the administration, particularly as part of a Soviet-Chinese global conspiracy, particularly as early in 1950, in February 1950, Mao Zedong of China had signed with Stalin in Moscow a Soviet-Sino pact. And to use a communist term, the Americans really believed that the correlation of forces sort of was moving against us, and that they had to make a stand in Korea to show that they were really serious, that they were really capable of standing up to communism. So NSC 68 suddenly seemed to sort of almost be prophetic in everything that went on. And indeed, as I say, the budget went up massively. Caution was thrown to the wind. Even the Europeans got 4 billion. One stage they were begging for 1.75 or 1.5, sorry, and not getting it. The next minute, the Americans were saying, take it, take it, take it, take it, to buttress forces against Germany. And indeed, this was the beginning of the massive American defense build-up. The only problem, of course, for the Americans was that the cost was incredible. For example, I didn't give these statistics in my lecture, so thank you for asking me this question. But the cost of a P-38 Second World War aircraft was $135,000. The cost of an F-18 1950 was 5 times that amount, and the cost of an F-105, which is an American airplane of about 54, 55, was 2.2 million. So not only did you get the military-industrial complex in spending, but you got this vast inflation of military prices, which meant that the Americans ultimately were spending more and more and more to get less and less. When Eisenhower came in 1952, he actually also was a fiscal conservative. He introduced a program called the New Look, which was designed, particularly once the Korean War had come to an end, and things Stalin had died, the Korean armistice in 1953, things started to calm down again, and of course Eisenhower immediately, paradoxically as he was a general, but immediately made cuts. He introduced a program called the New Look, which, as I said, was very much based on the cheap option of putting lots of nuclear weapons around the place as substitute for American forces. So yes, it did lead to this military-industrial complex. Eisenhower felt sufficiently strongly about this that he warned against it in his farewell address in 1960. But it also has been the case, as you know, throughout American history, in the Cold War, that the thing has sort of gone up and down like a souffle. Rise during the Korean War, then back down, back up again as a result of the Berlin crisis and the Cuban Missile Crisis, right the way up to the Vietnam War, a big dip after the Vietnam War, etc., etc. So but that was the first, at least, big liftoff.
I'd like to ask you a huge counterfactual question, which I imagine will be totally impossible to answer. You note that...
No, it won't. Just the answer won't be correct.
You note that the formation of NATO as a large military power was pretty incidental. What do you think would have happened if it hadn't formed in the way that it did, if the Korean War hadn't turned out like that, and if the military structures of NATO had remained fairly minimal? What would Europe have looked like if that hadn't happened? What was it?
That's a good point. What we said last week was that the Americans became convinced that the Europeans would not be able to get back on their feet, either economically or militarily, without some kind of massive American commitment and infusion of funds. this was the Marshall Plan, this was NATO, the economic side and the military side, and afterwards one of the American negotiators, Ted Achilles, said they were two halves of the same walnut. They went together because the Americans were discovering that despite what you may think, the Marshall Plan wasn't working initially. The US was putting in the money, but the Europeans were still having trouble cooperating on economic planning, getting their borders down, presenting the Americans with a joint plan which would release the Marshall aid money. And secondly, the Americans became convinced that if they didn't put some kind of European security blanket in place, the Europeans would spend money on armaments which they really should be spending on their economic recovery. Although, as I said, there are always contradictions in this, because certainly the American Pentagon wanted to see the Europeans spend money on the armaments rather than take away their armaments. But that said, the US, I think, view in the 40s was that the Soviet challenge was basically an internal one. That is to say that the Europeans lacked confidence. France, Italy had very strong communist parties, which in fact participated in the post-war governments. In France, there was a communist-inspired general strike in 1946. We know now that the CIA spent masses of money in Italy helping the Christian Democrats get into power behind Alcide de Gasperi in the 1950s. There was pressure on Greece and Turkey. So I think, don't really think that the Americans, at least before the Korean War, ever really believed that Stalin was going to sort of roll on all the way to Calais. General Bernard Montgomery, the British commander, once famously said, give the Soviet army a good pair of boots and they'll march all the way to Calais. Certainly the Europeans tried to wind the Americans up in order to get assistance, with the view that they would, that the Soviets really meant business. This is strange, because one always gets the impression that it's the Americans who are in the driving seat on these issues. Even Adenauer, when the Korean War broke out, saw an opportunity politically to convince the Americans, hey, you know, I could see that the Soviet Union is building up a East German, military force, so they're preparing to invade. I mean, whether Adenauer believed that or not, I don't know, but it was a good way of winding the Americans up and then helping to get Germany into NATO. So my sense is that, your question counterfactually is a good one, it's a right one to be asked, is that the Americans initially did see NATO as mainly a psychological reassurance policy, give the Europeans confidence, give them a kind of umbrella under which they can integrate. Don't overcommit militarily because it's not really necessary. Anyway, it would just discourage the Europeans doing what they want. But as the Cold War went on, the conservative view in the United States, the Nitzer view of really seeing that the Soviet Union would continue to exploit opportunities, that that the Soviet Union after China became communist really believed that history was on its side, that they were on a roll, that they really would challenge. The conservative view took over, and therefore the American acceptance of the sort of militarization of NATO also came to prevail from about to the 1950 on. So there was a slight opportunity to move in the direction you indicate, but it was snuffed out by the Korean War. As I say, next time round we'll take a look at the 60s. We're gradually sort of coming up to the kind of events that your parents, if not you yourselves, will no doubt remember. So I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. This is lecture number 3 in the series on the turning points in the history of NATO. And today we get to the 60s. This is, for me, is a pleasurable moment, at least in terms of going through NATO's history, because this marks the turning point from talking about things that I was too young to have lived through, and therefore I've had to discover them through research, to a point, the 60s, which basically corresponds to my generation. to use that phrase from The Who, a period when, of course, I was young enough, but also mature enough to know what was going on, or more or less what was going on. And it's therefore, for me, a great pleasure to recall today the 1960s. For those of us who lived through the 60s, and I probably see a couple of people here, this was a sort of a golden talismanic age. It was a time when the drabness and the austerity of the 1950s sort of gave way to a period of prosperity and endless human freedom. You know, the dominant image is Easy Rider on his Harley Davidson riding off into the sunset. Or just to recall a slogan that I saw painted on the walls of the Sorbonne in Paris in May 1968, l'imagination au pouvoir. Everything seemed possible. Indeed, sometimes looking back on the 60s, I'm reminded of what the British poet, the English poet William Wordsworth said of the French Revolution. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. It seemed therefore a time when social relations were being changed and equality, particularly vis-à-vis repressive authority, would be henceforth the name of the game. As one very famous slogan at the time put it, if it is wrong for me to hit the policeman, then it must also be wrong for the policeman to hit me. Now, Wordsworth quickly soured on the French Revolution once it turned into the guillotine and the terror. And no doubt my quick evocation of the 60s is also based largely on the distortions of nostalgia. Because it is true that if one goes beyond hippies at Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco and Woodstock rock festivals and Flower Power and looks at the NATO scene and East-West relations, we were still very much in the Cold War in the 1960s. Indeed, in the early 60s, on two occasions, we came closer to the Third World War and an East-West nuclear exchange at any time since 1945 and at any time since. The first was in October 1961 at Checkpoint Charlie. Looking over the Berlin Wall, which had gone up on the 13th of August 1961. The anti-fascist protection wall, as East Germany used to refer to that wall, in a very Orwellian 1984-ish evocation of the distortion of language. The United States diplomats were refused permission to go into East Berlin unless they showed their identity cards. The US considered that this was a breach of the four-power agreement at Potsdam on the status of Berlin. And at the time, Khrushchev and Walter Ulbricht, the East German leader, were actively talking about the Soviets signing a separate peace treaty with the GDR, whereby the Soviets would have handed over their control of access roads into Berlin and Berlin itself to the East Germans. The Americans immediately feared that if this happened, it could lead to the end of West Berlin as a Western capitalist enclave. It would demoralize the Germans, and so they decided to resist with tanks. The Soviet army then brought up 40 tanks on its side, and the standoff went on for several days. Although the East Germans believed that what they were doing in putting up the Berlin Wall was preventing the hemorrhage of their population. About 1/5 to 1/6 of the entire East German population left East Germany through West Berlin in the late 1950s. That's the reason why the wall went up, and that they therefore couldn't afford to give in either. The second time was pretty much a year later, when the United States discovered through its U-2 overflights over Cuba that the Soviet Union was installing intermediate-range nuclear weapons in Cuba aimed directly at the United States. This became the celebrated Cuba Missile Crisis, when the American Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, famously said, "We went eyeball to eyeball and they blinked first." Eventually, in exchange for lifting the American blockade against Cuba, Khrushchev agreed to withdraw the Soviet nuclear weapons, although something that wasn't advertised very much at the time was that Kennedy was also a person perfectly willing to make concessions, because in a secret deal he agreed to withdraw Thor and Jupiter missiles stationed in Turkey as a quid pro quo. But on two occasions, therefore, the world came close to doomsday or Armageddon. But even looking beyond these two particular crises, the 60s was a testing time. Superpower relations seemed to be breaking down across the board. Khrushchev banged his shoe on the table at the United Nations. The Soviets shot down an American U-2 aircraft with Gary Powell's in it flying over the Soviet Union. The first Khrushchev-Kennedy summit at Vienna in 1961 ended in acrimony. And as the decade went on, the situation didn't seem to get much better either. The Americans, rediscovering containment, in March 1965 introduced ground troops into South Vietnam. By 1968, the Americans had 550,000, over 500,000 ground troops fighting in South Vietnam. And they believed that they were not simply fighting against the North Vietnamese liberation movement, but like in Korea a decade earlier, they were taking on directly the communist forces, particularly as the Soviets and the Chinese were supplying the North Vietnamese. Lyndon Johnson famously declared that if the Americans didn't fight communism in Vietnam, they'd be fighting it on Waikiki Beach in Hawaii. The strength and determination of the United States, he said, inevitably would have to surrender to communism in the Pacific if we do not take up our defenses in Southeast Asia. Vietnam became a massive drain, not only on the American budget, but also on American forces stationed in Western Europe, thereby also raising fears that the Americans might abandon Western Europe to the Soviets by giving priority, as they'd done in Korea in the early 1950s, to Asia instead. Then in the late 1960s, we had the Six-Day War between the Arabs and the Israelis, when again, the Soviet Union and the United States, each supporting their ally in the region, found themselves at loggerhead. And then finally, in August 1968, the end of the Prague Spring, when the Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia. Now, if you compare the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in '68 with the Soviet invasion of Hungary in October 1956, one could argue that it was a much more benign exercise. After all, Alexander Dubček, the Czechoslovak leader, simply became a boiler man in a factory, unlike the Hungarian leader, Imre Nagy, who in fact was executed by the Soviets for this uprising. But the invasion of Czechoslovakia led to the promulgation of the celebrated Brezhnev Doctrine, named after the Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev, in which he said quite explicitly that any state belonging to the communist system would only have a limited degree of sovereignty, and it would not have any control of its own foreign policy. In other words, the Soviet Union decided that if the choice was between reform and the long-term viability of the system or short-term Soviet control, they would always prefer short-term Soviet control. This, to many Europeans, opened up the perspective of an endless Cold War, an endless division of Europe. This turbulence was reflected at the time in NATO as well. Vietnam was extremely divisive, rather like Bosnia became later in the 1990s. When the Korean War broke out, the Americans had 18 allies, mainly Western European, joining them in Korea, many of whom, for example, my country, the UK, suffered very heavy losses. In Vietnam, there was virtually nobody. Some Australians, some South Koreans. Lyndon Johnson famously said to the British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan that he would accept a band of Scotch bagpipers if only the Brits would agree to help out. Nobody did. The Americans felt abandoned and embittered. Second problem was that NATO had to come to terms in the late 50s, painfully, with US-Soviet nuclear parity. In the 50s, NATO had relied on a very simple tripwire strategy, whereby the Americans would put large numbers of nuclear weapons in Europe. An American Admiral Radford in the 50s, in fact, called for 60,000 American nuclear weapons in Europe. This also had the virtue of being very cheap compared to the cost of conventional forces. And if the Soviet Union crossed the tripwire, there would be a nuclear release. It was, of course, pure deterrence based on the theory of massive destruction. But of course, it also was based on the assumption that the Soviet Union would be unable to respond by attacking the United States directly. At the end of the 1950s, indeed, the Soviets were still very, very far behind the United States in rocket technology, in long-range bombers, the ability to deploy intercontinental missiles. One of the reasons why they put the missiles in Cuba in the first place was because they needed to be close to the United States so that their short-range rockets could, in fact, place the United States in a hostage situation. But Kennedy, when he campaigned against Nixon in the election of 1959, was convinced that there was a missile gap, as he famously referred to it, that the Soviets were much, much more advanced than anybody believed, and the end of American nuclear superiority was coming to an end. He may have been a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, taken in by the boasting of Khrushchev, who famously claimed that the Soviets were turning out missiles like sausages. And indeed, we now know in hindsight that the missile gap, or the bomber gap, never existed. The American advantage throughout the Kennedy administration was 17-1 in long-range nuclear rockets vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. But nonetheless, what was clear was that eventually the Soviets would catch up. And as General Omar Bradley, the American commander, once put it, when the Soviets get a bomb to match our bomb, then we'd better get an army to match their army. Now, this, of course, was very unpalatable for the Europeans. It, first of all, meant that if nuclear weapons could no longer be depended upon, if the United States could no longer be relied upon to use its nuclear weapons and to put itself in danger to support the Western Europeans, then the Europeans would have to invest in costly conventional defenses instead. I.e. end of the period of economic growth, the Wirtschaftswunder, or les Trente Glorieuses of the late 50s and early 1960s. Secondly, that Europe could not risk, however, a conventional war. If a war was fought in Europe and not in the United States, then Europe would suffer the destruction, not the United States, which seemed to undermine the principle of sort of equality of sacrifice on which deterrence relied. The next problem was, of course, that if the Soviet Union acquired long-range rockets, the temptation for the United States would be to accept what nuclear experts called sanctuarization, which means that the Americans would do a deal with the Soviets to fight a war out in Europe on the assumption that neither side would place each other's territory at risk through a nuclear exchange, because that, of course, would then mean the destruction of their homelands. Even Eisenhower, who was the archpriest of the reliance upon nuclear weapons, began to have doubts towards the end of his presidency. He once said, "Of course," I quote, "in the defense of the United States itself, we will certainly use nuclear weapons. But to use them in another situation might prove very difficult." Henry Kissinger later on expressed this much more abruptly when he said that no US president would ever risk the safety of the housewife in Kansas to protect the housewife in Hamburg. This had a big impact on General de Gaulle, who had returned to power in France in 1958. If France could no longer rely upon the American nuclear bomb to protect French territory, then why would not France wish to acquire a bomb of its own for that purpose, and a French bomb which, unlike the UK Polaris system, which was bought from the United States, would be entirely independent of US control and totally in the hands of the French. Finally, a strain in the alliance occurred in the 1960s through the famous Mansfield Amendments, which started in 1966. Senator Mansfield, seeing the strain the Americans were under in Vietnam, seeing the Americans under-investing in conventional forces, started a series of amendments which ran in the Senate for 20 years, right up until the mid-1980s, introduced every year, which basically called on the United States to offset, the famous offset agreements, in other words, to give US interest-free loans or even credits in exchange for the US paying the dollar price of maintaining its forces in Europe. At one stage, in 1971, the West Germans were handing over $2 billion a year in interest-free loans to the United States as part of those offsets. But that, of course, increased a debate in NATO, which goes on in Afghanistan to this very day, on what is equitable burden sharing and how do you measure it. The growing disenchantment between France and NATO in this period is also one of the reasons why we remember the 1960s. This, of course, is always associated with that prickly character, the hautain French aristocrat Charles de Gaulle. And we are going to talk a lot about him in just a moment. But to be faithful to the historical record, I have to point out that the French disenchantment with the Americans began really in October 1956. After the Suez debacle, when the British and the French invaded Egypt to capture the Suez Canal back from Nasser as part of a secret agreement with the Israelis, and the Americans, rather than support them, pulled the plug. Eisenhower famously said about the French and the British, these guys are about to lose us the entire Arab world. It was still a time when the Americans were optimistic that they could convince the Arab nationalists like Nasser to be on the side of the Americans rather than on the side of the Soviets. In the UK, we took the decision that Suez meant that we should never do anything without the Americans again. And in Paris, Suez was interpreted as meaning we shall never do anything with the Americans again. Christian Pinault, the French foreign minister, said the main victim of the affair was the Atlantic Alliance. If our allies have abandoned us in difficult, even dramatic circumstances, they would be capable of doing so again if Europe found itself in danger. Of course, the French also were fairly dissatisfied with the lack of American support when they'd been trying to hang on to French Indochina in 1954 during the defeat of the French at Dien Bien Phu in what today would be North Vietnam, with what they considered to be inadequate American support for their attempts to hang on to Algeria. But there's no doubt about it that once de Gaulle returned to power, this sense of distancing France from the Atlantic Alliance and from the United States continued. France tended to be a faithful ally when NATO was in danger. For example, during Khrushchev's ultimatum in Berlin in 1958, during the construction of the wall in August 61, during the period of the Cuban Missile Crisis. But once the crisis passed and things settled down, the French began to feel restless. They began to resurrect the old idea from the early 50s of Europe as a third force, independent of both superpowers. There was one further source of strain, ladies and gentlemen, in the 1960s. I mentioned a moment ago the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, which suggested with the Brezhnev doctrine that the Soviets would maintain at any price the division of Europe. The crisis, of course, had also made clear what we learned after Hungary in '56, that the West was not prepared to challenge that division of Europe either, if it meant a Third World War. That meant that even staunchly anti-communist figures like de Gaulle or the Foreign Minister of Germany in 1966, Willy Brandt, who in 1969 became Chancellor, began to think that if, therefore, the division of Europe couldn't be overcome, it should be at least ameliorated, it should be lessened through a policy of greater closeness. That if you couldn't sort of tear down the wall, you could at least drill some holes through it, which would allow more dialogue, more commercial exchanges, more people-to-people contact. This, of course, became known as the Ostpolitik. It was famously expounded in a speech given by Willy Brandt's foreign policy advisor, Egon Bahr, who is still very much alive and kicking today, in 1966, when he coined the phrase Wandel durch Annäherung, in other words, change through closer ties coming together. Or what Willy Brandt himself in 1969 said, what belongs together must come together. in putting down an early marker for ultimate German unification. But General de Gaulle also believed in a similar policy, if not German unification, at least seeking a relaxation of tensions when he went off to Moscow in 1966 to visit the Soviet Union. In other words, would NATO survive if one group of allies was not only distancing from the US, but coming closer to Moscow in the hope of negotiating a political solution to the division of Europe at a time when the Americans were still refusing to have anything to do, no diplomatic relations, with the vast majority of the communist governments of the East. So, ladies and gentlemen, in short, the 60s saw NATO more divided and under greater stress than at any time since its creation in 1949. Differences on Vietnam, differences on détente. Would NATO survive the defection of its most important or its key member state in Europe, France? Would differences over military strategy, particularly the role and use of nuclear weapons, divide the Allies? In other words, when the treaty expired in 1969 and was due to come up for renewal after 20 years, would Allies take the opportunity to pull out of NATO and go their own way? It's not surprising that in 1962, the first book that I know about with the title The End of the Alliance by a US academic called Ronald Steele appeared. Well, to answer the question about how serious this crisis was, we need to look a little bit in more depth at the three key issues. First, military strategy. And here we have to look at the paradox of nuclear weapons. By the early 60s, US policymakers had come to the conclusion that nuclear weapons were unusable. They'd been threatened in Korea, but not used. They were threatened in 1957 during the crisis between communist China and Formosa, now, of course, Taiwan, over the islands of Quemoy and Matsu. They'd been threatened again in Vietnam, but never used. A whole generation of US strategists, brilliant people, Henry Kissinger, Herman Kahn, Thomas Schelling, Bernard Brodie, the great wizards of Armageddon, had written book after book after book trying to find a role for nuclear weapons as a rational tool of foreign policy, and all failed. But nuclear weapons couldn't be got rid of either. Neither side trusted the other to truly disarm. Each wanted the other to set the example and go first. And even if nuclear weapons were unusable, they were still the ultimate status symbol, the passport to the big league. Indeed, as the Soviet Union ran out of economic steam in the 1960s and the problems that led to the ultimate collapse in the 90s began to appear, nuclear weapons became even more important to the Soviet leadership as the reason why they remained a superpower. This led Helmut Schmidt, the famous German chancellor, a decade later to famously describe the Soviet Union as upper Volta with nuclear weapons. And perversely, it became a Soviet interest to keep the nuclear arms race going. But if nuclear weapons, were unusable, conventional war was unthinkable. 40% of the German population, the West German population, lived within 100 kilometers from the inner German border, Hamburg, 60 kilometers from that border alone. A conventional war could potentially lead to the deaths of millions of German civilians. So there was a contradiction. The Europeans needed a nuclear strategy which promised to go nuclear quickly and thus deter war, while the Americans wanted a conventional strategy to delay nuclear strikes for as long as possible to try to limit the war geographically and to limit its intensity and to avoid nuclear strikes by the Soviet Union on the US homeland. This caused a massive row in NATO in the 1960s when Kennedy's defense secretary, the well-known Bob McNamara, former president of the Ford Motor Company, grappled with this problem. McNamara basically decided that, first of all, NATO should change its strategy, should move away from massive retaliation towards a strategy which became known as flexible response. In other words, to be able to fight it out conventionally. If NATO was failing, then to selectively, step by step, escalate, using first of all tactical nuclear weapons, then intermediate range nuclear weapons, and if everything else failed, at the end, of course, a strategic nuclear exchange between the Soviet Union and the United States. But at least this one time for negotiating an end to hostilities. At the same time, McNamara believed that the way to sell this to the Europeans was not simply to give them nuclear weapons, which they had already, the tactical nuclear weapons, which had been introduced in the 50s, but to give the Europeans a greater say over American nuclear thinking and nuclear policy. In fact, the Kennedy administration even went so far as to offer the Europeans a famous multilateral force, which was a set of 25 surface ships, which would sail around the oceans with American nuclear weapons on board, operated by NATO crews, so that they would, it was almost like a kind of NATO equivalent of the European defence community, which had been offered, the European army, which had been offered in the 1950s. As I've said, the French hated this idea because they didn't trust the Americans any longer. The idea was too complicated in any case in terms of who would really have control over the release of those nuclear weapons. And the United States was pushing the Europeans to invest more in their conventional forces. Finally, in 1967, after terrible wrangling, and only possible because a year before, General de Gaulle had decided to pull out completely from the NATO's integrated military structure, was flexible response adopted. Second, the French withdrawal in 1966. Once de Gaulle came back to power, he immediately came up with an idea of a directoire. In other words, as George Orwell once said, all allies are born equal, but some are born more equal than others. This idea was there at the beginning when NATO was first born, the idea of a steering group of the French, the British and the Americans, but that disappeared after Shea was created with General Eisenhower, the first SACEUR in 1952. France wanted a directoire. The French were also unhappy because, as I said earlier, they were giving assistance to the British with the British nuclear programs, Blue Streak, for example, then Polaris. The Americans, Kennedy, Macmillan, with the British Prime Minister, signed an agreement at Nassau in 1962 on nuclear cooperation, whereas all that the French received was a little bit of enriched uranium-235. There was a real sense of not being treated equally. De Gaulle refused to deploy Thor and Jupiter nuclear weapons in France, with the result that the SACEUR at the time, General Norstadt, removed American nuclear-capable aircraft from France. And in 1959, de Gaulle, in a very famous speech to the École Militaire in Paris, announced that the French were going to have their own force de frappe, their own nuclear force. In 1959, de Gaulle then pulled the French naval fleet out of NATO's Mediterranean command. The real blow came in 1962, when McNamara, who hated independent nuclear systems and wanted total American control, gave a very famous speech at Ann Arbor in Michigan, where he called the French nuclear program, I quote, dangerous, expensive, prone to obsolescence, and lacking in credibility. You know the rest. In 1966, at a very famous press conference, de Gaulle announced that he was pulling out of NATO's military structure and ordered Shea out of France. To make it clear, because we're at NATO headquarters here in Brussels, Belgium, he didn't ask NATO's civilian headquarters to leave. We could stay. But in a gesture of reckless solidarity, I say this half jokingly, NATO civilian headquarters based at the Trocadero decided to show solidarity with Shea and Move. I say this because when I joined NATO in the 80s, there were lots of old types hanging around with tears in their eyes as they got on the train to Paris every weekend, that they had been forced to move from the wonders of Paris to Belgium. But anyway, c'est la vie. or as the French would say, à la guerre comme à la guerre. At the time, this French withdrawal seemed truly dramatic. It certainly did not help NATO's public relations vis-à-vis the Soviet Union or the Warsaw Pact. Probably it could not have been stopped. The French ambassador a few years later, François de Rose, said that of de Gaulle, I quote, "Pulling out was the decision he wanted. The rest was pretext." And Gabriel Robin, a very famous Gaullist French ambassador who was here in the 80s when I first came, confirmed all of this to me as well. There was probably little that the Americans could have done, even if they'd handled de Gaulle in a more sort of flexible, gentle, caring way. Little that they could have done to have explained, persuaded the General otherwise. But was it really such a drama? I think no. Have Friday afternoons off, because it didn't really matter during the Cold War. I also believe, in a rather strange way, that because France took on this sort of one foot in, one foot out stance vis-à-vis NATO, it wasn't integrated. The French actually felt under more pressure than integrated allies to show that they were true allies. So we may have got more out of the French over the years in terms of their troop commitments to operations in Yugoslavia and elsewhere, Afghanistan lately, because they felt as integrated allies under greater pressure to show that they hadn't broken away completely. Indeed, in 1974, NATO's Ottawa Declaration finally buried the nuclear hatchet with the French by recognising the contribution of French nuclear weapons to Allied solidarity. Now, it's true that the French defection vastly irritated a whole generation of American political scientists. If you read Henry Kissinger's book, The Troubled Partnership from the 1960s, which is pretty tough on de Gaulle, you can understand why. But looking back on it with the perspective of history, the French withdrawal may actually have helped NATO at the time to move forward. We could finally adopt the new strategy of flexible response. The small countries, which had been rather snuffed out of NATO business because of the domination of the big three, finally came into their own. And I'm going to give you an example of that in just a moment when I talk about the Harmel report of the Belgian Foreign Minister, Pierre Harmel. And NATO had shown, which was good for our propaganda at the time, vis-à-vis the Soviet Union, that we did not treat our dissidents, i.e. de Gaulle, in the same way that the Soviet Union treated its dissidents, Alexander Dubček of Czechoslovakia or Emil Nagy of Hungary. Nagy, as I say, were executed. That in fact NATO was an alliance which did not go belly up because of dissent. And that rule, of course, applied even more forcefully in the 1980s when we had to deal with Danish footnotes or Greek footnotes or the Greek withdrawal also from the integrated military structure after the colonel's coup of 1967 too. And ongoing. So in other words, rather than dramatise the problem, NATO played it down. The Defence Planning Committee was created, which was essentially the North Atlantic Council minus the French, to look at military business, and life moved on. Third, détente, Ostpolitik. Well, I suppose the phrase here is, if you can't beat them, join them. What was clear at the time was that the Germans in particular and the French were going to go forward with Ostpolitik. And indeed, the strategy of flexible response made this all the more necessary, because if NATO had adopted a riskier strategy, fight it out with conventional weapons, an area where the Soviet Union was bound to have a massive advantage, 3-1 at least in conventional superiority. The Americans were far away over an ocean. The Soviet Union was next door as a land power. So if this strategy was seen as riskier by many allies, what did it mean? It meant that, of course, you could no longer rely upon military means alone to ensure stability. There had to be a political track as well. You had to reduce tensions, you had to have dialogue, you had to negotiate. And so détente did not just mean talking to the Russians, but arms control, confidence and building, security building measures, transparency, the equivalent of the hotline that the United States and the Soviet Union had set up after the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this became the genesis of what is still, even today, for example, just a few days ago in an article in Le Monde and the German press by the German Foreign Minister Steinmeier, still today is referred to in respectful terms as the Hamel exercise, the report by the Belgian Foreign Minister in 1967 with a group of other countries on the future tasks of the alliance, when he said that NATO must maintain defence but also promote dialogue, that NATO must maintain deterrence but also pursue détente. In other words, that NATO to survive has to have a political track and stop being an exclusively military alliance. This saved NATO at the time from what, to my mind, would have been, if not dissension in its own ranks and prolonged obsolescence. In other words, NATO's role was not simply to preserve the status quo, but ultimately to change it. And those people today, ladies and gentlemen, who are calling for NATO to develop a new strategic concept in a much more complex world of the 21st century, remember Hamel as the man who managed to sort of craft a balance in which everybody could see their interest, a coherent strategy that made sense, that reunited the alliance, and above all, a strategy which was done by a group of wise men that didn't have to be sort of negotiated word for word, comma for comma in some boring, endless communique, but which was a report to the North Atlantic Council and which could be adopted as such. In other words, that NATO's job was not simply stabilization, but also transformation. What's my conclusion, therefore, after the 60s? Well, the first thing is that whereas in the 1940s and the 50s, the threats to NATO were really external, you remember, would Germany go neutral? Would the Soviet Union march all the way to Calais? Would the United States agree to have a peacetime commitment to Europe? Did the Korean War mean that a Soviet-Chinese alliance was going to form? In the 60s, the threats were all internal. Divisions over nuclear policy, the defection of France, the dangers of the aligned gang, the going it alone in policy. And therefore, interestingly, NATO's challenge was not just to manage the outside world, but to manage its own members. The Secretary-General of NATO in the 60s, for the first time, spent as much of his time keeping the Allies together as keeping the Soviets and the Communists out. And of course, that is a lesson which has stayed with us today. The second lesson was that NATO had to adapt if it was going to survive. We had to tolerate dissent in the hope that eventually the prodigal son would return to the fold. As the Greeks did ultimately, as the Turks did later in the 1970s, and as some, of course, hope will happen with France at some time in the future, as President Sarkozy has publicly announced that he will return France to the heart of the alliance and to the integrated structures. But that, most importantly of all, alliance policy is often the management of contradictions, that the test of NATO is not always to be able to point a clear way forward, but to be able to manage the sort of contradictions that would break sort of weaker alliances apart. For example, balancing conventional and nuclear defence, balancing détente and defence, balancing the process of European integration, which de Gaulle wanted, with alliance and Atlantic solidarity, balancing national interests, which are very strong, with the need for a common denominator of collective security, seeing policy as simply maintaining the status quo, or seeing policy as essentially about making the world a better place actively. In other words, although we didn't use the dreaded word transformation in the 1960s, the alliance that emerged from that period was much similar to what we have today. Very similar, in fact, paradoxically, 40 years later, to what we have today, than to the alliance of the 1950s, very much a military American-dominated affair, which I described to you last time. But NATO had stood three massive tests. and had survived. Michel Montaigne, the famous French philosopher, once said about marriage that those who are on the inside want to get out, and those who are on the outside want to get in. Well, it's certainly true, I think, after the 60s, talking about NATO, that those who are on the outside wanted to get in. But as I've said, in 1969, nobody left, which proved that despite all of the wrangling and all of the differences, when allies looked at the fundamental reasons for them to stay together, all of them decided, contrary to Montaigne, that none of them wanted to get out. However, that's not to say that there weren't going to be pretty sort of severe tests ahead. And in the lecture that I'm going to present next, we're going to come right up to the 1980s when NATO faced another very, very severe test with the INF debate, the modernization of the cruise and Pershing nuclear systems to balance the SS-20s, which led not only to a major confrontation with the Soviet Union, but also to a major confrontation with NATO's own public opinion in the form of massive, hundreds of thousands of nuclear protesters on the streets of Europe and in the United States, and to a real political crisis among many NATO governments. How did we turn that crisis into the end of the Cold War? It's an amazing story, but I'll tell it next time we meet. For today, thank you very much. Any questions?
I have a question. We're talking about France returning back to the alliance. What do you think would change when Sarkozy actually makes the step and then reintegrates France?
Well, I don't think as much will change as de Gaulle, were he alive today, would have believed after his dramatic announcement in 1966 that France was going to leave the integrated structure. Of course, for two reasons. The first is the reason I gave, which is that once it took this stance, France felt sort of even more obliged than others, first, to spend a lot of money on defence. Which meant that throughout the Cold War and after the Cold War, the French defence budget was much higher than the NATO average. France was one of the few countries that had the full panoply of nuclear weapons, aircraft carriers, foreign legion, expeditionary forces, and so on. So in a way, we saw that pattern I referred to earlier, which is that countries outside NATO, feeling that they were by themselves to some degree, felt more obliged to spend on defence, which meant that when they participated in NATO operations, they could bring hardcore military capabilities to the table, which they could deploy their own forces in a way that other allies dependent upon the United States couldn't. The second thing was, as I mentioned, the French believed they had to show solidarity, to show that they weren't renouncing their Article 5 obligation to the alliance. They weren't renouncing the treaty simply because they preferred to have military independence. And therefore, France became a big contributor to NATO's missions, which meant that even today it's about the third, the fourth largest contributor to the missions. It goes up and down, of course, but France have always been up there in the top four: Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, air campaigns, naval operations. The French have commanded in Kosovo on many occasions. The French recently, as you know, deployed additional forces to the eastern sector of Afghanistan. And so the French have tended to sort of make a distinction between the alliance, to which they're fully committed, and l'OTAN, the organisation which de Gaulle would have called le machin, the thing, the bureaucracy, which they feel less positive about. The second answer to your question, which is a very good question, is that over the years there's been a kind of creeping reintegration of the French. Jacques Chirac, during his presidency, even got close to negotiating a French reintegration there and then by trying to persuade the Americans that Europe should take over the AFSOUF, the Mediterranean Naval Command. During the Clinton administration, the Americans said no, but it did not stop Chirac from, for example, participating once again in the military committee, sending liaison officers to the international military staff. Today, for example, the French have officers in the integrated command of Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, Virginia. So although they haven't gone the whole hog of putting their forces under a peacetime integrated planning, they have basically started to participate in most of the NATO mechanisms. For example, I mentioned in the Defence Planning Committee, which was set up in 1967 as a way for the Allies to meet without the French. Because the French are participating in so much these days, the DPC virtually never meets. Never meets. When I first came, it met all the time. Now never, because there's no need for it to meet, given that the French are in everything. So from that point of view, I don't think that the results would be particularly significant. It's really a domestic problem in France, because so many French have been given the impression, but NATO, we don't belong to that. We left that years ago. They haven't really been told just how integrated they in fact really are. So there's a little bit of a public relations issue in France explaining why this very small step it looks to the French people as a very large step when it isn't. The second thing, though, is that I think that the French realise that the future of NATO is, of course, very much being debated with a new strategic concept, and they believe that if they're at the heart of the alliance, they will have more influence in guiding that future evolution the way they would like. The final reason is because the French realise that the United States is now much more in favour of the European Union's security and defence policies. So the French believe that if they reintegrate back into the NATO, the Americans will be less suspicious of French policies to beef up the European Union and the CFSP, the Common Foreign Security Policy, and be more supportive, because they will no longer see it as the French sort of insisting that, you're either a good European or you're a good Atlanticist, but you can't be both. If France is in NATO, nobody is going to suspect it for 1 minute of wanting to use European defence to weaken the Americans or break up the alliance. In other words, you can have your cake and eat it too. Or, as they say in Paris, vous pouvez avoir votre gâteau et le manger aussi. Are there any more questions for today? If not, then I'll see you in a couple of weeks' time, and we will move 20 years into the future. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Fans of history, particularly of the history of NATO, very good to see you here today. This is the fourth in my series of lectures on critical turning points in the 60 years history of the alliance. Today we come to the late 70s and the early 80s, which makes me very comfortable because I joined NATO in 1980. So we pass from history as something studied and learned to history as something observed and experienced, particularly in my case. The INF saga may have been a hardship test for NATO, but it proved to be a great opportunity for me personally in my career. Without all of the anti-nuclear protest movements on the streets in the early 1980s, which is what we're going to talk about today, I would have probably spent my whole NATO career as a minute writer on the infrastructure committee and would never, ever have had the opportunity to get into public relations and communications by being given the job in NATO in the early 1980s of single-handedly taking on hundreds of thousands of demonstrators in the campaign for nuclear disarmament or the other protest movement. So I have, if you like, a bittersweet recollection of the INF saga. INF, of course, standing for Intermediate Nuclear Forces. The whole issue of the cruise and Pershing weapons on the NATO side, countering the SS-20s on the Soviet side, which dominated very much NATO's history at that time, but which, as we will see, ladies and gentlemen, at the close, did prove unexpectedly to be a critical turning point for the alliance, and indeed the first step in the end of the Cold War. But before we get to all of that, let me just remind you of what we discussed last time, which is that the 1960s were a particularly difficult time for the alliance. First of all, externally, as we said last time, the 60s were a time when the Cold War was still very much alive. Ideology was still the motivating factor in the behaviour of both superpowers. And ideology, of course, had two particular components. On the one hand, a sense of manifest destiny, that our system was destined to be superior to the other system, and history would prove that superiority in due course. Secondly, a worst-case scenario. Ideology led both the US and as well as the Soviet Union to suspect the worst motives the most diabolical designs in the behavior of the other. And as both superpowers sensed that history was on their side, neither could accept the loss of prestige that could come from a reversal. Listen to Nixon in his famous so-called silent majority speech during the Vietnam War on the 3rd of November 1969. He said, "For the US, this first defeat in Vietnam in our nation's history would result in a collapse of confidence in American leadership, not only in Asia, but throughout the world." Kissinger, who was his national security advisor, often said that if the US could not defeat a fourth-rate power in Vietnam, it would end up as a fourth-rate power itself. In other words, American prestige could not suffer a reversal for fear of forfeiting its ideological edge in the Cold War struggle. But it was a similar story on the Soviet side. Marxist-Leninism had preached the dialectical process of history, whereby impersonal historical forces would inevitably lead to the victory of socialism over capitalism. So the Soviet Union neither could afford the rebuttal of a reversal. It's clear that the Soviets were not very keen on invading Czechoslovakia in August 1968. They postponed it as long as they possibly could. They called Dubček, the Czech leader, to Moscow. They dressed him down. They tried to persuade him to change course. But eventually, for fear of seeing a communist regime overturned by its own people, they intervened and established the famous Brezhnev doctrine of the limited sovereignty of allies of the Soviet Union. A similar episode occurred, however, in December 1979, when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. If you look at the memoirs of Foreign Minister Gromyko, it's clear that for a year, Gromyko advised Brezhnev and the Politburo not to invade Afghanistan. There were sentiments of what you hear in NATO today about Afghanistan. Gromyko pointed out that the country was very difficult to subdue. Even Alexander the Great had not managed it. The Soviet Union would get bogged down. The Soviet Union should not go in. But despite all of this, in December 1979, the Soviet Union sent 75,000 troops into Afghanistan. Why? To prop up a communist government. After the murder of the communist ally, Tariki, in Kabul, and his replacement by Amin from a different faction, a man who had been educated in the United States and who it was claimed was having secret talks with the Americans. The Soviet Union was distressed that, as one famous KGB operative said, that the Afghans were going to do a Sadat on us, referring to the Egyptian leader Sadat, who in the late 70s switched from the Soviet side to the American side and took Egypt out of the Soviet camp into the Western camp. The Soviet Union simply couldn't tolerate that the communist revolutions could be set into reverse, and therefore they took the catastrophic decision to go to Afghanistan and paid the price. So the domino theory was that a setback in one place would immediately provoke a chain reaction of overall setbacks. So every local conflict, Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, held the key to ultimate success in the Cold War. And the price for those who lost was very tough. Every Soviet leader after Khrushchev saw the lesson that Khrushchev had been deposed in 1964 because he had lost the Cuban Missile Crisis against Kennedy in October 1962. Everybody feared failure above everything else. But brinkmanship, therefore, as it became known, was equally an operating principle at that time. What it actually meant was that in public, neither side could be seen to back down. But in private, knowing the terrible consequences of a strategic nuclear war, both sides sought compromise where they could. As Kennedy famously said when he accepted the construction of the Berlin Wall in August 1961, a wall is a hell of a lot better than a war. The back channel, in other words, secret negotiations between the United States and the Soviet Union, particularly in Cuba over the Cuban crisis in 1962, diffused many of a problem. In other words, as the Cold War developed, publicly neither side could be seen to be abandoning the struggle, but in private both sides were more and more ready to accept that as long as neither side tried to challenge the empire of the other side, in other words, provided there were no attacks across the dividing line, they would be prepared to accept the status quo. This was reminiscent of the great German Chancellor Bismarck, who at the time of the Ottoman wars in Europe in the late 1870s, was once asked what he was intending to do to help the Bulgarian Christians being persecuted by the Sublime Pot. He said, "I pray for them in my dreams, but they do not form the substance of my policy." Kennedy's Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, later put it at the time of Czechoslovakia in 1968, when he said, "It has never been an issue of war and peace between us and the Soviet Union, however ignoble this may sound." So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come into the 1970s, we come into a period when much of the sting started to go out of the Cold War. Crises were less frequent, both sides were more conservative and more status quo oriented. In fact, both camps began to experience more internal strains and problems than external rivalry and confrontation. Last week, of course, we focused very much on NATO, the partial withdrawal of France, arguments over détente, major arguments over the adoption of the flexible response strategy, which seemed to pledge the Europeans to accept conventional warfighting in Europe. It took many years before that new strategy was adopted. But by the 1970s, ladies and gentlemen, it was also clear that the Warsaw Pact, the other camp, the communist bloc, was experiencing internal strains as well. For example, in 1978, Vietnam invaded Cambodia. The first war between two communist countries. That wasn't meant to happen under the doctrine of the Socialist International. Later on, there was another fight between two communist countries when in 1979, China and Vietnam clashed along the border. There were scissions within the communist camp. It was clear already in 1962 at the 22nd Party Congress in Moscow that China was beginning to split away from the Soviet Union. In the late 50s, Tito took Yugoslavia outside the Soviet orbit, although he maintained, of course, a communist state. Albania did not join the Warsaw Pact, but went the way of China. Even those two great monoliths of the communist bloc themselves, China and the Soviet Union, clashed along the Ussuri River border in 1969. So in other words, the Soviet model was no longer seen as universal. There were different paths towards socialism. Yugoslavia under Tito, Albania under Enver Hoxha, China itself continuing unrest as evidenced in the Czechoslovak Prague Spring of 1968. It was in these years that the old Socialist International, the body directed from Moscow to uphold and export the revolution, which was originally called the First International, then the Second International, then the Comintern in the 1930s, and after the Second World War, the Cominform. It was at this period that organization disintegrated. The Soviet Union increasingly lost control of its ability to police its own camp. On the other hand, from the US point of view, some of the dire prognostications about the decline of US power, the domino theory that followed the US retreat from Vietnam in 1973, didn't happen. One of the great arguments of Johnson, as we saw last week, for waging the Vietnam War had been that if we didn't defend against communism in Hanoi or in Saigon, we would have to do it in Waikiki Beach, Hawaii, or even on the beaches of California. It's true that Laos and Cambodia fell to communism in 1975, but the dominoes did not fall. They did not fall in the Philippines, they did not fall in Thailand, they did not fall in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the 1970s, we enter a period where both superpowers became more modest in their aspirations, more realistic about their need to work out a modus vivendi for how they were going to live together, something that Brezhnev later called peaceful coexistence, and were increasingly also aware that if they could not happily coexist, they would nonetheless accept détente, not through choice, but more through necessity. Listen to Kissinger writing in 1972. Our relative position, he said, was bound to decline as the USSR recovered from World War II. Our military and diplomatic position was never more favorable than in the very beginnings of the containment period in the 1940s. Kissinger was convinced that détente was the management of relative American decline in the world. Listen to him again, this time writing in October 1973. The attempt to impose absolute justice by one side will be seen as absolute injustice by all the others. Stability depends upon the relative satisfaction and the relative dissatisfaction of all the sides. In other words, détente is about managing compromise on both sides. Each superpower has to be prepared to accept less than optimal outcomes. The United States felt that it had to accept its limitations. The impact of the Vietnam War was considerable, both on American society, the American economy. It cost the United States $167 billion, which doesn't sound very much during today's credit crunch when governments seem to be injecting those amounts into the banks virtually every week. But back in 1973, it was a colossal amount of money. The United States, the Congress passed the War Powers Act in 1973, which clipped the wings of the American president in terms of his ability to be able to send US troops into action. Later on, after the scandals with the CIA in Chile, Congress again put limitations on the ability of the United States to fund foreign forces or foreign agents sympathetic to its goals. The United States in the 70s felt a very, very long way from Kennedy's great inauguration speech of 1961, when you recall he promised to bear any burden in the struggle of freedom. The US was forced to accept nuclear parity with the Soviet Union, particularly enshrined in the basic principles that were accepted in 1972, along with the SALT I Treaty, which recognized the Soviet Union as equal in every respect. Arms control increasingly became the mode of managing the superpower competition, using arms control not just as a way of codifying numbers of warheads and missiles, but also conducting a permanent strategic seminar between the United States and the Soviet Union in such a way that they would not take each other by surprise, they would be transparent, they would try increasingly to produce nuclear weapons, if this doesn't sound too much of a paradox, that were stabilizing rather than destabilizing. Ask me in questions what that means if it's not clear to you now. And indeed, the early Nixon years saw a flurry of agreements. There was SALT I, there was the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, again, which paradoxically declared that defense was bad and offense was good, and that MAD, mutually assured destruction, was better than mass, mutually assured survival. And as I said, basic principles. The United States, rather than confront the communist bloc militarily, decided that the best thing to do was to divide it diplomatically. This was the background, of course, to Nixon's famous visit to China in 1972, what later became known as a policy of triangulation, that he who could have two out of the three in one camp would reduce the other one to an isolated one and therefore dominate global politics. The ideological battle, ladies and gentlemen, had always been based on the assumption that the other system was fundamentally rotten and would ultimately collapse, as I've said. You just had to give it time. That's Kennan's containment policy of the 1940s. But by the 1970s, frankly, both superpowers seem to be doing surprisingly well. Whether that be militarily, whether that be economically speaking. Growth levels were comparatively similar. The command economy in the East seemed to be producing the goods just as effectively as the free market economy in the West. The struggle was destined to go on for decades or centuries. Even at the time, the division of Europe was the permanent status of affairs, and therefore NATO allies in the mid-70s turned their attention to how to make the situation more acceptable. If the division of Europe was set to last, if the only way to change it was through, or change it radically was through military force, which was unacceptable. Could you not at least open some windows into the communist bloc? That became known as the Helsinki process, which ultimately produced, as I'm sure you know, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, starting in the early 70s, culminating in the Helsinki Final Act of 1975, which was a genuine Magna Carta of European security. It contained a number of radical proposals. First of all, a basket on military confidence building measures. For the first time, NATO personnel were actually able to go through the Iron Curtain without being shot to pieces and to observe, albeit from very fixed positions, which didn't really give them a bird's eye view of what was going on, but observe the military maneuvers of the Warsaw Pact. And for the first time, you saw Soviet generals turn up in West Germany to observe NATO's annual Reforger exercise. But by far the most toxic part of the package was Basket 3 of the CSCE, devoted to human rights and the free movement of peoples. At the time, the Soviet Union believed that it could totally disregard Basket 3 of Helsinki. Gromyko reassured Brezhnev, I quote, "Don't worry, we are masters in our own house." In other words, this is just eyewash. We'll never implement it, and nobody will ever expect us to do so. We now know, of course, that Basket 3 was the beginning of the people's popular movements in Eastern Europe, Charter 77 in Czechoslovakia, Eko Glasnost in Bulgaria, the German Lutheran churches, which was to prove so detrimental to communism in 1988, 1989, leading up to the collapse of the Berlin Wall. It didn't look like that at the time. But Henry Kissinger did say later that rarely has a diplomatic process so illuminated the limitations of human foresight. We didn't know it. Therefore, 1970s, we seem to be in a situation, as I've said before, where gradually the two blocs would come together. The great doctrine at the time was the so-called Sonnenfeld doctrine, named after Helmut Sonnenfeld, who was an aide to Henry Kissinger, who gave a speech which became a sensation, which was basically the convergent theory, that the West was becoming more social democratic as the years went by with the creation of the welfare state. Even the communist parties in the West, particularly Italy with the reformed communists under Enrico Berlinguer, were giving up the struggle and accepting the system. On the other hand, in the East, communism was gradually opening up as it felt more reassured about its permanence, to allowing more West-to-West contacts, more economic exchanges. And so, as a result, eventually the two systems would merge one day. The ideological struggle would disappear because we would all be social democratic. There would be more capitalism in communism, there would be more socialism in capitalism. It seemed like an extremely attractive process. Indeed, a sensation of sensations was a World Bank report dated 1977, which actually claimed that the German Democratic Republic, East Germany, was the world's 10th largest economy, ahead of the United Kingdom. There's a famous story here, which I will go back into when we do 1989 next time. But when Gorbachev turned up in October 1989 at the 40th anniversary of the GDR, about 1 month before its collapse and disappearance, Honecker, the East German leader, in his public statement, repeated that assertion from the World Bank that East Germany was the world's 10th largest economy, ahead of many of the West European countries. Gorbachev laughed. He was right to do so. It was a total hoax, but it seemed at the time to be true. When Jimmy Carter became president of the United States in the late 70s, he also believed it was time to call the Cold War to an end. He gave a very famous speech at the University of Notre Dame in Indiana in 1977 when he warned his countrymen against the inordinate fear of communism. In other words, communism was no longer a danger. It was just an ism like any other ism. He cancelled the B-1 bomber program. He reduced the American defense budget. The 1970s were a sleepy time at NATO, with détente and what seemed like to be the gradual winding down of the Cold War as we increasingly would converge. Indeed, in the 1970s, if you spoke about security to a NATO member state, it would probably focus more on domestic problems. The Greeks were focusing on the Turks. The Turks were focusing on the Greeks. The biggest headache for NATO in the mid-70s, ladies and gentlemen, was not the Warsaw Pact or the Soviet Union or Brezhnev. It was the Greek coup in Cyprus in 1974 and the Turkish invasion of the north, which divided the island in a way which remains true to this day. Britain was worried mainly about Northern Ireland and the Catholic human rights movement in the north. Germany was worried about the Baader-Meinhof groups shooting up German bankers and politicians. Italy was worried about the Red Brigades. Homeland security seemed to be more important. Yet, just a few years later, again, incredible turnaround, just a few years later, we no longer had that mood of optimism. By the early 1980s, NATO was facing an existential crisis. Hundreds of thousands of people demonstrating on the streets. NATO governments are at the brink of resignation over the decision to install cruise and Pershing weapons. The bulletin of atomic scientists in the United States having the nuclear clock to Armageddon, 1 minute to midnight, on the front page of their magazine, and a poll in Time magazine of the under 30s showed that their greatest fear was the inevitability of nuclear war in their lifetime. Well, you ask, what happened to suddenly transform this situation? Well, in these lectures, I've tried from the very beginning, with all of the usual difficulty, to be as objective as I can, particularly in apportioning blame or responsibility. But I think this time round, one has to be fair. It was the Soviet Union which unilaterally abrogated détente in the late 1970s. Why did it do so? Well, again, I think there is a certain degree of the tail wags the dog, which I referred to at the beginning, that the Soviet Union, albeit a conservative power, simply couldn't sit on its hands if there was a communist ally that needed to be defended somewhere, because to allow communism to fail was to discredit the ideology. Brezhnev always made clear that when he spoke about peaceful coexistence, he meant Europe, not what Jimmy Carter thought, which was the rest of the world. That stalemate in Europe didn't mean that places like Africa were not up for grabs. At the end of the 1970s, Brezhnev made the mistake, Soviet politicians recognized it as a mistake later, of getting the Russians increasingly involved with the Cubans in African conflicts. Support of the Cubans to Angola. Castro today mainly sends doctors around the world as part of Cuban foreign policy. But in the 70s, it was troops. The Soviets got embroiled in a war between Somalia and Ethiopia. First of all, they were on the side of the Somalis. Then they switched to the side of the Ethiopians. The US Congress was in an uproar that the basic ground rules that Henry Kissinger had brilliantly seemed to design were suddenly no longer being respected. And yet, as I said, because of the limits that Congress had put on the administration after the Chile Allende scandals, the Americans felt that their hands were tied in dealing with that. Then came the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. That, of course, had dire consequences. Jimmy Carter had to reverse himself. He said that the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was the most serious threat to peace since World War II. He ordered immediately a boycott by the United States of the Moscow Olympics in the 1980s. The US Congress refused to ratify the SALT II Treaty, which Nixon and then Ford and Carter had negotiated over a 6-year period. Zig Brzezinski, who is still very much alive and kicking, who was Carter's national security advisor, came out with the very famous phrase. He said, SALT II died in the sands of the Ogaden, the Horn of Africa. Died in the sands of the Ogaden. To be frank, the SALT II Treaty was already in trouble before Afghanistan because Congress was worried about verification. Could you trust the Soviets, for instance? But still, Afghanistan buried it once and for all. Carter immediately ordered an increase in the American defense budget. Everybody thinks that that started under Ronald Reagan. Wrong. It started already under Jimmy Carter. And then in 1977, and here we broach directly INF, in this current environment with collapsing détente, a German leader called Helmut Schmidt, who was more known as an economist. He once called himself the chief executive officer of Germany rather than the chancellor. Helmut Schmidt was invited to give the Alistair Buchan Memorial Lecture at the International Institute of Strategic Studies in London. This proved to be a bombshell in the history of NATO. Schmidt drew attention to the fact that the Soviet Union had deployed 200 so-called SS-20 missiles on its territory. Why was he worried about this? Well, the SS-20 was a new kind of missile. All of Europe was within its range, which was about 2,300 kilometers. The missile had 3 warheads, and it was mobile, so it could easily be moved around wherever the Soviets needed. Why was he worried? Well, Schmidt, frankly, was not a friend of Carter. I don't think, from a historical view, I'm sort of giving any insalubrious revelations by saying that. Schmidt felt badly let down by Carter. In 1977, Carter had the idea of deploying a neutron bomb in Germany, which was very unpopular with the Germans. Brezhnev called it the capitalist bomb because it destroyed people with electromagnetic waves but left property intact. This proved a very effective Soviet propaganda ploy. But Schmidt, being a good Atlanticist, a good friend of the United States, got into a big fight with the left wing of his own party, the SPD, finally to persuade the German government to deploy the neutron bomb. Carter then cancelled the whole project, leaving Schmidt feeling very much left out to dry. As the SS-20s came on the scene, Schmidt in his speech suddenly worried that the strategic arms talks were bringing about a situation where the strategic weapons of the United States and the Soviet Union were cancelling each other out. This meant that Europe, therefore, was left unbalanced. There was no similar intermediate range nuclear balance in Europe. What would happen if the United States did not want to use its strategic systems in order to stave off a Soviet conventional attack in Europe? Would there be decoupling? What Schmidt seemed to want was that nuclear deterrence should apply at all levels: short range, intermediate range, strategic range. So Schmidt said, we need a NATO response. Carter organized a summit at Guadeloupe with Giscard, with Jim Callaghan, the UK Prime Minister at the time, with Schmidt and himself. And the Americans came up with the bright idea of deploying 464 Glickums, ground-launched cruise missiles, and 108 Pershing II systems. The Pershing IIs, because of their short range, they only had a 10-minute flying time to Moscow, could only be based in West Germany. Nowhere else. They had to go as far west as possible. Of course, the Pershing IIs also scared the Soviet Union because they were 15 times more accurate than the SS-20s. Schmidt said, look, we can't have Germany holding the baby here. other allies, European continental allies, have got to take these weapons as well. The burden has got to be shared. Eventually, the UK agreed to base them at Greenham Common. The Netherlands agreed to base them at Wernstrecht. Italy agreed to take some ground-launched cruise missiles as well as Germany. In 1979, in December, NATO took the important decision, the so-called dual-track decision, to deploy these systems, but only in 1983. In other words, not immediately, to give the Soviet Union, therefore, a kind of 4 years' notice. The idea being to use those 4 years to try to construct some kind of arms control treaty which would either make the systems redundant or at least would reduce their numbers. Now, I think in any previous time, ladies and gentlemen, this decision would have not excited a great deal of interest. After all, NATO had periodically renewed its nuclear weapons every 10 years throughout the 1950s. The Americans had put 7,000 nuclear weapons into Germany in the mid-50s with barely a murmur or barely a newspaper article. So why was it different this time? Why did this NATO, the dual-track decision, lead to governments on the verge of collapse and massive anti-NATO protest movements? The answer, of course, is the arrival of Ronald Reagan in the White House in 1980. Of course, now Ronald Reagan is idealized, even by the peace movements. He's seen as perhaps the world's greatest anti-nuclear campaigner, the man who perhaps did more than any other to bring the Cold War to an end. Reagan, after he'd retired and before he tragically developed Alzheimer's, was once asked by a journalist, what did you achieve in the White House? And Reagan, in his typical Western style, said, well, shucks, folks say I won the Cold War, which may not, in fact, be a totally exaggerated claim. But those of you who are as old as I am, which doesn't look like very many in the audience today, but will probably remember that that's not the way it seemed at the time. Reagan seemed like an old-fashioned 1940s ideologue and Cold Warrior. He, in 1983, famously called the Soviet Union the evil empire. He said that the Soviet Union, I quote, had used détente as a one-way street to pursue its own aims, the promotion of revolution and a one-world communist state. Indeed, it wasn't just Reagan. He'd come to power on a surge of anti-Carter neoconservatism in the United States, best propounded by the so-called Committee on the Present Danger, a very effective American lobbying organization, which had people like Richard Pearl, who later became very famous, Richard Pipes, the Soviet historian at Harvard, Eugene Rostow, who was a notable skeptic about arms control, and Caspar Weinberger, who then became Reagan's Secretary of Defense. The Reaganites seemed set on confrontation with the Soviet Union. They did not believe that stability is a good thing. This is quite remarkable. They sensed that détente sort of legitimized the Soviet Union in a role which economically or socially it had no claim to have. They did not accept the principle of equality with the Soviet Union, particularly not in the moral field. Reagan indeed believed that communism was much weaker than Kissinger or Nixon had ever believed it to be, and that therefore the time was ripe to put pressure on the Soviet Union to test its weaknesses and to see to what degree the Soviet Union might collapse as a result. Part of this was simply outspending the Soviet Union. Reagan pushed the American defense budget up to 7% of GDP, a figure that it hasn't been since the end of the Korean War or ever since, for that matter. He demothballed the B-1 bomber. He introduced a large number of new nuclear weapons programs, notably the MX, the Peacekeeper. You're familiar with all of those. In fact, what Reagan famously said, the West won't contain communism. It will transcend communism. It won't bother to denounce it. It will dismiss it as some bizarre chapter in human history whose final pages are even now being written. This, of course, for Europeans who were wedded to Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik, to the CSCE, to reaching out to the East, to the convergence theory, to the expectation that life was going to get better. This, of course, was a truly cold shower. Therefore, the missiles, the Cruise and Pershing, no longer seemed simply to be the reflection of a deteriorating East-West relationship. They seemed at the time to be the cause of that East-West relationship. And of course, Reagan added salt to the wounds in March 1983 when he came up with his famous speech on SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative, because this was based on the fact that he believed, A, that we should rid the world of nuclear weapons, and B, that it was moral and the right thing to do to rid the world of nuclear weapons. So Europeans, as I said in previous weeks, had always been in the paradoxical position. They didn't exactly like nuclear weapons, but they always believed that nuclear weapons were the one thing that stopped Europe from being safe for a conventional war. They wanted, look at Schmidt with the Alistair Buchan lecture. They wanted a visible American nuclear deterrent. So when Reagan started to declare nuclear weapons immoral and declare that the SDI, in fact, would lead to a situation where they would become redundant, whether you believed it was technically feasible or not to put laser beams in space, to shoot missiles down in the atmosphere, the actual strategic principles seem to be highly dubious. The result was instantaneous. Massive protest movements on the streets of all European capitals. 300,000 in Bonn in 1983, listening to Willy Brandt, the former German Chancellor, denounce Cruise and Pershing. In Germany, the famous Krefeld appeal of 1983, which gathered 2.7 million signatures against Cruise and Pershing. The revival of the CND movement in the United States. United Kingdom, the Ground Zero, the freeze movement. Even the US House of Representatives passed a freeze resolution. It wasn't just opposition to the missiles themselves. The INF saga actually started a whole debate about the morality of nuclear deterrence. We had church leaders inveighing in on the principle of whether NATO should abandon the first use principle of nuclear weapons. NATO would never be the first to use force, but it always reserved the right to be the first to use nuclear weapons if attacked first. The churches felt that nuclear deterrence was immoral, it was contrary to the teachings of Christ. Fortunately for us, there were a few pro-NATO, pro-deterrence churchmen like Bishop Leonard of London who entered the fray as well. The question is can you use any weapon, no matter how repulsive, if it serves the cause of preventing war or peace? Is it morally just to hold a whole population hostage to nuclear holocaust if that is the only way you have to preserve peace? So it was a debate about nuclear weapons and not just about how many Cruise and Pershing to deploy. Governments started to wobble in the Netherlands. Eventually, Helmut Schmidt himself lost a vote of no confidence in the Bundestag in 1983. The Liberals deserted him. He couldn't control the left wing of his own party, and that opened the door for Helmut Kohl, the very famous Helmut Kohl, to become Chancellor of Germany. NATO was helped, though, despite the fact that we suddenly had, for the first time since the end of the Cold War, the collapse of the pro-NATO political consensus between right and left. NATO was helped by some unlikely allies. President Mitterrand of France. He went to the Bundestag in January 1983, and he gave a very famous speech where he said to people, hey, as he said in French, les missiles sont à l'est, les pacifistes sont à l'ouest. Interesting. Missiles are in the east, peace campaigners in the west. He basically said to the Germans, you have got to be good NATO allies and keep your promise and deploy the Pershing IIs and the Cruise. Now, coming from a country, France, which had not participated in the twin track decision, which had its own independent nuclear deterrent after de Gaulle's partial withdrawal, this may strike you as being a bit rich, yes? But at the time, it was of fantastic importance in keeping NATO together. France saved the day, almost. Because for the Germans to hear this from the United States was one thing. To hear this from their special partner in building the European Union, France, was particularly from a socialist president of France. Now, that was something completely different. So the 1980s were a period when NATO seemed to be wobbling. The problem, of course, is that nobody expected Ronald Reagan's 0-0 option to work. Reagan in late 81 had proposed in an effort to capture the moral high ground, the 0-0 option. NATO would not deploy its cruise and Pershing, and in return the Soviets would get rid of their SS-20s. Nobody believed him. Everybody said that this is just propaganda, this is not serious, this is just a diversion. How can you expect the Soviets to give up weapons which they have deployed for weapons that NATO isn't going to start deploying for another few years and probably will never be able to deploy because of all of these protest movements? Indeed, the peace movement seemed to be right, because when the first cruise missiles went in to the UK in 1983, the Soviets walked out of the so-called INF negotiations in Geneva, and we really did seem to be back to the height of the 1950s Cold War. Well, I'm glad to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, but I think you know it already, that all of this saga has a happy ending in the shape of Gorbachev, who became Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet leader in 1985. In March 1985. Even today, historians are really at a loss to explain how a system so known, for lack of vitality, for lack of innovation, for fear of creativity, how that system, which had elected just before Reagan, Brezhnev, Andropov, Chernenko. Reagan used to joke that the reason why he didn't have a summit with a Soviet leader in his first term is that every Soviet leader died on him. And there is some truth in this. How suddenly, out of that system, somebody like Gorbachev could emerge. Even George Kennan, the famous Sovietologist, when he was asked about this on American TV, said, "I really can't explain it." He was at a loss for words. But it wasn't only Gorbachev. By the early 1980s, the Soviet Union was beginning to understand that all was not well, as Hamlet said. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Something was rotten in the Soviet Union. Georgy Abartov of the Academy of the U.S. Canadian Academy in the Academy of Sciences, Institute in the Academy of Sciences. He said, we were arming ourselves like addicts without any apparent political need. As a famous American Defense Secretary, Harold Brown, said, when we build, the Soviets build. When we stop building, the Soviets build. Or Henry Kissinger again put it, absolute security for the Soviet Union means absolute insecurity for everybody else. But it was people around Gorbachev that were beginning to realize that simply building up weapons was leading the system into a dead end. Indeed, we now know that by 1980, the Soviet defense burden was 3 times that of the United States, with a GDP 1/6 of that of the US. Secondly, it was the KGB, not Gorbachev, who were becoming aware of an increasing economic breakdown in the Warsaw Pact. Whereas the system seemed to be working in the 70s, by the 80s, countries like Poland, Hungary, the GDR were getting themselves into fantastic debt. I've got some figures here. In 1971, the combined debt of the non-Soviet Warsaw Pact countries was $6.1 billion. By 1980, it had gone up to $66.1 billion. By 1988, it had gone up to $95.6 billion. This was loans from the West, mainly used to produce consumer goods to keep the population happy, what became known under Kadar in Hungary as goulash communism. In 1988, Poland was spending 1/3 of its credit line on consumer goods. In other words, the Soviets increasingly aware particularly as their own deficit was $56 billion by 1980, that they would not be able to bail out Eastern Europe. The problems in Afghanistan, they lost 15,000 dead. Fortunately today, thank God, NATO is still a very, very long way from that figure before they withdrew. The Soviet Union, once the breadbasket of Europe, in 1914, Russia, under the Tsars, had the highest GDP in Europe, 20%, Germany 19%, UK 17%, in 1914. By 1980, of course, the Soviet Union was importing food from China. Japan had overtaken it as the second largest producer of goods and services. So it's not just Gorbachev the personality, although yes, we can't discount the creativity of his mind. It's also what Brezhnev would have called the correlation of forces, objective factors, which led to a change. But I also think that Reagan has to take some of the credit here. It takes two to tango, because Reagan was facing a choice. Continue a policy of confrontation, outspend the Soviet Union, condemn it, as he famously said, to the ash heap of history, keep the confrontation going, or having rebuilt American strength, but he increased the US defense budget twice between 1980 and 1985, then negotiate from strength. And unfortunately for Reagan, fortunately for us, Reagan listened to George Shultz, Jim Matlock and Paul Nitze, more than he listened on this to Daniel Pipes, Caspar Weinberger and Richard Pearl. Reagan decided to negotiate, and the result was the INF Treaty, the 0-0 option, which was finally signed in 1987. There had been some wobbles before that. For example, in Reykjavik at 1986, one of the most incredible meetings in the whole of human history, Reagan and Gorbachev, left to themselves over a dinner, had decided to eliminate all nuclear weapons by the year 2000. The Europeans were horror-struck that this could be done. Even American and Soviet advisors were horror-struck. In fact, one American advisor afterwards, and I love this, famously quoted a Russian who had commented on a meeting between Tsar Nicholas II and Kaiser Wilhelm II in 1905, when, again, in a dinner, they had settled all outstanding differences. And the advisor of the Tsar, quoted, had said, "One should never forget that a discussion between two princes is propitious only when it confines itself to the weather. But it's also..." In other words, bureaucrats like Sir Humphrey Appleby in the Yes Minister series on British TV hate it when their politicians decide things when they're not there or against their advice. But Reagan had not agreed to Gorbachev's request to give up the Strategic Defense Initiative as a quid pro quo for getting rid of all nuclear weapons. So Reykjavik, although it came very close to being a transcendental summit, ultimately was a failure. Still, détente continued. Gorbachev went to the United Nations and made his famous speech in which he declared that everybody had freedom of choice and announced a unilateral withdrawal of 500,000 Soviet troops from Eastern Europe. And as I've said, in December 1987, the INF Treaty was signed. It not only eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, the Cruise and the Pershing and the SS-20s. It eliminated the SS-4s, the SS-5s, the Pershing 1s. In fact, the Soviet Union withdrew 2,700 weapons as a result of that treaty, and the United States eventually ended up destroying about 800 all told. It was the first ever arms control agreement in history which had not simply reduced numbers but eliminated a whole class of nuclear weapons. But more importantly, it provided for massive information sharing and inspections. In other words, if the Soviet Union was finally allowing the United States to go on its soil or to fly over its territory to inspect the destruction of missiles, then the Soviet Union no longer feared the United States at all. In other words, although we didn't know it then, the INF Treaty was the first indication, not just that we were being able to negotiate with the Soviets, but that the Cold War, as we'd known it, was really coming to an end. In retrospect, how did NATO pull it off, despite all of the tensions? I think, first of all, clear US leadership. Reagan knew what he wanted. He was somebody who built up strength for a purpose, not just to be strong, but in order to be able to negotiate. He had an idea and he stuck to it. He was able to accommodate ideology to practical reality in a way that few leaders are able to do. We have those who have a good tactics but no vision, and those who have vision but no tactics. Reagan was rare. He had both. And he had the personal ability to communicate with Gorbachev over the head of his officials and to strike deals. Secondly, NATO had a clear strategy. Deployments on the one hand, but linked to arms control. And of course, the willingness to actually deploy the weapons to show the Soviet Union that we were really serious as the sine qua non for getting the Soviets to be ready to make concessions. If you like, we had to go through the pain of deployments before we got the gain. Thirdly, realizing that the only way that you're going to win the argument is to carry out your strategy. Before the deployments, there were two camps. Those who said, this is going to bring about World War III, and those who said, no, deploying these weapons will persuade the Soviet Union to negotiate. How could you win that argument? By deploying. As Napoleon used to say, on s'engage et puis on voit. We engage first and then we see. This happened afterwards, ladies and gentlemen, in the 90s with NATO enlargement, where people again said that NATO enlargement will lead to a new world war with the Russians, and others said, no, the Russians will accept this and it will stabilize Europe. How did we win the argument? By doing it. You cannot win intellectual arguments without creating facts. And then a lesson very much that applies to today in Afghanistan, strategic communications. We had a big problem with the peace movements, but in a way, frankly, which I've never seen since the early 80s, NATO governments actually got behind the communications effort. Maybe it was, the thought of my imminent hanging concentrates the mind wonderfully, yes? But the UK set up a special department called DS19 to take on the CND. Ministers went out making speeches. Governments funded, in my country, organisations like Peace Through NATO or the Coalition for Peace Through Security, NGOs, to get the arguments out. They pushed brochures out and so on. Again, we lament so much today in Afghanistan that we're not getting the message across, but I see nothing comparable to the mobilization of government information efforts that was made in the 1980s. And finally, smart NATO diplomacy. A special consultative group in NATO worked day and night. The Americans came to brief constantly on what they were up to in their negotiations with the Soviet Union. The Americans made sure that they had NATO blessing for every new proposal before Maynard Glikman, the American negotiator, took it to Geneva with the Soviets. The alliance really felt that it was in the same boat. I suppose it was like Benjamin Franklin. Either we all hang together or we hang separately. But again, that is very much a lesson for the modern day, that only united did we have a chance of succeeding, but if we went alone, following our own national agendas, we would certainly fail. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the INF saga, as difficult as it was at the time, marked the first instance of what I call catastrophic success. In other words, what happens to NATO when you get what you want? Remember the Chinese curse, give somebody what he wants. It's the quickest way to destroy him. We had this again in 1989. We'll talk about this next time. Catastrophic success. The wall comes down. What happens when you succeed beyond your wildest dreams? At the time, I must say, particularly as Reagan left office and George Bush, not George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, number 41, not number 43. As he took over, there was a great mood of skepticism towards Gorbachev. This Gorbamania in Europe, this Gorbasm, as one German commentator called it. Was it really a trick by Gorbachev? Was he sort of a devilishly clever new sort of Stalin-like Soviet leader who was going to sort of, denuclearize Europe, neutralize Europe through charm rather than through threats, but with the same idea of driving the Americans out. Gorbachev just looked too good to be true. And the early Bush administration was much more suspicious about what he was up to, and therefore perhaps not as willing to take him at face value as Reagan had been. This reminded me of Talleyrand, who famously said when he heard of the death of the Russian ambassador, "I wonder what his intention is." But it very quickly became clear as the INF Treaty gave way to the CFE Treaty on Conventional Forces, more summits between Bush and Gorbachev, the gradual loosening of Soviet control in Central and Eastern Europe, that catastrophic success was going to pose as many questions for the future of NATO in a world in which we no longer had an enemy, as it would pose for the Soviet Union. I come back and in my concluding remark today to Georgy Abartov of the US-Canada Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences, who was going around the conference circuit very gleefully after 1987, after INF, saying, "We have done something terrible to you. We are taking away your threat." Thank you. Any questions?
The picture you have drawn from Ronald Reagan was a rather positive one, but a couple of months ago, I don't know if you are aware of this Able Archer story and this spy story, Topaz. It's a very famous spy which was disclosed in the 90s, I think, and then was sentenced to prison for a couple of years. But it was thanks to him that we did not end up in a Third World War, because he was a spy at NATO, and I wanted to know more about this. If you know anything about this spy story.
Well, Topaz, Rainer Rupp was somebody who worked 2 offices from me back in the 1980s, and he used to give me financial investment information every day. And I looked upon him as a financial guru, because he had several houses, apartments in Brussels. And I thought, how can somebody on a NATO salary have several houses and apartments in Brussels? He must be a financial genius, in terms of investing on the stock market. And so I looked upon him as people look today upon Warren Buffett, the sage of Omaha, as a guru on investments. And of course, when he was unmasked as the famous Topaz, it was a genuine surprise, because it also meant that all of the financial tips he'd given me were nonsense, because he'd financed the apartments out of money from the Kremlin, not out of his own acumen. It was a great disappointment. Yes, it's absolutely true. We have had repeatedly in NATO during the Cold War spy scandals. Topaz was the most famous, but there were many others. But incidentally, we now know, of course, that there was a phenomenal amount of Soviet and East Bloc penetration of Western society. The main aide to Willy Brandt, Günter Guillaume, was unmasked as a GDR spy. We later learned after the collapse of the Berlin Wall that the Stasi had employed 25 German members of the Bundestag to give them information. If you go to that building in East Berlin which houses the Stasi files, they extend 174 kilometers in length. 1 in every 6 East German had a file on him, and quite a few foreigners as well. A friend of mine at Oxford, who is a very, very famous commentator on East-West relations, called Timothy Garton Ash. He lived in East Berlin during the Cold War and was in love with an East German woman. And after the wall fell and he got access to his file, he inevitably discovered that his East German girlfriend was a Stasi agent spying on him. He later wrote a very good book on it called The File, which I recommend to you. It's a fantastic sort of vignette on communism. But anyway, what I'm telling you is, yes, there was a fantastic effort by the East Bloc to buy that information, to buy those agents of influence. Did it make any difference in the long run? It was embarrassing at the time. It compromised things at the time. But did it really interfere with major political decisions or the overall strategic debate? I'm not so sure. Frankly, I'm not personally so convinced of the value of spies. Stalin had fantastic spies. He had probably the best spy since Marcus Wolf, the head of the East German intelligence service, in the history of spying, called Richard Sorge. And Richard Sorge, who was a German, got all of the news about Operation Barbarossa. In other words, that Hitler was going to invade the Soviet Union. Stalin just didn't believe him and discounted it. With the results that you know. So I don't know. It's embarrassing, I think, for propaganda purposes. Of course, one side always loves to be able to turn somebody or to have somebody on the inside. But I find little historical evidence that spying or the results of spying have really influenced broader strategic trends. So.
Well, firstly, thank you, because that gave a very good overview of those 2 decades. And I have to say that during those 2 decades, it sounds like there were, whether it was strategy, whether it was by accident, there was some success, at least from the Western point of view, in terms of fighting the enemy in that sense. My question has to do with looking at those lessons learned. And I think you've mentioned a few of them, and we can see how dialogue actually fit a lot into this. How can we take that, and now that NATO is again being tested in 2009 in terms of its reach outside of Europe, really, in this I'm talking about Afghanistan in that sense, is what lessons learned can we take from these decades and now start to apply again, because now we're fighting a different ism, as you were saying before. So
yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. The first thing I would say is that what happened after de Gaulle took France out of the integrated structure in '66, what happened after we had the pressure of the anti-nuclear protest movements in the '80s, was that NATO, subject to pressure, pulled together. We also had this to some degree in Bosnia, which we'll come to in the final lecture, in the '90s, when again NATO was very divided, things weren't going very well, and then one day Warren Christopher came here. He was the US Secretary of State under Clinton. And Christopher, I remember this, in 1994 said, okay, NATO is more important to us than Bosnia. You may disagree with that, but he said it. What he meant that at the end of the day, unity in the alliance, keeping NATO going, working with the allies, is so important that if we have to compromise, we will. So in other words, in previous times of difficulty, NATO has pulled together. It may be sort of, like the wagons circling the wagons, but we've done it. What worries me about Afghanistan today is that at a time of difficulty, instead of pulling together as an alliance, understanding each other, finding a strategy we can believe in, working together, there is obviously too much of a tendency to say, no, my national position is right, your position is wrong, I'm here to defend my national position and not to forge a compromise. The unity of the alliance is no longer the greatest value. I'm not saying that will happen on Afghanistan. I hope it will not. The Strasbourg summit we've got in a few weeks for the 60th anniversary, when Afghanistan will be key. The idea of making a bigger effort, hopefully, is going to sort of change that situation around. But of course, that would be my major conclusion there, that times of difficulty, we've got to pull together as an alliance, be prepared to compromise and so on. That is the condition of success. Not all believe that the difficulty proves that I'm right, my analysis is right, your analysis is wrong, and blame each other and drive apart. Of course, the alliance was much smaller in those days. We only had 15, 16 members. Of course, today we're nearly double that number of 28, but I don't believe it's impossible. But it certainly means that leadership of the alliance, somebody taking the lead in the way that happened in the 60s, happened of course, to some degree with Reagan at the end in the 80s, pulling the allies together is key. This is not an alliance that runs on automatic pilot. Things don't just naturally happen. NATO is not a naturally stable organization because it's democratic. Countries have their own views. So somebody has got to pull things together. So that's why I emphasised leadership. I emphasised strategic communications, particularly as I mentioned, because that subject has now come back with Afghanistan, but in an optimistic sense. I too often hear the view, we can't out-communicate the Taliban. It's too difficult. Our publics are never going to support this. Well, we had a much more public pressure in the 80s. We had millions of people on the streets, believe me. We had those marches being led, not just, if you like, by the alternative lifestyle people, but by serious, well-known politicians. I mentioned Willy Brandt, and yet government still showed that if they devoted resources and a bit of will to the effort, they could turn the situation around somewhat. So I think there's a lesson there as well. It would be little value for me, quite frankly, doing this historical series if there weren't some kernels of lessons there to be applied to today's situation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very grateful to you for attending today. And in a couple of days' time, we'll have the next lecture, which will really start bringing us into a period that even you, youngsters that you are, will associate with November 1989 and the fall of the wall. Thank you. Today is the penultimate of my 6 lectures on NATO's history and the key turning points in NATO's evolution since the end of the Cold War. In fact, this week you're very lucky. You're getting 2 lectures, not just one. The final one will be on Thursday, when we'll look at Yugoslavia and how NATO used force for the first time in its history in the mid-1990s and the consequences for what NATO is doing today in Afghanistan. So hope to see you back. But this year we are celebrating, and I think that's the right word, 1989. 20 years ago already, can you believe it? 1989 was really the miracle year, the annus mirabilis in European history, when things that nobody would believe that they could possibly see in their lifetime actually happened. Ernest Bevin, the great British Foreign Secretary and one of the founding fathers of NATO back in the 50s, once said that his foreign policy was to go down to Victoria Station in London, buy a ticket and go anywhere that he chose. And of course, for my generation, growing up in the 60s and the 70s, Central and Eastern Europe was an impenetrable area. It was cut off by 1,400 kilometers of barbed wire, automatic machine gun firing positions, watch towers. Very difficult to get in. And even more difficult for people on the other side, of course, to get out. And at the time, everybody hoped and believed that ultimately this system would mellow, would change, more people-to-people contact would become possible. I spoke last time to you about the famous convergence theory, that the communists would become more capitalist, the capitalists would become more social democratic at least, and the two systems would converge in the middle. But even on the eve of the fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989 and the Great Velvet Revolutions, even the opponents of communism in Eastern Europe were rather skeptical that much would really change. For example, I dug out this quotation from one of Poland's leading anti-communist intellectuals around the Solidarity movement in the 1980s, who is called Adam Michnik. And he once said that the best we can hope for, this is just a couple of months before the fall of the Berlin Wall, is, I quote, a hybrid society which is conceivable, one where the totalitarian organization of the state will coexist with the democratic institutions of society. In other words, a kind of communist democratic hybrid. And one of my favorite quotations is from Erich Honecker. You remember Erich Honecker, the leader of the DDR, East Germany, who woke up in January 1989 looking forward to this golden year, the 40th anniversary of the foundation of the state of workers and peasants, as East Germany was known as, saying that the wall will still be standing in 50 or 100 years if the reasons for its existence have not been removed. What a bad piece of prediction that turned out to be. So the first point that I want to emphasize is that 1989 took everybody, even the most ferociously anti-communist in the West, by surprise. This chain reaction of uprisings, of people power demonstrations on the streets of Leipzig or Dresden, the collapse of the old order, this chain reaction was such that when we looked at this on television and believed that nothing more dramatic could happen, for example, than the return of Alexander Dubček, the hero of 1968, to a platform together with Havel in Wenceslas Square, or the sight of the car people, all of the East Germans jumping in their little trabbies and driving through the open fence between the Czech Republic or Hungary and Austria when the Hungarians opened up the border in the spring of 1989, or the hundreds of thousands, in fact, of Germans who climbed over the wall of the German embassy in Prague, saying that they would not leave unless they could be taken in a sealed train directly from Prague across East Germany to the west. Just when you thought that it couldn't get any more dramatic, then we had, of course, the ultimate symbol, the fall of the Berlin Wall. But what I would like to emphasize at the outset is that although the fall of the Berlin Wall is what is very much in our memory 20 years on, of course it wasn't the only or even the most dramatic happening in 1989. As I cast my mind back in preparation for today over what had happened, certain things stand out. For example, 1 million Poles in a field outside Krakow listening to Pope John Paul II tell them, "Be not afraid." Stalin once quipped, "How many divisions does the Pope have?" implying that secular military power would always be more than a match for spiritual moral power. John Paul II proved him wrong. Moral conviction, eloquence, moral authority is able to ultimately defeat even the most encrusted authoritarian regime. Another memory which I have is of May the 8th, 1989, when 1 million Balts, if I can call them that. Today, of course, we call them Latvians, Lithuanians and Estonians, and they're all part of NATO. 1 million formed a human chain which extended 650 kilometers from Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, through Riga in Latvia, all the way to Estonia. I remember too the swearing in of the first democratic Polish government in the summer of 1989. And also Gorbachev attending the ceremonies of the 40th anniversary of the foundation of the DDR in October 1989. And telling Honecker and the East German leadership that life punishes those who stay behind. And Honecker then giving a speech proclaiming that East Germany was in fact the 10th largest economy in the world and had outperformed many capitalist countries, and Gorbachev snorting with laughter and derision. It was certainly a wonderful, wonderful year. It reminds me of Shakespeare's Henry V, when on the eve of the Battle of Agincourt, Henry V goes to harangue his troops and to inspire them before the battle the next day. And Shakespeare writes that what Henry says is that those people who are in bed asleep in England, when they realise that they've missed the Battle of Agincourt and they were not there to witness this creation of a new order, would feel accursed. And certainly all of us who witnessed these incredible events simply wanted to leave our offices, jump in our cars, drive through the night and be there to join in the massive street festivals and the people parties. In fact, my boss at the time, a great German Secretary General of NATO, who was called Manfred Werner, did precisely that. He disappeared from the office for nearly a week. And at first, nobody knew where he'd gone. As soon as he watched on television on the night of the 9th of November and saw the gates of East Berlin being opened up and the crowds flooding through, he was so taken by excitement that he told his driver, to be there. He jumped in his car, drove through the night to Berlin. Everybody was trying to track him down until 2 days later, we saw him on German television Is that Werner there, our boss? In the crowds with Hans-Dietrich Genscher, the German foreign minister, at the Berlin Wall. It became known later as the Sinatra Doctrine. The spokesman of Gorbachev, who was called Gennady Gerasimov, a very colourful figure, said that ultimately everybody had gone his way, parodying the My Way theme of Sinatra. The Sinatra Doctrine, everybody was free to go their own way and to define their own future. It was like a domino theory in reverse, not the chain reaction towards more communist states, which Marx and Engels and Lenin had predicted, but the reverse, a situation where increasingly the dominoes were working towards the spreading of freedom and democracy, which seemed at the time to usher in a totally new world. Eric Hobsbawm, the Marxist British historian, wrote a book called The Short 20th Century. The 20th century had been shorter than other centuries because it had begun in 1914 with the outbreak of the First World War and had terminated, of course, early in November 1989 with the fall of the Berlin Wall. The problem, however, and of course we historians, we like problems, is that everybody knew what we had left behind with the fall of the wall, but nobody knew what we were heading towards. As Douglas Hurd, the British Foreign Secretary at the time, put it, this was a system, the Cold War, this was a system under which we had lived quite happily for 40 years. Or as Adam Michnik, again, my Polish Solidarity intellectual, put it, the worst thing about communism is what comes afterwards. While our populations were in jubilation in front of their television screens or on the streets of Berlin, governments were, it has to be said, seriously worried about the implications of this unforeseen, uncontrolled and uncontrollable collapse of the Warsaw Pact and the communist system. Tom Wolfe, the American author at the time, had a bestseller called The Bonfire of the Vanities, and a British MP that I knew at the time famously rephrased that as the bonfire of the certainties. All of the reference points with which we had lived for half a century and which had organised our diplomacy, our military strategy, our ideology, were like as many props that were suddenly pulled from us. What were the immediate preoccupations of Western leaders? The first one, whither Germany? Francois Mauriac, the French novelist, famously said, I love Germany so much, I'm glad there are two of them. When I was your age, or at least the age of some of you, one of the key textbooks was by an American diplomat called Anton de Pott, Europe Between the Superpowers, where he developed the thesis, which was very popular at the time, that the division of Germany was a good thing. Because Germany in the middle of Europe had found it difficult to find its natural place, swinging uncomfortably between East and West, too big, too strong to be accommodated within a European collective security system. Also, the view was that the division of Germany with the Soviet Union occupying the eastern half of Europe had been a convenient way whereby the Soviets had put the lid on resurgent nationalisms, which had been the bugbear of European security in the 19th and for much of the 20th century as well. This system may not have been particularly just, particularly moral, but it did provide the cherished stability, or so at least seemed at the time. And as soon as the wall came down, obviously the big question was, what's going to happen? Even the Germans were somewhat unsure or confused in this situation. The famous security policy specialist of the German socialist, the SPD, Egon Bahr, famously announced in the 80s that Germany had renounced its national unity for the sake of peace in Europe, that the Germans would sacrifice their unity in order to maintain this balance, which seemed to suit everybody. Mrs. Thatcher, or at least one of her government ministers, infamously warned that a united Germany might become a Fourth Reich. I know that this may strike you as totally ridiculous and silly now, and I agree, it was also ridiculous and silly to say this at the time. But Western statesmen, particularly those who had come through the period of Hitler and the Second World War, were very worried. Would a united Germany be neutral? Would it come under Soviet influence, which had been the Soviet design in proposing German reunification in 1953? Could it stay within NATO? Francois Mitterrand, who shared many of Mrs. Thatcher's worries, once said, "I don't have anything to stop it," German unification, "but the Soviets will do it for me. They will never allow this greater Germany just opposite them." So much of the thought was, how could you construct two German states based on a democratic, liberal DDR, which would enter some kind of confederation, in the same way, of course, that Bismarck toyed in the 19th century with the idea of Austria joining a confederation of German states. It was an idea that went around at the time. Even Helmut Kohl, the German leader, proposed a 20-point plan on the assumption that the DDR would survive the collapse of communism and would slowly but progressively join Germany in a slow way, which would satisfy all of Germany's neighbours. Eventually, the Russians agreed to 2+4 talks. Helmut Kohl went off to Russia and did a bit of sauna diplomacy, as he called it, with Boris Yeltsin. The unification of Germany was decided in a sauna, as good a place as anywhere else, if the outcome is a felicitous one. And by 1990, the great powers had essentially agreed on German unity going ahead in October of that year. Gorbachev toyed with the idea of keeping Germany in both the Warsaw Pact and NATO at the same time. Can you imagine? Germany would have been a member of two different alliances simultaneously. Mrs. Thatcher famously said that in all of her political career, this was, I quote, "the stupidest idea I've ever heard of." Eventually, Gorbachev was persuaded to give that up and to agree. Why did he agree? Well, I think, and this certainly is interesting from the point of view of NATO-Russia relations today, I think Gorbachev actually fundamentally realized that NATO was not an aggressive alliance, that NATO was purely defensive, and that if Russia wanted a predictable, integrated European Germany, the best solution was to keep it within the American security umbrella and in NATO. I'm not sure that all of his countrymen would have agreed to that or will even agree today to that, but Gorbachev certainly did. There were sweeteners, of course. The Germans paid over the next few years in excess of 80 billion Deutschmarks to Russia, particularly to pay for the withdrawal of the Soviet forces from East German soil. They agreed to renounce certain territories that had belonged to the Greater Germany at the beginning of the century or even up until the Second World War, such as Kaliningrad, and to formalize their eastern border with Poland along the Oder-Neisse line. But all of the worries about Germany failed to come true. The second big worry was about the breakup of the Soviet Union. George Bush, not W., George H.W. Bush, President of the United States at the time, went to Kiev in August 1991 and pronounced his famous Chicken Kiev speech, where he warned Ukraine not to push for independence from the Soviet Union. The Americans worried about nuclear weapons. What would happen to the nuclear weapons if Ukraine or Kazakhstan or Belarus, where these weapons were based, became independent states? And suddenly you had a situation where Ukraine or Belarus or Kazakhstan would overtake Britain and France in terms of being the largest nuclear powers in the world. What would happen in terms of violence, minority unrest, if the Soviet Union started to crumble? Would this lead to a war? Bush was very worried indeed about all of these things, and though he of course did not want to stop the emancipation of Central and Eastern Europe, he certainly didn't want to accelerate it either in a way which would be uncontrolled. He visited Hungary and Poland in 1989, and in Poland, Lech Walesa asked him for $20 billion to help the Polish economy. Bush gave only 100 million to that effort. He was also criticized in the United States for not welcoming more enthusiastically the collapse of communism, to which he replied that he didn't much like the vision thing, and he said, I guess I'm not an emotional kind of guy. This is not meant critically about George Bush, who in many cases was the architect of German unity and who played a crucial role in persuading Thatcher and Mitterrand to go along with it. But it does show that at the time, leaders had no idea where this process was going to end up. They'd been brought up in a school where revolutions were always bloody, messy and violent. France, 1789, Russia, 1917. And given the immense amount of military firepower in the Eastern Bloc, given the nationalist rivalries, at the time there was no reason to expect that the process would remain peaceful as well. The third worry then was very much about the rise of nationalism in Europe. What would happen once the Soviets lifted the lid? Would the Czechs and the Slovaks go back to rivalry? And the answer is yes, they did, but fortunately in a peaceful way, which led to the Velvet Divorce in Czechoslovakia in 1991-92. Would Hungarians or Romanians once again dispute the fate of Transylvania? Bulgaria's expulsion of ethnic Turks in 1984, 5 years before the wall came down, had already been a rather worrying harbinger of the kind of nationalist tensions which were still there under the surface. Indeed, one of the reasons why the United States did not encourage the breakup of Yugoslavia when Croatia and Slovenia declared independence at the beginning of 1991 was the fear that this would set a bad precedent for what was happening in the Soviet Union. The United States was worried that if nationalist unrest grew, Gorbachev and his whole reform effort, the whole arms control agenda with the United States would be seriously undermined. Final big preoccupation of the Western powers, the future of the European Union. Germany, of course, had been integrated into the European Union. As Thomas Mann, the German novelist, once put it, I prefer a European Germany to a German Europe. And for France, particularly given the history of Franco-German relations before the Second World War, an integrated Germany, which was also largely the paymaster general of the European Union, French agriculture in exchange for German heavy industry, was an essential ingredient of reassurance. What would happen once a united Germany came about and was spending so much money on the economic revitalization of Eastern Germany, the former DDR, that it would have very little money left for the process of European Union. In fact, one of the reasons why Helmut Kohl committed himself to the euro and giving up the Deutschmark, no matter how unpopular this move was in Germany, where the D-Mark was almost a sacred symbol of post-war prosperity and success, was precisely to reassure the French that a united Germany would not slow down European integration. However, once the Germans had agreed to exchange the DDR mark for one German D-Mark, and once over the next few years they'd paid out in the region of 1.3 trillion euros to revitalize East Germany, making those kind of generous offers was considerably less likely. Those of us at NATO in 1989 also were worried. If I can be quite honest with you, as much as we were exhilarated by what was going on in Eastern Europe, and as much as we could claim that this was the vindication of NATO solidarity, our perseverance during the Cold War, our sticking to our principles, what about our jobs? Would we still be there? There were rumours of massive job cuts. Manfred Werner, once he'd come back from Berlin, faced the staff and announced that he was certain that NATO had a bright future, even though the Warsaw Pact, our adversary, was being wound up, and that we would find plenty of things to do. I tell you that at the time he was right, but nobody believed him. We were all rigorously scrutinizing the situation's vacant columns in newspapers and updating our CVs to send out to prospective employers. We didn't believe that NATO would still be around. Now, of course, I like to joke that I've spent the second half of my NATO career earning the salary that I didn't earn in the first half of my NATO career. But again, the fact that NATO would still be in business 20 years later and busier and bigger and in more places in the world than ever, that would have, if somebody had told me that in 1989, I would have recommended that he seek psychiatric treatment. Well, what were the factors that caused the collapse of communism? Well, obviously, first and foremost, if you believe in the role of the individual in history, Gorbachev. As much as we might wish, as good Marxists, to explain the collapse of communism through socially determined factors, one cannot extrapolate the key role of Gorbachev himself. Andrei Grachev, one of his advisors, once said, and I love this quotation, that Gorbachev was a genetic error of the system. He came out of the system, but then destroyed it. When he first became party general secretary in March 1985, he famously said to Raisa Gorbachev, his wife, "We cannot go on living like this." Chernobyl, the nuclear accident in 1986, really did convince Gorbachev that the Soviet system was incompetent, it was rotten, it had to be reformed. He was getting plenty of evidence from the KGB that the Soviet economy in the 1980s had actually started to contract. More of this later. His great actual talent, though, was not what he did, but what he didn't do. Gorbachev was like a person peeling an onion skin. Every time a layer comes off, you realize there are more layers underneath. And so the process is endless. Once he started to reform, he discovered that the problems were much more fundamental than he'd expected. But instead of stopping the process, he went on. He let things happen. Was Gorbachev trying to return the Soviet Union to a free market capitalist system? No. His great hero was Felipe González, the Spanish socialist. He was very much attached to the Swedish model. He really believed that the fundamentals of socialism could be preserved in a more efficient order. He would have been horrified when he started in 1985 if he'd known that only 6 years later Boris Yeltsin would have put him out of a job and that the Soviet Union would be no more. But if Gorbachev's role is completely indispensable, there were other factors at play which historians like to look at. The cosmic factors first, those big sort of strategic shifts in the international paradigm. First one, new criteria of power. Those of us who sort of studied the period between the wars will realize that at the time there was a big debate on whether democracy had a future. Was it really the best system? Did Europeans prefer to actually live under democracies than authoritarian, totalitarian systems? For a long period in the 1930s, Nazi Germany, fascist Italy were genuinely popular systems. The Gestapo in 1939 in Germany was 20,000 to control a population of 78 million Germans. In the DDR, the Stasi was 650,000 to control a population of 16 million. That simple fact tells you a lot. What I'm therefore saying is that immediately after the Second World War, and particularly in a book like 1984 by George Orwell, there was a tremendous skepticism whether democracy was really the system of the future. Would it produce the goods more effectively than more authoritarian command economies? But what was clear by the 1980s was that democracy was overwhelmingly the most effective system for running human affairs. The number of democracies, notwithstanding the pessimism of George Orwell in 1947, the number of democracies quintupled during the latter half of the 20th century. Experts point to the rise of education, of technology, the fact that societies started to organize themselves more laterally than in terms of rigid authoritarian hierarchies. By the 1980s, Marxism had lost the intellectual battle. My good friend Tom Friedman of the New York Times wrote once, and I totally agree, that by 1989 there were more Marxists in a radical bookstore on the Upper West Side of New York than in the whole of the Soviet Union. He was right. By the end of the 80s, there was virtually nothing coming out of the intellectual community in the communist bloc that showed any ability to reform the system. The great heroes, intellectual heroes in the communist bloc were not those who wanted to preserve the system, but those who wanted to destroy it. Pope John Paul II, Andrei Sakharov, the nuclear physicist and dissident, Václav Havel, the Czech playwright, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, the author of the Gulag Archipelago. Second factor, historians now look at the decline of brutality. Something happened in the second half of the 20th century that made states increasingly reluctant to use brutal force to maintain themselves in power. Gorbachev wrote a book called Perestroika. Don't know if any of you have read it, where he said one could always suppress, compel, bribe, break or blast, but only for a certain period. From the point of view of the long-term, big-term politics, one will not be able to subordinate others. Let everyone make his or her own choice, and let us all respect that choice. Third factor, the collapse of authoritarianism. In the 17th century in my country, Britain, there was a phrase, no bishop, no king. In other words, if one side of the authoritarian system collapses, every other aspect of the system collapses. It either holds together or it falls apart. There is no middle ground. And Timothy Garton Ash, some of you may have come across, who is a European expert at St Antony's College, Oxford, wrote about this in a way which I think sums up the general sense of authoritarianism being a hollow shell by the end of the 1980s. He wrote, I quote, "Perhaps the ultimately decisive factor is that characteristic of revolutionary situations described by Alexis de Tocqueville more than a century ago, the ruling elite's loss of belief in its own right to rule. A few kids went onto the streets and threw a few words. The police beat them. The kids said, 'You have no right to beat us.' And the rulers, the high and mighty, replied in effect, 'Yes, we have no right to beat you. We have no right to preserve our rule by force. The end no longer justifies the means.'" When Erich Honecker gave an order in October 1989 to his police to shoot demonstrators on the streets of Leipzig and Dresden, they disobeyed in the first sign of dissent and an internal collapse of these elites. Now, in history, we all know that underlying strategic causes matter a great deal, but we also know that there are immediate triggers, more proximate factors which cause an international system to change. The first one, which I alluded to last time, but I'd like to come back to, is the severe economic crisis in the communist bloc by the mid-1980s. Looking at the history of the DDR, I dug up a report which was compiled by a group of East German economic experts and which was submitted to the party Politburo on the 30th of October 1989, a couple of days before the wall came down. According to this report, more than half of all of the industrial facilities were effectively classifiable as scrap. 53.8% of all machines were write-offs, only reparable at a cost that could not be justified. Half the transport infrastructure was in a state of decay. Productivity was 40% behind the West's. State indebtedness had risen from 12 billion marks in 1970 to 123 billion in 1988. And it was a similar situation elsewhere. In the spring of 1989, inflation hit 1,000% in Poland. In the Soviet Union, the oil price dropped in the 80s. Soviet debt went from $30.7 billion in 86 to $54 billion by 1989. In the Soviet Union, at the time of the collapse of communism, there was a population of some 256 million, all told. That country had only 300,000 entrepreneurs in such an enormous population. By the 1970s, the famous East German spy master, Marcus Wolf, who was the prototype for Carla in the Jean le Carré Cold War novels, concluded that the DDR in particular just couldn't work. The problem of indebtedness meant that the communist systems had to go increasingly looking for Western loans in order to be able to survive. George Bush, he had a policy of not giving those loans, precisely because he felt that the money would be largely wasted. More and more money was being borrowed simply to cover debt, not to invest in economic reconstruction. Second factor was the emergence of people power in Eastern Europe. Ironically, in the 1980s, and you remember my last lecture, the communist bloc formed these peace movements to lobby against NATO's cruise and Pershing missiles. This turned out to be a very major mistake by the communists, because these movements became the genesis of people power movements, which in 1989 took to the streets. I think that the OSCE, as we call it these days, the CSCE, the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, can take a lot of the credit for this, because those ideas of the Helsinki Final Act about the right to assemble, the right to form trade unions, the right to listen to Western radio broadcasts, although the Soviets considered these rather cynically at the time, proved very powerful in mobilizing popular support. All kinds of popular movements grew up, like Neues Form in the DDR, Charter 77 in the Czech part of Czechoslovakia, Public Against Violence in Slovakia, Eko Glasnost in Bulgaria, proved effective. And once people had seen the images of these popular protest on television, even in the Eastern Bloc, there was a feeling, well, we can do that too. I'm not alone. Other people think like me. We are not powerless. Modern communications, even inside the Eastern Bloc, had a kind of a knock-on effect as one movement inspired others. The third is the East-West arms race. Eduard Shevardnadze, the Soviet foreign minister, at the time, later president of Georgia, calculated that by the 1980s, the Soviet Union was spending 50% of its expenditure on some form of defense. The Soviet economy was one-sixth the size of the United States, but was spending 3 times more than the Americans on armaments. Dwight Eisenhower, the only US president in the post-war years to have been a military officer, once warned the United States against the military-industrial complex. He said, the problem with defense spending is to figure out how far you should go without destroying within that what you are seeking to protect from without. Nice phrase, huh? In other words, if the spending undermines your society, then you are not really benefiting from the protection that you get against external enemies. Eisenhower wanted to warn his American countrymen, but that phrase is much more typical of what happened in the Soviet Union. By the mid-80s, defense expenditure had become an intolerable burden. Gorgy Arbatov, famous Soviet commentator, said, we were arming ourselves with no idea as to what were our real needs. Final issue, the Soviet defeat in Afghanistan. The Soviets withdrew in 1989. They had 150,000 troops, 15,000 of those died. Gorbachev told the Party Congress in February '86 that this had been a bleeding wound. It was. It was the first major military defeat in the history of the Soviet Union. The veterans, the Afghanisti, as they became known, became a powerful lobby within Soviet society, calling for military reform, pointing their finger at corruption and nepotism, which had undermined the Soviet military effort. The inability to impose communism in Afghanistan showed that communism did not represent the future, but was effectively reversible. And the Soviet Union had stirred up the forces of Islamic fundamentalism in that region, which not only became then, in Chechnya and elsewhere, a threat to the Soviet Union and Russia itself, but also, as we know from 9/11 and the genesis of Al-Qaeda, a threat also to NATO and the Western countries itself. This inability to expand communism led to a lot of questioning about internal reform. So, now, in the last part of my remarks, I come to the inevitable question: well, how did NATO survive? Why did we not get our pink slip of dismissal sometime around 1990? Why are we still here today? Now, some of you, if you want to be really nasty, could say it's bureaucratic sort of ineptitude or immobilism. The fact that Italy apparently had a Ministry of the Colonies still 20 years after giving up its last colony. There may be some truth in that, frankly. It's much easier to create an institution than it is to dismantle one. But I think there are some more sincere and fundamental reasons. Let me enumerate them very quickly. First of all, I think at a time of change, when everything is in turmoil around you, you hold on to what you've got. In England, we say, always hold on to nurse for fear of getting something worse. And that was very much the mood. Keep NATO. Maybe NATO won't survive forever, but at a time of change, you need an Ordnungsfaktor, as the Germans would call it. You need a frame of reference whereby Europe and the United States can work together to manage this change. If you sort of change Western Europe while you're changing Eastern Europe, then you will completely lose control of the situation. Number two, and this I think is a powerful thing, there was an assumption in 1989 that all of those great intellectuals who had pushed change in Eastern Europe would argue for a new European collective security system. Not only should the Warsaw Pact be dismantled, but NATO should be dismantled as well. Indeed, in Eastern Germany, there were a group of intellectuals around the writers Christa Wolf or Stefan Hein that launched a 4-hour land appeal and actually regretted that the Berlin Wall had come down too early, that the wall had fallen, precipitating German unification, before they had had time to create a democratic German socialist state in the East. But they were exceptions. Those early idealists were blown away very quickly. And a new generation of Eastern European leader came on the scene, Lech Walesa, Poland, Václav Havel in the Czech Republic, that generally believed that the solution was for their countries simply to join NATO. They wanted not for the West to go east, but they wanted to go west themselves. Havel famously called this the return to Europe. Havel came here very famously in 1990, I shall never forget, and gave probably the best speech that has ever been delivered to the North Atlantic Council, where he apologized on behalf of his people for all of the lies that had been spread about NATO in Eastern Europe during the communist years. Edmund Burke once said about intellectuals that the best were only men of theory, rather unkind. But the ideas of Gorbachev for a common European home, the ideas of Mitterrand for a European confederation got nowhere, because Western Europe may have been interested, but Eastern Europe wasn't. As far as the Eastern Europeans concerned, NATO was the real thing. The rest was conversation. So any pressure from the East to dismantle NATO disappeared quickly. Even today, the biggest fans of NATO are often on the territory of our former adversaries. Finally, NATO was able to successfully reinvent itself, to change with the times before obsolescence risked to take over. At our ministerial meeting in Turnberry in December 1989, we extended the hand of friendship to the East. In July 1999, at NATO's summit in London, we produced the best declaration that we have ever produced, the only one which is really readable by our publics, where we offered a non-aggression pact to the East, where we pledged that we would not militarily exploit the vacuum in Central and Eastern Europe, where we invited Gorbachev to visit NATO headquarters. In 1991, we set up the North Atlantic Cooperation Council, which is today, of course, the Euro-Atlantic Partnership Cooperation Council, inviting these countries not necessarily to join NATO, but to come and talk with us about the future of European security. And in 1994, around a lunch table in Truman Hall, the residence of the US ambassador to NATO, we invented the Partnership for Peace, one of the best ideas in post-war history, which will allow all of these countries to be associated with NATO and to benefit from NATO's defence reform, whether they wanted to join or not. Douglas Hurd, him again, the former British Foreign Secretary, said that this was a comfortable waiting room while we worked out what to do with these countries of Central and Eastern Europe. I think, frankly, NATO was also helped by the fact that the European Union at that time was in the throes of currency union, going through the Maastricht Treaty, once again preoccupied with its own institutional reform. The common foreign and security policy of the European Union had not yet been born. The hour of Europe, which we'll talk about on Thursday, had not yet arrived in the former Yugoslavia. And so, to some degree, NATO took advantage of the fact that we were the outward-looking institution at a time when the European Union was still largely an inward-looking institution. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end, did we manage the end of the Cold War well? Well, difficult question. Lately, a mood of revisionism inevitably has set in. Historians love to be revisionists. What seemed at the time to be so miraculous, of course, has left an aftertaste, particularly in Russia, which, of course, experienced the end of the Cold War rather differently to its satellite states in Central and Eastern Europe. Putin, a couple of years ago, said that the biggest tragedy of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union, when the vast majority of Europeans would say, on the contrary, it was the biggest success story. And that Ronald Reagan was right when he described that as the evil empire. We now know from research, particularly the famous Black Book on Communism, which came out a few years ago, that over 100 million people died at the hands of various communist regimes in the 20th century. And therefore, there was absolutely no reason whatever to feel any kind of nostalgia for a system that not only had failed to deliver its vision of an egalitarian society, but often had imposed a rather bloody toll on its own citizens. I'm not being a propagandist in saying that. I think it's objective truth. But of course, the fact that Russia, as a country which had lost its empire, but had not found it easy to find a new role, felt humiliated by the process, obviously has meant that the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle, reconciliation with Russia, bringing Russia into the same democratic Euro-Atlantic system, has not yet happened, even 20 years on. And how to do so today is still one of the biggest questions on NATO's agenda. Of course, Russians experienced the end of the Cold War in a traumatic way. Their standard of living collapsed. The theory at the time was shock therapy. There was a lot of shock but not very much therapy. An egalitarian society, at least on the surface, suddenly became very unequal. By 2004, as the result of privatization via the oligarchs, there were 36 Russian billionaires with a combined wealth of $110 billion. In other words, 25% of the entire Russian GDP. Not bad, huh? Even in the United States, with all of these rich bankers, you don't have a situation where 36 people own 25% of GDP. Was the transition too brutal? Should it have been slowed down? Is a legitimate question to ask. But I don't believe that the West, frankly, can be blamed for the fact that Russia still felt badly treated or humiliated. We recognize Russia rapidly as the successor state of the Soviet Union. The nuclear weapons that were in Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Belarus were given back to Russia with the support of the Western countries. NATO announced that it would not station forces, non-nuclear weapons, on the territory of its new member states or in Eastern Europe. Indeed, between 90 and 94, Germany gave Russia $71 billion in various forms of assistance and $36 billion to other countries in Central and Eastern Europe. There was absolutely no desire on behalf of the Western countries to humiliate Russia. In fact, Bush was very, very careful to avoid all kinds of triumphalist language along the lines of, we won the Cold War, we're the winners and you're the losers. But it's also true, of course, that countries which perceive themselves to be on the losing edge often invent all kinds of myths as to why that has happened. By the 1990s, the theme that was going around was that of Weimar Russia, modelled on the Weimar Republic. The myth of the Dolchstoss, that a empire which had been strong had been somehow stabbed in the back by Gorbachev and by other devious politicians, and that the Soviet Union had more or less given up the Cold War without getting what it should have got in return. In other words, should you be rewarded for doing the right thing? This is a key question, but that survives to this day. Finally, the legacy of 1989. Well, we all know that history is written by the victors. I love this quotation from Winston Churchill. He said, "History will be the judge, and I will write the history." It's true. In 1989, all of those debates of the earlier part of the century, which I mentioned to you, the debate about whether democracy was the natural form of government, whether democracies produced the goods, that debate had been swept away. Francis Fukuyama, the American intellectual, published his famous article in the National Interest, "The End of History." No more debates. Life would be boring. There would be nothing to argue about. No competition of values. The West had sort of won the argument. Der Spiegel said that we didn't need an army anymore because henceforth the military factor would no longer play in politics. Peace had broken out. We were all harvesting the peace dividend. It seemed that henceforth, as Flora Lewis, the famous columnist of the New York Times, put it, when guns fall silent, money talks. In fact, the future of NATO would be as a financial institution. Of course, we realise now that notion of a perpetual peace, a world without challenges, a holiday from history, a strategic vacation, call it what you like, that has all become an illusion. Peace did not break out, or only for a short time. Security, military forces did not suddenly become redundant. We use them more today in more places than ever. If you're in the military, your chance of getting killed is infinitely greater than at any time during the Cold War, with the exception of Korea, of course, and Vietnam. The idea that we could rely only on soft power, wrong. Hard power still counts, and we need more of it in places like Afghanistan. Teddy Roosevelt said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." and certainly we need a bigger stick if we are to speak softly. We've discovered that the paradigm of great power war, which had occupied everybody, had given way to a whole new set of challenges, which we'll talk about on Thursday. Islamic terrorism, or at least religiously inspired extremism, the threat of nuclear proliferation. I saw the head of the Atomic Energy Agency, El Baradei, the other day say that nearly 50 countries now have the ability to make nuclear weapons around the world. There's a phrase, you may not like war, but war likes you. In other words, you may want to escape from these conflicts and declare neutrality, which you still could do in the Cold War, but you can't do it today. I was in Munich over the weekend at the security conference, and President Sarkozy put it a very nice way. He said, you can either have peace or you can be asked to be allowed to live in peace. Or at least to be in peace, in a sense to be left in peace. Leave me in peace, I don't want to be bothered. But as Sarkozy put it, if you want peace rather than to be allowed to be left in peace, you have to have a proactive approach for dealing with these problems. If we don't go to Afghanistan, Afghanistan is going to come to us. So yes, in a way, it's true that 20 years on, that dream world of 1989, the springtime of the nations, the Immanuel Kant's period of perpetual peace, the reconciliation of groups of brother and sister, the sort of outlawing of war, that unfortunately has not happened. Does that mean that it was all a dream, an illusion, a kind of interlude, a sunny day between storms? No. There is another lesson of 1989, and I think that we should remember that this year. Why this year? Because this year is a bad year, 2009. The New York Stock Exchange has lost $14 trillion over the last 12 months. The credit crunch is now producing not just poor bankers, but more jobless people throughout the world. We face not just a recession, but the prospect of a depression, which could be as bad as the 1930s. It's a gloomy time, particularly if you believe in the ability of people to determine their futures. But even that arch-determinist Karl Marx, who believed so much in social forces, still said men make history. The lesson of 1989 for us today is that spectacular change is possible. Even the direst situation could be rescued through faith, courage, organisation, determination. People can take their future into their own hands. We are not the passive sort of victims of processes over which we have no control. Europe does not have to be, as the Czech politician Thomas Masaryk once put it, a laboratory atop a vast graveyard. So in this doom and gloom, particularly on the financial front in 2009, let's just remember that, or at least try to regain some of the optimism and belief of 1989 to get ourselves out of the mess we're in. Thank you very much.
I have a rather personal question to you, Mr. Shea. How did you live and witness this 9th of November 1989? Because this intrigues me, because I have the impression that that particular day was the same. You had the same impression, maybe, or can be compared to the 9/11 for, let's say, people of our generation. Yeah,
I mean, you're absolutely right to point out to the 9/11, because in Europe, the great change was 11/9, as the Americans call it, putting the month before the day, which was a theme of liberation, of happiness, of freedom, of threats being reduced. And of course, for Americans, the transforming experience was 9/11, which was one of 3,000 casualties, terrorist attacks, a feeling of vulnerability, of suddenly safety unexpectedly disappearing. And it was later said that during the period of the Iraq War in 2003, that the fundamental problem between Europeans and Americans is Americans have become much more pessimistic and gloomy about the world, and more determined that they had to sort of deal with dangers wherever they were confronted. A lot of innocence, whereas of course in Europe we were still in the honeymoon period of the fall of the Berlin Wall, believing that all problems could be solved through diplomacy, soft power, through the United Nations, through resolutions, and that military force would always make the situation worse rather than better. And I think there's some truth in that, because of these two different experiences, 11/9 versus 9/11, the two halves of the Atlantic, for a while at least, went off in different directions. And now, of course, in NATO over Afghanistan, we're trying to bring those two strategic cultures together, saying to the Americans, well, a bit more effort on the civilian side, please. And the Americans are saying, fine, but then you Europeans, a bit more effort on the military side, please, so that we are more or less doing the equal thing. For me, it was a surprise just how quickly the communist regimes collapsed. I will admit that. Well, you remember the lectures, the communist regimes had always shown a willingness to impose force. Hungary, 56. East Germany, 53, Czechoslovakia, 68, the Brezhnev doctrine, you remember, that at the end of the day, they would experiment with reform, they might even allow some liberalisation. Poland, for example, was allowed to develop private agriculture in the 1970s, but that at the end of the day, if Soviet rule was threatened, then they would intervene to preserve that. They couldn't allow their security system to unravel. Well, there were two big shocks to me in 1989. Shock number one was that the Soviet Union was refused to countenance the use of force. There's a famous example when Rakowski, the leader of the Polish Communist Party, when Solidarity was about to take power in the Polish elections, phoned Gorbachev and said, Gorbachev, what do I do? What do I do? Give me your advice. And Gorbachev, in a 40-minute conversation, told him, let it happen. In other words, the communist leaders of Eastern Europe had no autonomy. They had no autonomy outside Moscow. This was strange. They had not managed to build up any kind of national power base which was not totally dependent. They had no idea what to do unless Moscow told them. That was the first surprise, that total degree of dependency. The second thing was that, have you ever seen the film The Wizard of Oz? Well, you remember the wizard is this very powerful dictatorial character. And at the end of the movie, Judy Garland, who is determined to see the wizard, goes behind the screen and suddenly sees that it's a pathetic old man with a projector. In other words, the wizard doesn't exist. It's just an illusion. Or if he does exist, he's a shadow of the real thing. And that was the real discovery, that these structures, which on the surface looked incredibly powerful, secret police, military forces, ideology, very hard-headed people who'd been in the revolutionary struggle all their lives, but had in fact no power. They had the appearance of power, but there was nothing behind it, rather like the Wizard of Oz. They were sort of completely empty shell regimes. And at once there was a little push to challenge them, they collapsed. But it also, I think, is a humbling lesson in political science. We think we understand places, we think we understand regimes, we think we can make predictions, but at the end of the day, we always get it wrong. Everything takes us by surprise, and we know nothing. We pretend to know, but in reality, we don't. It's always the great sort of revenge of history upon anybody who tries to understand history. It's like a mountain that can never really be conquered. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today we arrive at the last of the lectures. We come bang up against the present and the future of NATO history. So this will be it until the 70th anniversary at least. Let's hope there is one. But I would like to start by thanking you, particularly those of you who were here since the very beginning. To paraphrase Dean Acheson, you were present at the creation. I'm grateful for your support, for your interest. Solidarity is a fine NATO principle, and moreover, if you've been here since the beginning, you've demonstrated the fundamental quality of any NATO member, the capacity to listen to somebody talking interminably without falling asleep. or at least pretending not to fall asleep. So I've greatly appreciated you as an audience and your questions and interest. Today, we reached the final turning point of the 1990s, which of course came during the war in the former Yugoslavia. I've tried to design this series, as you recall, around turning points, the things that moved NATO into a different direction. We saw that, just to recap, in the 1940s, it was the decision of the United States to go from isolationism to European engagement. We saw in the 50s it was the decision to convert NATO from a treaty into a real alliance, an organisation with a Secretary General, with a staff, with people like me and some of you, and with its own military structures. We saw then in the 60s that we moved from a defence-based strategy to a détente-based strategy. And we developed NATO's political role for the first time. In the 70s, we went from being a nuclear modernizer to a nuclear disarmer and started negotiations with our adversaries, as they then were for the first time. Then in the 80s, just a couple of days ago, we saw how we went from keeping the Warsaw Pact out to bringing the Warsaw Pact in. The end of the Cold War and NATO's new role, no longer to maintain the division of Europe, but to overcome it. Today we arrive at a moment when NATO, in many cases, started to be NATO for the first time, when for the first time we used our military forces to actually resolve a conflict, instead of avoiding conflict, which is what we'd managed to do for the first half century of our existence. We went from an organisation that recognised that in certain circumstances, to uphold its credibility, it had to be ready to engage in conflicts and to fight conflicts, and if necessary, to win them. So it was truly the crossing of a Rubicon, from waiting to be attacked to a situation where we sent for the first time NATO forces outside the treaty area to try to resolve the problems of others in other countries. Now, let me begin with an anecdote. It's the 28th of February 1994. I've just arrived at the office. I'm the NATO spokesman. The telephone rings. I pick it up and I recognise the husky German voice of Manfred Wörner, the NATO Secretary General, calling me from a hospital bed in the Klinikum in Aachen, Germany, where he had gone to be treated from the cancer which eventually killed him in August of 1994. He was in a very excited state. I said, Secretary General, what is it? He said, have you seen the news? Yes, I have. I came into the office. The news of that day was that for the first time ever, NATO had fired a shot. In fact, 4 shots. NATO aircraft implementing the no-fly zone over Bosnia had shot down 4 Bosnian Serb aircraft, which had violated that UN-sponsored no-fly zone. Secretary General, you're in hospital. Why should you be worried about this? You get yourself better. No. This is a significant moment. Wörner had been calling for years for NATO to get tough, particularly with the Bosnian Serbs, not to sit on the sidelines as terrible atrocities, rapes, war crimes were committed, to show that NATO stood on the European continent for democratic values. He was a passionate humanitarian interventionist, even before the responsibility to protect and the right of humanitarian intervention became standard parts of the international community. He felt passionately that if we allowed ethnic cleansing, the carve-up of states, the transfer of populations to go unpunished in the Balkans, it would rapidly bring down the party atmosphere on the streets of Berlin, that the end of the Cold War marked the outbreak of universal peace in Europe, and that we could all forget about conflict for the rest of our lives. And although, yes, NATO's first shot was a fairly modest affair, 4 Bosnian Serb trainer aircraft being down, for him, this represented that precise moment when the Allies would go from how little they could do in Bosnia to deciding how much they needed to do to bring about the end of the conflict. So he asked me to get a camera team together quickly, to approach CNN, the BBC, many of the other networks. We borrowed his 2 Mercedes. We went at 200 kilometers down the Autobahn to the Klinikum, And we found a Manfred Werner who had lost a lot of weight, who was not looking in particularly good condition, quite frankly. And we spent most of the morning converting his hospital room into a TV studio. We took out the bed, we took the drip feeds out of his neck. He had a great deal of makeup. We put him in a suit and so on. And then he gave his interview and responded to the fact that NATO had finally done what he'd been calling on the alliance to do, to show that it was not a paper tiger, that it would uphold UN resolutions and uphold our values. And that was, in his life, a great moment. But it was also really the moment when the NATO of today, the NATO of Afghanistan, the NATO that operates on a global basis, the NATO that confronts 21st century challenges, was born. Of course, the first few years of the Bosnian War had been a deeply frustrating time for the alliance. When the war broke out, initially in Croatia, Slovenia for a short period in 1991, a Luxembourg foreign minister at the time proclaimed that this was the hour of Europe, not the hour of the United States. Still with the hangover of the great party of the end of communism on the streets of Prague or of Berlin or of Warsaw, we genuinely believed that henceforth all communists would be Democrats, as many of them tried to be in Central and Eastern Europe. They would all want to draw closer to the European Union and to NATO. They would all want economic assistance. They could all be treated like gentlemen who are rational individuals who are prepared to broker rational solutions. We totally underestimated the way in which communism transmogrified into nationalism in the former Yugoslavia. So NATO stood on the sidelines as the EU Troika made repeated visits to see Tudjman in Croatia and Milosevic in Belgrade to offer trade agreements, to offer a European enlargement perspective to that country, to appeal for moderation, all in the belief that the kind of spirit of intelligent compromise that works inside the European Union would be effective in working between the European Union and other states. The common European foreign and security policy was not at that time born, and the European Union had no military force to offer. But NATO was also on the sidelines. We were on the sidelines because essentially we had profound political differences in our analysis of the fall of Yugoslavia. For some, like Germany, it represented a kind of late 20th century equivalent of Woodrow Wilson's principle of self-determination, that as Germany had exercised self-determination in uniting itself, so the same principle should allow Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia to pull apart from the old Yugoslavia. The Americans, by contrast, were deeply worried about the collapse of Yugoslavia. Jim Baker, the Secretary of State, went to Belgrade in June 1991 and pronounced, we don't have a dog in this fight. In other words, we don't have a position in this conflict. And Milosevic certainly took that as a signal that the United States, preoccupied with the impending collapse of the Soviet Union, would not be prepared to sanction him if he used force to keep the Yugoslav Union together. The British, the French, who had had Yugoslavia as an ally in the First World War and the Second World War, shared similar sentiments. To allow borders to be changed, apart from German unification, which was a special event, might send a bad signal to other nationalist disputes between Hungarians and Romanians in Transylvania, between Czechs and Slovaks, would send a bad signal elsewhere. President Bush, father of George W., just to be certain, President H.W. Bush, had just been in Ukraine giving his famous Chicken Kiev speech, which I mentioned in my last lecture, very much to discourage nationalism. And therefore the Allies, divided in what they wanted to do in Yugoslavia, stayed very much on the sidelines as the war broke out. Indeed, there was almost a sense that in a Europe which was celebrating the end of history and the resurgence of democratic values, military force was almost like a 19th century concept to be used, and it wouldn't be too long before eventually the Yugoslavs, who were, after all, intelligent people who had had the most developed form of socialism in the old days of the communist bloc, who highly educated, it would only be a few days before they came to their senses and put a stop to it all. Why did Yugoslavia collapse? Well, when I was a student many years ago, many years ago, the typical exam question, if you were doing a degree in international relations, is that when the communist bloc eventually dissolves, which country is going to have the easiest transition from communism to capitalism? Which one famous Polish commentator once described as, in terms of, it's easy to turn an aquarium into fish soup, but it's much harder to turn fish soup back into an aquarium. And of course, as the Americans say, this was a no-brainer. It was obviously going to be Yugoslavia, the country with devolved republics with a great degree of autonomy, the country of worker self-management, the country where millions of Germans and Italians and Brits went every year to sun themselves on the beaches of Dubrovnik, the country which had escaped the clutches of Stalin in 1948 and had split off in the early 1950s from the Warsaw Pact, even before it had been fully formed. And the paradox is that this country, which seemed to have the most chance to make the transition, is the one that made the biggest mess of it and descended into mass violence. So that 2 years later, by 1993, nearly 300,000 of its inhabitants had been killed, and 40% of the population, 2.5 million people in particular, had been made refugees. 40% of the population in all, nearly 8 million people, had been internally displaced. Well, I'm not here today and I don't have time to analyse all the reasons why Yugoslavia collapsed, but certainly the fact is that after the Cold War, the Yugoslav leadership, knowing that communism was no longer a legitimising factor and not being able to define their objective as liberation from an external occupier, the Soviet Union, to keep themselves in power, manipulated the nationalist theme. And once it started, it quickly became an action-reaction cycle, inducing an atmosphere almost of mass paranoia, where to kill was the best way to avoid being killed oneself. As the Yugoslav conflict became more and more bloody and terrible and protracted, as it spread to Bosnia in 1992, in the wake of Bosnia following Croatia and Slovenia and declaring independence, the NATO allies basically split into two groups. And this also made it difficult. On the one hand, there were the pessimists who sort of recalled European history, the Balkans powder keg, who recalled the Maquis de Salabri, the French writer who had called the Balkans the unpolished extremities of Europe, and believed that this was rather like a conflict out of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet, two feuding communities, the Montagues and the Capulets, who hated each other, always had done, would never get on, and this was a civil war basically where the international community could never make peace until the parties were exhausted and decided to make peace themselves. Even the American Secretary of State at the time, Lawrence Eagleburger, said in September 92, until the Bosnians, Serbs and Croats decide to stop killing each other, there is nothing the outside world can do. After all, this country was a country, Yugoslavia, with 6 republics, 5 nations, 4 languages, 3 religions, and 2 alphabets, all held together by one party, the League of Yugoslav Communists. Churchill famously declared that the Balkans produce more history than they can consume. Everybody remembers Bismarck and his famous phrase about the Balkans not being worth the bones of a Pomeranian grenadier. It was, as Warren Christopher, the American Secretary of State, who replaced Eagleburger, once famously declared, a problem from hell. Very complicated, ancestral hatreds. What could the international community do by intervening that would make it any better? Far better to wait to see who would be the winner, who would be the loser, and then make peace. But there was another camp, the optimists, interestingly, largely on the left wing of European politics, who believed passionately that what had happened was not a civil war at all, but a war of international aggression, largely coming out of Belgrade, which would set a bad precedent, border changes, loss of territorial integrity, ethnic cleansing, the use of violence to solve problems, and that the international community had the power if it only was prepared to use even limited force to sort this out. Yugoslavia was the big testing ground for people like Bernard Kouchner and Médecins Sans Frontières, Joschka Fischer in Germany, Gareth Evans, the Australian foreign minister, which finally realised the notion of not just the right, but indeed the duty of a humanitarian intervention. And indeed, in the 1990s, particularly in the wake of the American air campaign against Iraq in Kuwait, in the first Gulf War, there was a great belief that we could have war without tears, that military technology, the revolution of military affairs, had advanced in such a way that we really could employ decisive force in a way which would spare our own lives, spare the civilian population, but which would be decisive enough to send a message to Milosevic and to the others that they had to stop fighting. But unfortunately, these two camps, the pessimists and the optimists, largely cancelled each other out. NATO got involved in a series of efforts to assist the United Nations, beginning in 91 with a naval embargo in the Adriatic, then a no-fly zone over Bosnia. Then in 1993, at a meeting in Athens, we agreed on close air support, the idea of using NATO air power to intervene to protect the UN forces, UNPROFOR, that had been deployed in the theatre if they were attacked and if they called on NATO's assistance. But here was the rub. NATO had subcontracted the decision on whether to use NATO force to another organisation, the UN, under the so-called dual key system. We could not use force unless NATO decided and simultaneously the UN decided. The problem was twofold. A, it was highly unlikely that the two organisations would have a sufficiently common analysis to decide at the same time to use force. When we wanted to, they didn't want to, and vice versa. Secondly, the UN believed that the threat of force without actually using it would be enough to moderate the behaviour of the belligerents. The Serbs, of course, are not silly. Naturally, no. They quickly recognised that this was an empty threat because there would never be an intention to use it. The problem was that if you bombed from the air, immediately the UN forces, many of which came from NATO countries, would be seized, held hostage. They might be killed in retaliation. In other words, it was not the Serbs that contradicted our policy. We contradicted it ourselves. We became a paper tiger. I have still in my office, which reminds me every day about NATO's credibility, a cartoon. And it comes from the Boston Globe in 1994. And it shows two naked people on a bed, a man and a woman, husband and wife. And clearly things have not gone as well as they should have. And the wife has this very indulgent smile to her husband with a look of sorrow in a big bubble and says, "Don't worry, honey, it even happened to NATO." In other words, we were doing the one thing that a serious security organisation must never do, which is to use its most formidable asset in the most nugatory, ineffective way. As William Safire of the New York Times put it, it's either Bosnia alive or NATO dead. Eventually, the story has a happier ending. We finally did take decisive action. Admittedly, it was only after we had been shamed into doing it, after the massacre in Srebrenica in July 1995, when the Bosnian Serbs, as everybody knows, took the town and murdered 8,000 of Muslim, essentially Muslim, Bosnian Muslim men and boys. This also had the advantage of obliging the UN to withdraw back to Sarajevo, which allowed us then to use decisive military force. Having sat in so many NATO meetings at the time, listening to commanders saying that it would take 500,000 troops to sort out Yugoslavia, because after all, Hitler, during the Second World War, so it was said, had never managed to subjugate Yugoslavia, even though he put 40 divisions there. Totally wrong. The Germans never had more than 3 divisions in Yugoslavia throughout the Second World War. But there was this myth that the Yugoslavs had managed to hold even the greatest armies at bay, and therefore we would need mobilization in NATO member states if we were to be successful. And that air power could never succeed in a country like Yugoslavia because of the fog and the terrain and so on. No. When we finally used force during a 9-day air campaign in September 1995, a couple of weeks later, we had the Dayton Peace Agreement. I'm not arguing that NATO uniquely was responsible for this outcome. The Americans had worked hard in bringing the Croats and the Bosnian Muslims, the Bosniaks, closer together, which then put the Serbs at a disadvantage. That's true. But it would not have been done without the NATO air campaign. So the first conclusion is I'm not pretending that force works in every circumstances, but if you at least have the courage to use it decisively, it does increase your chance of being successful. When we got to Kosovo a few years later, although I'm not going to argue that that was a perfect campaign either, at least we learned the lessons. We stopped making empty threats. There have been too many empty threats during the Bosnian years. We remembered the dictum of Frederick the Great of Prussia, that diplomacy without arms is like music without instruments. The use of force was much more closely tied to the international negotiating strategy of people like Dick Holbrooke and others, and the Rambouillet peace conference that tried to settle the problem of Kosovo. There was much more unity in the alliance too, in the willingness to actually use force if the deadlines ran out, and we managed to convince Milosevic. Unlike the Bosnian years, when nobody from NATO ever went to talk to Milosevic or Tudjman or the belligerents during the war, we sent plenty of people to Belgrade to talk with Milosevic to make it clear to him that we were serious. And finally, we did prepare in Kosovo a ground option which was ready to go in if necessary. And, of course, to be the peace force, which is still there today, KFOR, when the air campaign was ultimately successful. Admittedly, it was not a very comfortable situation for me as the NATO spokesman at the time to always have to defend. We had no UN mandate. People went around saying that it may not be legal, but it's legitimate. But I will be the first one to accept that public opinion did not always understand that fine distinction. We overestimated in Kosovo the use of air power. We underestimated in Bosnia the use of air power, and then paradoxically we overestimated it in Kosovo. Even today I find it difficult to answer the question, Jamie, how comes you used thousands of laser-guided missiles and only destroyed 14 Serb tanks? We worry too much about our own strategy and too little about the strategy of Milosevic, our adversary, particularly in not foreseeing the countermeasures that he took, like human shields or mixing the military with the civilian population, forcing out the refugees and causing that humanitarian disaster. And it would have been helpful if we'd prepared a ground option earlier to convince Milosevic that we would be ready to employ that. But still, nonetheless, we came out of the Balkans having had a hard learning experience. As if I may quote Winston Churchill again, he once said about the Americans that they always do the right thing having exhausted all of the alternatives. We were the same. We eventually did the right thing in the Balkans, but having exhausted lots of alternatives and having wasted a great deal of time. I still believe today that those 300,000 Yugoslavs, many of them would be alive had we intervened immediately, that the shelling of Dubrovnik started in 1991 and not waited until 95, 4 years later, to use force. What were the lessons? Well, certainly that you cannot mix peacekeeping on the ground with peace enforcement in the air. You can't have the decision on the use of force split between different organizations with different objectives. You've got to have a common analysis in the alliance, and you can't have the Americans doing one thing and the Europeans doing something totally different. As a famous NATO Supreme Commander said, it's either in together and it's out together, or it's one team and one mission. Exactly. Just like you cannot have NATO as the Europeans doing things without the Americans, so you cannot have NATO as the Americans doing things without the Europeans. But we also learned the lesson that fighting is the easy part. The conflict is the easy part. The thing that NATO is best at doing, which is winning conflicts, if necessary, with its military force, is the easy part. And the thing that then NATO gets called upon to do, which is to implement the peace on the ground, is the hardest part. What we're finding is that the conflict part is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and the implementation part is getting longer and harder, Afghanistan being the case in point. That said, ladies and gentlemen, if NATO was good for the Balkans were as good, if not better, for NATO. The intervention in Yugoslavia, although it had been a difficult, hesitant affair, very disputatious affair. People often refer to arguments in the alliance over Iraq in 2003, but I can assure you that in 1994, the row was just as hard here over policy towards Bosnia. I remember even Warren Christopher, the American Secretary of State, coming here to a meeting in 94 saying, okay, we're going to change our strategy because NATO is more important to us than Bosnia. It was very difficult, finally, for countries to give up very passionate policies vis-à-vis the Balkan conflict in the name of maintaining NATO solidarity. But still, we'd got through it in a way that had brought about a massive transformation of the alliance, which we are still living with today. The first aspect, is the shift to out of area. Dick Lugar, the American senator, said it's either out of area or out of business. By 1995, we were definitely out of area and in business. Secondly, we'd gone from a Cold War scenario of predicated on the massive use of force, massive retaliation, nuclear war, to one in which we had to learn to use force in very multiple, very precise ways, and even simultaneously. For example, in Yugoslavia, we had a naval embargo, a no-fly zone, close air protection of the UN, an air campaign, a peace implementation force, managing airspace, managing airports, disarming the local militias and creating a zone of separation, training the Bosnian army and forming it, supervising elections, taking out mines, building the infrastructure, guarding war crime sites. Need I go on? In other words, the military force has to be used now in a variety of different ways to be successful. We also learned something else, which is haunting us today in Afghanistan, that in the Cold War, NATO was able to achieve its objectives with its own members. We didn't need anybody else. As long as the allies could find a common denominator and acted, that was enough. Now, for the first time in Bosnia, we learned that we could go in by ourselves, but we could not come back out by ourselves. The comprehensive approach, although we didn't use that title then, was born in Bosnia. In other words, you have to get the World Bank to invest, you need the EU to work on governance, you need the UN to organise elections, and even our partners, particularly those partners in the region like Albania, former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, have had an absolutely vital role to play in basing our troops, in basing our aircraft, and in showing solidarity with that particular effort. In other words, NATO suddenly realised that it would be a sort of necessary condition of success, but that would be by itself insufficient. You are only as good as your ability to work with others. It's not enough any longer simply to leverage your own efforts. You've got to be able to persuade others to work with you and provide serious efforts as well. Next thing we learned was that burden sharing would be a big issue for NATO. Those days, it was still easy. We went through 9 years in Bosnia, and we've been in Kosovo this year for 10 years without losing a single fatality to combat. We lost people to traffic accidents and military training accidents, but never was anybody killed in a hostile action in all those years. But what became apparent once the Bosnian conflict started was that although deterrence in the Cold War protection could be done by just one ally all by himself, the United States, that the new NATO role in conflict resolution and peacekeeping required the contribution of every ally. Nobody could stand on the sidelines. In other words, membership, which had been a largely passive affair, I allow myself to be protected, became suddenly a very active affair where you had to also take risks and make contributions and spend money and, if necessary, accept casualties. Suddenly, NATO membership became a performance-based phenomenon. I think it was a bit of a shock at the time to the countries that joined NATO in 1999, who had joined for protection, who had joined to be part of the Euro-Atlantic community, and 10 days after joining, I'm talking about Hungary, Poland and the Czech Republic, suddenly found that they had to go to Kosovo as their first NATO duty. I'm glad to say that they passed the test with flying colours, but it did cause some eyebrows to be raised amongst public opinion in their capitals. Finally, we learned the need for public parliamentary support. Communications, public diplomacy, strategic messaging became important. The thing we learned in Kosovo is that because NATO feels that it's doing the right thing, because we feel we have a just cause, doesn't mean to say that our public automatically accepts that. If our strategy isn't working, if the conflict becomes bloody, if we lose casualties, if nobody sees signs of progress, for example, public support can disappear very quickly indeed. And therefore, keeping the home front together is as important as keeping allied governments together. Now, we emerged, therefore, from the Balkan experience very much as a transformed organisation. There would be a significant new role for NATO, ladies and gentlemen, in the 21st century. There would be no lack of international demand for NATO's assets, whether that be in planning, in interoperability, in multinational commands, in sustaining long-term operations. But paradoxically, this new role for NATO was guaranteed to put the alliance under almost permanent strain as a result. Deploying forces rather than just leaving them in the barracks was going to be very expensive. Would you spend on operations or would you spend on modernisation? With low defence budgets, you weren't going to be able to do both. It was the end of warfare without tears. Although we lost nobody in the Balkans, the mission in Afghanistan today has cost the NATO countries, whether in ISAF or whether in Operation Enduring Freedom, 1,074 combat dead. An unprecedented experience since World War II for many allies. The third thing is that we've discovered, as I said before, that implementation is getting longer and longer and more difficult, which requires the readiness to commit assets for a very, very long period and to rotate. It's also raised the debate in NATO about whether these expeditionary missions might undermine our core function of Article 5 defence of the territory of our member states. In other words, is the threat from Afghanistan so great that it justifies the diversion of resources from homeland defence, which means that NATO must have a very clear strategic rationale for what it's doing. I personally believe that Afghanistan and the threat it poses if we allow that country to become a failed state in the grip of terrorists is on par with an Article 5 need for collective defence and solidarity. But obviously there will be debates in NATO on this and we need to find a way forward. Making the comprehensive approach work. We felt that because it worked in the Balkans, it would automatically work in Afghanistan. It would somehow be there in the way that it was there in the Balkans, that you would arrive and you would look around and there would be a shiny new UN headquarters with a high-level international coordinator with millions of dollars in his rucksack, ready to build dams and roads and bridges and schools. The EU would immediately be there with an enormous infrastructure, the World Bank and so on, and we discovered that that was simply not the case. And reinventing the comprehensive approach in the Balkans has proved a difficult exercise. And we've learned also that military transformation is increasingly necessary. as you are under more and more pressure to get more and more use and usability out of your forces. You have to abandon Cold War legacy systems, focus on enablers like helicopters and transport aircraft, find multinational solutions for funding things that you need, which nations that have those things like helicopters can't afford to deploy by themselves, and finding more common funding to express solidarity that those who have the assets don't always have to pay themselves all of the bill of using those assets. So the transformation of NATO to be a more global actor, on the one hand, has certainly given NATO a new rationale, new lease of life, a new justification, but inevitably has also posed perhaps greater challenges on its internal structures than it has faced before in its history, which then finally reopens the question of the level of ambition of the alliance as it looks towards its future. Is it going to be an organisation which does essentially operations? In other words, it defines itself by where it happens to be with its forces. Or is it going to look at a big spectrum of challenges beyond deploying forces, like energy security or cyber attacks or terrorism or the global aspects of climate change on security? Is it going to be an organisation that does operations or which tries to contribute to the security debate about how the world is going to be structured, particularly through arms control and disarmament and non-proliferation? Is it going to be basically an organisation which consults and analyses, or an organisation which still acts first and foremost? Will it focus on Europe, and Afghanistan will be the exception, or will it become increasingly global and focus on the wider world? Will the future NATO do most of its things inside Europe or outside Europe? Will it be a jack of all trades by overextending itself and master of none? Goethe, the great German writer, once said, and my German is very bad, but something like "In der Begrenzung versteht sich der Meister." But anyway, in my Cockney English, I would say that the wise guy limits himself, and that may be also something that NATO has to follow. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally, as we arrive at 2009 and NATO's 60th anniversary, what have we learned from NATO's history over the previous 6 decades, which could be sort of pointers? I started out by quoting Friedrich von Schlegel, the German 19th century historian, who said the historian is a prophet looking backwards. And certainly, what do we see in the past which could prophesize what the future will be? I think the first thing that we've seen in our 6 turning points is there's no golden age. We always believe nostalgically that the present is bad, the future will be even worse, and the past was somehow a marvelous time of transatlantic harmony, automatic solidarity, immediate shared analyses. If you've been awake during my lectures, you'll know that that is complete nonsense. NATO has always been an organisation not only portrayed as in crisis, but sometimes actually really in crisis. Maybe that's the best you can hope from having a series of democracies around the same table. There have always been big debates, bitter, passionate debates about NATO's orientation. In the 40s, should it be a military or an economic structure? Who was going to join? Would it be a short-term arrangement or a long-term arrangement? It took years before those arguments were settled. We saw in the 50s, where the Americans at one stage made the European defence community the sine qua non of their commitment and then dropped it. The argument about whether to bring Germany into NATO or not, whether the US strategy should be focused on Asia or on Europe, that took years to decide as well. We saw in the 60s that NATO had a near-death experience when the Général de Gaulle ordered NATO to leave France in 1966 and 1967, when the small countries of NATO were increasingly frustrated that their voices weren't heard by the big. But then Pierre Hamel came along with his Hamel report and allowed us to get over that and move forward. We saw just a couple of weeks ago with the dual-track decision in the 70s that NATO had thousands of demonstrators on the streets protesting, keeping NATO allies together through a difficult decision to deploy was certainly something that didn't happen by itself. We saw last time in the 80s that everything that was NATO's frame of reference, the Cold War, suddenly fell apart, and we suddenly had to reinvent ourselves in a totally different world. And we've seen today with NATO's first shot that NATO confronted for several years, this extremely difficult debate about whether its main mission was simply collective defence, and leaving to others the responsibility to sort out the problems of the modern world, or whether, whatever the difficulties, NATO couldn't shirk that responsibility and should do it itself. So we've seen that, if that was the turbulent past, the one safe prediction to make is that the future will be equally turbulent, if not more turbulent. And therefore, what do these crisis periods tell us? Well, I would just like to point to three issues right at the very end. There are probably many more, but these are the three that have occurred to me. The first thing is what I call the paradox of relevance. We now know that the strategic vacation of the 90s was an illusion. We've gone back to the natural order of things, which is that human beings have an alarming propensity for conflict. There will always be a Milosevic or a Saddam Hussein or a Osama bin Laden to start a war. It simply moves from ideology to nationalism to ethnic identity, religion, or values. We will hope, of course, for a future free of conflict, but we're not likely to get it. So there will not be a lack of things for NATO to do. But we also know that the paradox of that is that it will be very, very difficult for NATO to come to a collective view on how to solve those particular conflicts. There will be different threat assessments. We've seen that over the last few years. Different priorities, different public opinions, different cultures in nations, different capabilities, different levels of effort. We will use communiques to invoke solidarity, burden sharing, responsibility, common values. And that is correct. But the point I want to make is that we'll need leadership. None of those things will ever get solved by the invocation of principles like solidarity alone. It's going to require firm leadership, imaginative leadership, inspired leadership to keep NATO together. In the past, we were very lucky. We had it. I've referred to a whole number of larger-than-life characters: Truman, Atchison, Bevin, Harmel, Reagan, Helmut Schmidt, Manfred Werner as Secretary General in the 1980s. We will need to have leaders of equal status in future to hold us together. We have had near-death experiences in the past over Iraq, over Bosnia. Fortunately, near death is much better than real death. I can tell you that. But we should never be complacent that because NATO survived in the past, it will somehow all by itself survive in the future without leadership. Secondly, crises are good for NATO. I've spent a great deal of my life rebutting the notion that NATO is in crisis, which is what every journalist or commentator likes to write. But as I sort of get towards the end of my NATO career, I suddenly sort of realised that maybe crises are good for NATO. That's what we do best. It often takes a crisis to get NATO to move. I remember in Bosnia, we were having endless debates about whether we could do peacekeeping for the OSCE and getting nowhere. And then the UN came and said, guys, please implement a naval embargo. Okay, fine. Without a crisis, that sort of theological conversion would never have been made. NATO is not the EU. We're not very good at sort of designing new concepts or treaties or constitutions or having intellectual debates. We're much better at having a concrete problem put to us and then moving forward. Some French diplomats in the past have got rather frustrated with this lack of a Cartesian method. One once told me, Jamie, I know this works in principle, but could it ever work in theory? Does it matter? Does it matter? The point is that every time there's been a NATO anniversary, it's always coincided with a crisis situation. If you look back, if you look back at, for example, the 30th anniversary, Cruise and Pershing. The 40th anniversary, the collapse of communism. The 50th anniversary, the middle of the Kosovo air campaign. Just like the one in Strasbourg and Kiel in a few weeks' time will be dominated by what can we do to make sure that we don't lose in Afghanistan. Finally, the paradox of military power. I am a great believer in NATO as a forum for political consultation. Yes, I'm a great believer that we should analyse problems and work out strategies and so on. But what separates NATO from other international organisations? We have a culture of using military power. Not in an aggressive sense, obviously not. It's under democratic control. But people associate us with where our forces are. That's really what we do. That's where the rubber hits the road. That's where we make the difference. The fact that we are able to do more than simply analyse and strategise, but we can also implement results because we have those military capabilities. Now that is important to my mind. In other words, NATO cannot afford to see that instrument devalued. We went from a period in the Cold War where it worked well. Military power procured deterrence, prevented intimidation, prevented invasion, eventually helped to bring about the end of the Cold War. We went from a situation in the Balkans in the 90s where the difficulty in NATO was to get to the decision to do something. Once we decided to act, military power was seen as very successful very quickly. It brought the results in a way that was acceptable to public opinion and was seen as legitimate. And despite all of the problems in the Balkans, which I described, hesitation, contradictory policies, our stock rose. By 1999, our stock was very high. We were seen as the organisation that could act. Now, I also mentioned, however, a warning signal at the Kosovo campaign, which was, hey, wait a minute, you're spending billions and billions of dollars on all of this high-tech stuff, and you're firing all of these missiles, and yet 78 days later, here's Milosevic, still defiant. He's only lost 14 tanks. Where's the evidence that you've actually had some impact on this particular conflict? Now, that was exaggerated because we know that Milosevic was about to give in. He obviously did not want a confrontation with NATO, particularly one which would involve the introduction of ground troops. But we've seen in Afghanistan a situation where the use of military power, albeit essential to stabilise the situation, isn't by itself able to achieve decisive effects. We've spoken about the comprehensive approach, the civilian surge, and all of those things. I believe that the worst thing that could happen to NATO would be a situation where our public opinion believed that the one thing that we can really do more than others is of less and less utility. Sort of, why send another division? What good's that going to do? You've got already hundreds of thousands of troops or whatever. It's not true. We've got about 70,000 troops all told. And you're not able, to keep the Taliban at bay, or the situation is getting worse. Now, I think that we will solve this in Afghanistan, and putting in more military power initially is going to be part of the effort. But the point I want to make is that we have to make certain in this alliance that we don't allow that asset to be devalued. That means we're going to have to continue to transform it so that it's able to have a bigger impact. We've talked about some of the things that we have to do. We've got to make it more culturally aware of how to operate successfully in environments with a different religion, different languages, different culture. We're going to have to enable that military power to work more effectively on reconstruction. We're going to have to also make sure that that military power interacts more and better with the civilian agencies. But I still believe that in the 21st century, NATO will continue to define itself as the organisation which can best use military capability to solve international problems. And if through an absence of thinking about the lessons and making the tough choices to make sure that our military instruments are really adapted to those situations, if that's not done, and as I said, our military forces are seen as increasingly irrelevant to the solution of problems, NATO will be sidelined. That is, if you like, at the end, as any good historian would want to do, not to end on a note of triumphalism, but on a slightly more sobering warning note, that as much as it wishes to be a political organisation, as much as it wishes naturally to be an organisation with a world view, NATO should make sure at the end of the day that the one thing that it has which is unique is protected and maintained. So there I am. I've reached the end of the road. I haven't had the arrogance of the Spanish King Alfonso XIII, who once said, if God had had the good sense to let me design the universe rather than him, I would have done it much better. I haven't had that arrogance. I've tried not to prognosticate, but more to analyse what's gone from the past and where we are now with it in the future. I've also tried to outline some of the lessons, and if I'm still alive, and I hope, of course, that NATO will still be alive in the 70th anniversary and invites me back to do another balance sheet, we will see to what degree I was right, or like many historians of the past, totally wrong. Thank you.
I would have a question about the Kosovo crisis. I was not so young at the period. I was 20 years old, I remember. It was my first entry into the real international life when looking at, watching at the Kosovo crisis and watching at you every day on television. I would have two questions. First, when the crisis began, the general belief in the public opinion, whether on the supporters' side or the opponent side, was that the air campaign would last 3 or 4 days or a week. And I was wondering if this was also the belief inside NATO. And the second question is, after 1 or 2 months of campaign, to what extent was NATO considering a ground offensive?
Thanks for the question. The answer is yes. Nobody expected the air campaign to go on for 78 days. We didn't put a limit on it, but we'd seen in Bosnia that the use of force produced results rather quickly. It was really the political impact of force that we believed mattered, not the military effectiveness of force. There was even a theory going around in 1999 before Kosovo that Milosevic, this may sound strange, but this is true, Milosevic wanted a NATO bombing campaign to give him an excuse to negotiate a climb down with the international community. The argument was, well, as soon as NATO's bombing me, I could turn and say, oh, look, people, clearly you don't want a war against NATO, so we have to give in. That was a totally wrong analysis. I think that one of the problems here was that, as I've said in my lecture, much effort went into persuading allies to get to the moment where they were prepared psychologically, politically, to start a conflict with Yugoslavia. The first time NATO had ever used force in a more offensive way. I don't mean that in an aggressive way, but offensive in the sense that we had set a number of conditions and then decided to initiate force ourselves. And that was difficult. We had the legal issue, as you remember. What's the legal basis? Is there a UN resolution? And because that consumed so much of our time and energy, we spent too little time thinking about, well, Milosevic, what guy is he? What sort of guy is he really like? Who is he? What's he likely to do in responding? What countermeasures can he take? We didn't think about that at all. We were too optimistic that as soon as we said we're going to get tough, our adversary would immediately surrender. And we're discovering in Afghanistan that NATO's image or prestige by itself is not going to make adversaries fall down on their backs and say, we surrender. We're going to have to win against them militarily in the field. That was the first lesson, unfortunately, of Kosovo. Ground troops, yes. This was very difficult. The Americans wanted to avoid ground troops. Clinton had promised the American population that it would be short, that he would avoid casualties. His national security advisor, Sandy Berger, was telling him, Mr. President, you don't want any bodies coming back in any bags. In the Pentagon, in particular, as we know from the book that Wes Clark, the Supreme Allied Commander, wrote, wrote, there was a sense that we don't want to use too many assets on Kosovo. Kosovo is not sufficiently important for us to use ground troops, and therefore let's just keep it with an air campaign. So for the Americans, it was very difficult. And Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, went to America and worked very hard to convince the Clinton administration that they had to have an option to use ground troops because the air campaign might well not succeed, and then that would have to be done. And eventually, yes, the Americans did change their mind. I think they also realised, frankly, that by the autumn of 1999, if the war was still going on, NATO's credibility and their credibility of leaders would be so much at stake that even if they would have to have a very messy ground campaign, they would have to do it. And I personally believe, Milosevic has not told me this, but I personally believe that it was the knowledge that there would be a ground campaign that made him eventually surrender. If we'd just said the air campaign will continue ad infinitum, I don't think Milosevic would have given in when he did.
How did NATO react on the fact that there was no UN mandate for the air campaign, and who were the strongest opponents against this air campaign in NATO?
Well, the legal basis was very important, and the Secretary General, as I mentioned at the time, Javi Solana, ensured that every ally had told him that, nationally speaking, in terms of their national constitutions, their parliamentary arrangements, they were satisfied that there was a legal basis. And if one ally had said, sorry, we don't see a legal basis for this, then the campaign could not have started. So this was very, very important. As I mentioned, we would have all really preferred, to have a UN resolution. But the problem we were confronted with is that it was clear that this could not be obtained in New York. And then we had the problem of being paralyzed because of the absence of this resolution and seeing ethnic cleansing go on or taking action. The humanitarian crisis was key. For many countries, the fact that this was in order to stop a humanitarian disaster provided the legal basis. If there had not been that humanitarian crisis, I think it would have been much more difficult for many allies to have found an appropriate legal basis. But clearly it was difficult vis-a-vis public opinion. It was difficult in terms of taking the case to countries like India or China in the wider world. Naturally, we wanted to point out, as I said, that this was not a precedent for us. This was not going to, if you like, emancipate NATO to act in this way. And as soon as the air campaign finished, we immediately went to New York for 1244, that resolution, to put the deployment of the KFOR forces on a very firm legal basis indeed. So today it's still regarded as the exception rather than the rule. And I think, again, to be frank, we were encouraged. The fact that, for example, most countries in the UN supported us, Kofi Annan, the Secretary General, was very supportive too in his speeches. The Russians at one stage tried, once the campaign started, to pass a resolution in the Security Council condemning NATO. Only 2 other countries supported it, so it had to be withdrawn. And you recall that before the end, Louise Arbour, the chief prosecutor of the International Tribunal of the UN, indicted Milosevic for war crimes in Kosovo, which also, I think, helped to give some legitimacy, additional legitimacy to the NATO action.
You mentioned earlier that this comprehensive approach was not invented, but identified as an issue in '94 already. Strategic communication is also a pending issue. We're still, this lecture series is also to tackle this issue. Both issues are very important for an operation like in Afghanistan, and after 15 years now, we see NATO is still struggling with those issues. So my question is, why is that? Or rather, is NATO perhaps not the right organization to deal with the operation like in Afghanistan?
No, well certainly, as I mentioned, NATO is the right organization, but it can't be the only organization. We've seen that in a situation like Afghanistan, the percentage of the military capability versus the rest is lower than it has been in other conflicts such as the Balkans, for example. I would say, grosso modo, in the Balkans, you may have had sort of 50, 60%, 70% military force, 30% on the civilian side. But in Afghanistan, we've seen a reversal of that, where I would say 30% on the military side, 70% ultimately on the civilian side. Because the key thing, of course, is to get the support of the Afghan population by showing that the military presence leads to development and jobs and agriculture and all these kind of things. That said, if you took that 30% military away, you would have nothing, not 70%, but nothing, because the environment of security is obviously the key for that civilian development to take place. I think the problem is to some degree, in the 1990s, the Balkans were the main sort of scenario in terms of conflicts going on. There were other things, obviously, there always are in other parts of the world, but there was a very large media political concentration on the Balkans. And therefore, the Balkans were everybody's priority for the European Union, the United Nations. At one stage, for example, the UN had its biggest ever peacekeeping operation, UNPROFOR, 36,000 troops in Bosnia. So after the conflict ended, because those organisations had been heavily implicated during the war, they tended to stay for the peace. And so, as I said, when NATO went, I apologise, the partners were already there. I think the problem is Afghanistan occurred in the 2001, the 21st century, at a time when the Middle East was in turmoil, Darfur was happening, Somalia was happening, the Congo was, in many respects, imploding into civil war. We had a number of different issues around the world, and the UN had dispersed, to some degree, its resources into these other conflict scenarios. The EU was developing its common foreign security policy, essentially operations in Africa, in Chad, in Congo, as you know, in the Middle East, for example. And so the international organizations had developed sort of very different priorities. And persuading them that Afghanistan is a bigger priority than some of the others, particularly when they've already committed assets to those other regions, is not such an easy job to do. And that's one of the reasons why I mention all the time political leadership. The other part of your question relates to, yes, learning the lessons. It's true that we always talk about lessons learned, but as soon as the conflict is over, we tend to write them all up, put them on a dusty shelf somewhere, and forget about them, and then find that we're having to do everything and learn everything over again. That's true. But there are differences. As I mentioned, Afghanistan is a much longer operation. Kosovo was almost like a microsecond, even though it lasted 78 days, compared to the fact that Afghanistan has been going on since 2001. So you have to have a much more sustained effort over a much longer period of time. Also, essentially in Kosovo, we were talking to our own citizens. Not to the rest of the world. We were trying to motivate Germans and Italians and Greeks and Americans to support NATO. But of course, in Afghanistan, we're having to talk to a much more global audience, the Afghans themselves, Pakistan, Russia, the surrounding countries, to explain what we're doing. And of course, that requires a much more elaborate effort with a much larger organisation. And of course, very tight coordination between NATO headquarters and what our individual nations are telling their own populations. But again, I think, just to ask one final question, I think that what we found in the Balkans is true of the future. Countries are normal, like human beings. A problem comes along. What do they want to do? They want the quickest, quick fix, cheap solution. Let's do it on the cheap. That's always we had that with Bosnia. Let's do it on the cheap. And you try that, and after a couple of years, think, this quick fix, let's do it on the cheap solution. What the British Defence Minister in Munich at the Munich Security Conference at the weekend said, trying to fight wars on peacetime budgets. It doesn't work. I'm not suggesting a wartime budget, obviously not. But in the Balkans, the lesson that we learned was, there is no quick fix. Let's do it on a cheap solution. You either do it properly or it doesn't get done at all. You've got to put the resources in commensurate with your strategy. It's no good having big ambitions and totally inadequate resources. And then, as we say in English, the penny drops. There's this moment of awakening when suddenly you realise that you can't do it on the cheap anymore. You put the resources in, and then things go better. I think we're arriving at that kind of moment now in 2009 that we arrived in Bosnia in 1995 and Kosovo in 1999.
Hello. I'd like to say, first of all, thank you very much for the lecture series we've had. We've been looking at NATO's history and 6 major turning points in the last 60 years. I'd like to ask you a question about NATO's future. Every campaign that NATO's led has been a test of NATO's credibility, its military ability to succeed in different environments. And for Afghanistan, it's certainly one of the hardest ones we've had so far. But what do you see as the implications of success in Afghanistan for NATO's future?
Well, I think the implications of success will reverberate far beyond NATO because if you have success in Afghanistan, I think dealing with the international problem of extremism and organised terrorism, possessing weapons of mass destruction, I think that problem will be much more manageable than if we allow, because we foul, Al-Qaeda to set up all kinds of training camps on the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan with millions of dollars and start organising the kind of attacks we saw on 9/11. So it's not a question of the prestige of NATO. I generally believe that this is really about the future of the civilised world in not allowing this to happen. And maybe that's the message that we haven't so far succeeded as we should in getting across to our public opinion on that one. But certainly, if this goes right, there I think will be a much larger willingness of the allies to use NATO to address global challenges like proliferation, dealing with other failed states, for example, in particular developing the network of global partnerships. The trust among the allies will be good. And I think the fact that we did succeed in Afghanistan will mean that the problems will be less in future in a way, because I think we would have established clearly a sort of a new deterrence in terms of showing a readiness to respond against these kind of challenges, which I also think would have a much larger effect, including here in Europe, in terms of ensuring stability. The problem, as we know from the 1930s, is that if you fail to prevent a challenge to international order, if you're seen as on the sidelines, whether it be in Manchuria in 1931 or in Abyssinia in 1935 or in the Rhineland or in Prague in around 1936 or Prague 1938, the message gets out that the democracies are weak and they're challengeable and we'll go from this to that. Dictators don't stop. They don't recognise finite limits, nor do people who want to do us harm. So my sense is that we've got to recognise that it's not just about Afghanistan and our security from one single organisation, Al-Qaeda, there. It's part of a much larger sort of debate about what kind of values are going to rule in the 21st century. And that's why, despite all of the difficulties, I believe that the Allies, having tried initially to do it on the cheap and look for the quick fix solution, will put the resources in that we need to be successful.
Good afternoon. If you are here in another 10 years, given your history and for the next anniversary, do you think that you might see NATO's response over Georgia as another turning point? And if so, where do you think this turning will lead us?
I'm very pleased, obviously, as a result of that NATO has not backed down or reversed its policy or decided that we're going to rethink the offer in Bucharest to Georgia and Ukraine to be members of NATO one day. That's for certain. But I think it's an also interesting case in how things are working in the 21st century, in the age of globalization, to those who sort of break the rules of international conduct. Because you've seen that, for example, those countries suddenly find that their stock markets plunge. the capital suddenly flees out of their borders because people are rather uncertain about things like transparency or stability and so on. And that, ironically, those that use force sometimes punish themselves as much as they punish others in the age of globalization. As far as NATO is concerned, the commitment that we have to the territorial integrity of every state, especially our partner states, is going to be upheld. Also, though, what I hope it's going to do is to convince Russia that although it may have felt obviously very strong in the wake of the energy price increases of a few years ago, because, as you know, Russia is a very large exporter of oil, natural gas, and therefore may feel that it can afford a totally different type of foreign policy. The reality of the credit crunch is we're all in the same boat, frankly. We need international cooperation to get out of that. And listening to Putin, President Putin, speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos just a couple of days ago, there was a much more moderate message about Russia's position and international cooperation than we may have heard a while ago. And therefore, things that at the time, and this has been one of the point of my lectures, that might come across as sort of major setbacks, like what happened in Georgia over the summer, can, if statesmen are wise enough, be turned into opportunities. That Russia recognises that it needs us as much as we need Russia, that this is not just a one-way, we're stronger than they are, they need us more than we need us, that Russia also suddenly finds, we've got problems of our own, demographics, for example, industrial decline, life expectancy and so on, and, we're going to need some international help with these kind of problems, particularly if we can't depend on oil and natural gas prices to solve those problems for us. We face proliferation around the world, we face terrorism, we face extremism. And so a rethink on their side in order to form the basis of a proper NATO-Russia dialogue. So, the key thing of NATO's history is how we turn crises into opportunities, and that's exactly the same thing that we have to do now as well.
Okay. Jamie, can we thank you in the name of all the people who came in?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your efforts, your patience.